A virus invaded and a zombie outbreak erupted. Former allies had now all become enemies. Brothers turned on each other, getting infected one by one. The feeling of panic made everyone let out a final, desperate wail. At this moment, several golden lights suddenly flashed. A 10-year-old prodigy actually annihilated all the evil creatures with just one hand. That's right, he was none other than the show-off king, the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Having survived the disaster, everyone cheered to celebrate their narrow escape. However, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's dumbstruck expression, they all shut their mouths in perfect unison. I'm telling you, if you're not strong enough, don't come into the ruins to die. Did you think this was a place for a spring outing? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the terrified looks on everyone's faces. It made Jun Xiaoyao inevitably think of what Long Bichi had said before entering the ruins. Jun family's divine child, you, and they're fundamentally no different. Immediately, Xiaoyao chose to compromise. With a single command to get lost, the crowd immediately dispersed, forming a path for Jun Xiaoyao to walk. This perfectly synchronized scene made Jun Xiaoyao secretly rejoice. He mused that being a bad guy truly felt amazing. Before long, at the end of the passage, an immense underground palace appeared before their eyes. It seemed a brutal slaughter had already taken place here before they arrived. Sensing the familiar auras from each cave entrance, Jun Xiaoyao investigated and discovered that Xiao Chun and Ji Xian had entered their respective passages. He turned his head to look at Jun Zhangjian, indicating that Ji Xian, with whom he had a grudge, had gone that way. Before he could finish his sentence, Jun Zhangjian had already set off, charging towards the passage. For safety's sake, Xiaoyao then instructed Jun Xiuhuang, telling her to follow behind Jun Zhangjian and immediately send a message if anything happened. Then, his gaze fell upon Jun Wanjie. Your and Linglong's mission is to go into this passage and chase someone. Linglong knows that brat. Before Jun Linglong could voice her confusion, Jun Xiaoyao said, get a little gift for your good sister to take back. This made Jun Linglong understand the divine child's intention. After everyone had left, only a man, a woman, and a lion remained. But although Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi were relatives, the two hadn't seen each other in a long time, and the situation of a lone man and woman in one place became awkward. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao was carefree and didn't overthink it. He declared he would take his little aunt for a casual walk, which eased the atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the other end of the ruins, Long Bichi, who was acting alone, entered a cave. After lighting a torch, she hadn't gone far when a loud laugh reached her ears. This is the legendary supreme ancestral dragon bone. Xiao Chun, am going to be rich. And as Long Bichi's gaze moved toward the source of the sound, a massive dragon skeleton appeared in her field of vision at the end of her sight line. The next second, an extremely disgusted expression appeared on Long Bichi's face. This was the ancestral dragon skeleton that all dragon descendants drooled over. Not only could it allow descendants to be reborn and inherit the bloodline, but even an ordinary person who obtained it could leap over the dragon gate and become a peerless expert. Although Xiao Chun was the first to find the ancestral dragon skeleton, the dragon maiden from the ancestral dragon nest, who arrived right after Still issued a warning, stating that her mission in this secret treasury was to bring her ancestor back to the clan. No matter what his intentions were, she asked him to leave quickly. But Xiao Chun was clearly not going to give up this immense fortune so easily. He declared, you little girl are too domineering. You really don't take me, Xiao, seriously, do you? Xiao Chen's words left Long Bichi with a look of confusion. Immediately, she decided not to offer any more explanations, because good advice is wasted on a dead man walking. She simply unleashed a terrifying pressure directly, aiming straight for Xiao Chun. But Xiao Chun was clearly already prepared for battle. He leaped up, instantly appeared in front of the dragon maiden, and threw a punch. Unexpectedly, all he got in return was a slight smile from Long Bichi. And it was this casual sword strike in return that sent Xiao Chun flying several meters before he stopped. Seeing this, the old ancestor attached to Xiao Chen's body quickly reminded him, stating that this little girl's cultivation was above his. He had to end the fight quickly, or there would be trouble. And sensing the familiar aura suddenly erupting from within Xiao Chun, Long Bichi's eyes widened in thought. Xiao Chun had already struck with an azure dragon heaven-shattering fist. She caught the attack with one hand, Where did you learn my Azure Dragon clan's Azure Sky Dragon transformation art? Seeing that Xiao Chun had no intention of answering her question. At the moment he was about to use the Azure Dragon Heaven-Rending Hand, she used the gap after his skill to land a kick on Xiao Chen's lower body. After flying back several meters, Xiao Chun barely managed to stabilize himself. Long Bichi's strength had Xiao Chun ready to risk it all and use a secret technique. Just then, something unexpected happened. Countless golden energy chains descended from the sky, their target aimed straight at Long Bichi's vitals. The Dragon Maiden used her movement technique to dodge the attack. How shameless. She was a princess of noble status, yet now she was being berated by a little brat, speechless. This was because the supreme dragon bone her beloved was desperately seeking was precisely the skeleton her ancestor had left behind in the secret treasury. Seeing Princess Mingyue momentarily speechless and hesitant, Xiao Chen quickly shouted from behind her. The treasures in the Tianyuan Supreme Secret Treasury belong to the capable. Your ancestral dragon nest wants to monopolize it? Isn't your ambition a bit too big? After speaking, he looked at Mingyue, who seemed to be back on his side. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted back to Long Bichi. He stated that he could do without the other 4 ancient dragon bones, but the supreme dragon bone was crucial for his future cultivation, so he was determined to get it. After speaking, he moved to Mingyue's side and told her not to act. He declared that a real man should fight for his opportunities with his own strength. As soon as he said this, Mingyue's cheeks under her veil suddenly turned red. However, a sudden kick directly interrupted their tender moment. So much nonsense. You'd better be relying on your own strength. Don't make me look down on you. After landing and skidding to a halt to stabilize himself, the words "no martial ethics" had just left Xiao Chen's mouth. He had no time to defend, as Long Bichi's figure had already appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Mingyue had no choice but to act again. Countless golden energy chains shot out instantly. Twisting and turning, she dispersed all the attacks. Only then did Mingyue realize that the weapon Long Bichi was using was a chainsword, using a veil that obstructs spiritual sense to cover your face. You must not want to reveal your identity, right? I'm not interested in who you are, but if you insist on getting involved in this mess, you are my enemy. At this moment, Xiao Chun suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. The lack of martial ethics was on full display with him. Xiao Chun shouted for Mingyue not to be easily deceived by her sweet words. He swung his right hand, forcing Long Bichi to retreat and give up her position. Light gathered in his left hand as his aura swirled layer by layer. His ultimate technique, Azure Dragon Devour, was instantly unleashed, heading straight for Long Bichi. With a whoosh, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in anger. He saw Long Bichi actually pass through the attack, flashing in front of him. She grabbed Xiao Chen's head and, with a burst of power, slammed it hard into the ground. As the smoke cleared, he looked at Long Bichi's contemptuous gaze. That feeling struck Xiao Chun right where it hurt. The image that appeared in his mind was the moment he was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. An invisible roar echoed from within his body. A blue energy ring lit up, pushing Long Bichi away. The dragonified Xiao Chen's hair floated without wind as he prepared for a life-or-death struggle. Fortunately, Mingyue spoke up in time to stop him, telling him not to get angry and that she had a way to hold Long Bichi off. Using that time to take the dragon bone would prevent a mutually destructive outcome. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light appeared around Mingyue. The next second, she directly revealed her magic weapon, the golden binding rope, and immobilized Long Bichi on the spot. However, what shocked Long Bichi even more was that after being bound, she found she couldn't use her spiritual power. Seeing this, Mingyue shouted at Xiao Chun to seize the opportunity and take the supreme dragon bone. But what neither of them expected was that Xiao Chun chose to ignore the dragon bone and instead, with a single claw, instantly pierced through Long Bichi's chest. His reason was that if he let her go, he would definitely be hunted down by the ancestral dragon nest, eliminating future trouble, killing to silence. This is the law that should exist in the immortal domain. The 17-year-old princess turned around for love and bravely entered the supreme secret treasury. She used her magic weapon to trap the enemy, just to give her beloved time to snatch the dragon bone. Unexpectedly, the man broke his promise and chose to launch a sneak attack. To eliminate future trouble, he took advantage of the dragon maiden being trapped to try and take her life. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. With a swift and decisive move, Xiao Chen's hand pierced straight through Long Biqi's chest. This brutal and despicable tactic left Princess Mingwei stunned. Her previous good impressions were in stark contrast to the person Xiao Chen was showing himself to be now. At this moment, because Mingyue's heart wavered, the golden binding rope began to loosen. Long Biqi quickly seized the opportunity to break free from her restraints and simultaneously threw a punch at Xiao Chen. Seeing that Long Biqi could still move after her heart was pierced, Xiao Chen flashed in front of her, about to cut off her head. Unexpectedly, on the verge of death, Long Biqi suddenly started laughing. At that moment, what flashed back in her mind was her childhood playmate. "You're so lazy all day. What on earth are you thinking about? You trained so hard, but you still can't beat me, can you?" Hearing Long Biqi's words, Long Outyin gritted his teeth in anger. But it was true that he couldn't beat her, so he could only retort with words, warning Long Biqi that she would lose her life because of that mouth of hers sooner or later. Long Biqi didn't pay his words any mind, just softly asking him what he was training so desperately for every day. Why? Of course, it's to stand at the pinnacle of this era and become a great emperor. Hearing Long Outyin's words left Long Biqi feeling speechless. She thought to herself that this brat who couldn't even beat her was still dreaming of becoming a great emperor. For thousands of years, how many people have been swinging their swords and taking others' lives every day for this goal? And this was clearly something Long Biqi couldn't understand. At this moment, when Long Outyin asked Long Biqi in return for her reason for cultivating, her answer almost made his jaw drop. My purpose in cultivating is to travel the world. At this point, Long Biqi's eyes instantly brightened. That firm longing and belief instantly captivated Long Outyin, and his cheeks suddenly turned red. He quickly changed the subject, saying that with such an ideal, she should train even harder. Otherwise, if she met someone who could take her life after she grew up, let's see what you do then. Hearing this, Long Biqi suddenly gave a slight smile, and the answer she gave was that even on her deathbed, she would take a vicious bite out of her opponent. The human figure vanished, and a giant blue dragon appeared out of thin air. The sudden counterattack directly caused Xiao Chen to spit out a mouthful of blood. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly gathered his spiritual power. He used Azure Dragon Demon Subjugation to clash head-on with Long Biqi again. The attacks from both sides exploded, and they both fell to the ground. Seeing Xiao Chen's weakened aura and signs of serious injury, Long Biqi started running her mouth again. She mocked Xiao Chen, saying that no matter how many ancestral dragon nest techniques he secretly learned, he could never truly transform into a real dragon and was only fit to be a crawler. This completely enraged Xiao Chen. The spiritual power in his hands flickered wildly as he was about to unleash a final blow on Long Biqi. And when Mingwei sensed that something was wrong, she immediately shouted a reminder for Xiao Chen to retreat quickly. She's going to self-detonate her dragon core. However, just as the two were about to perish together, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, blasting them apart and separating the battlefield. The person who arrived was none other than the Jun family's sequence member, Jun Wanjie, who had come to seek revenge on Jun Xiaoyao's orders that I say. What a pity. A winner was about to be decided. Why did you have to interfere at this moment? Because I couldn't stand it. If you, Jun Linglong, have an issue, feel free to report it to the Divine Child. The power of thunder split the battlefield, displaying his domineering nature. Recognizing the source, it was the immortal domain's Jun family coming to join the fun. As Princess Mingwei recognized the Jun family disciple, Jun Linglong paid no mind and just looked at the giant dragon beside her. But what's the point? Even if you self-detonate your dragon core, with that young lady protecting him, you might not have been able to harm that brat in the slightest. But at least I could have destroyed these dragon bones. After speaking, Long Biqi's gaze shifted to the lightning figure. After hearing that this person was the Jun family's fifth sequence, Jun Wanjie, the giant dragon dissipated and transformed into a human form, her small mouth slightly agape. What? Is the Jun family also interested in my old ancestors' bones? We're here for the brat opposite you." As soon as these words were spoken, Princess Mingyue gritted her teeth, secretly cursing, "Xiao Chun, just how many enemies do you have?" But Long Bichi suddenly laughed out loud, saying, "This supreme dragon bone contains the innate Taoist techniques of my Azure Dragon lineage and even possesses the ancestral dragon bloodline. Even if the Jun family's divine child came, he wouldn't be willing to let it go. What are you two pretending not to care for? Who told you we don't care? The Supreme Dragon Bone is a rare treasure. Of course I'm interested. But my Jun family has always been upright and disdains taking advantage of others' peril. Besides, the Jun family will sooner or later invade the ancestral dragon nest. At that time, everything in your ancestral dragon nest will belong to my Jun family. Why would we need to use dirty tricks against a little girl like you in a place like this and disgrace ourselves?" Hearing Jun Wanjia's veiled insults, Xiao Chun was already gritting his teeth in anger. In contrast, Long Bichi revealed a smile of relief. She collapsed onto the ground and said, "You can take the dragon bones, but can you promise me one condition? Just give that brat a good hard slap." As soon as she finished speaking, Jun Wanjia moved his feet. The next second, with the speed of lightning, he slapped Xiao Chun across the face. The speed was so fast that Xiao Chun had no time to react and was knocked to the ground. Seeing the situation was bad, Princess Mingyue quickly intervened and questioned, "What exactly does your Jun family want to do?" This question was clearly beyond Jun Wanjia's comprehension. He could only turn back to look at the speechless Jun Linglong. That kid failed to propose marriage in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, falsely accused the Divine Child, and got beaten up by the Divine Child. It's that simple. Hearing this, Jun Wanjia was also speechless. He cursed Xiao Chun in his heart for being an idiot. Does he even know the Divine Child is only 10 years old this year? At this moment, seeing Princess Mingyue starting to doubt the Jun family's words, Xiao Chun hurriedly spoke up to stop the conversation. A spiritual light flashed in his hand. He brandished the Azure Dragon Heaven-Rending Claw and charged straight for Jun Wanjia. But it was clear that Jun Wanjia's strength was a cut above. Facing the attack, Jun Wanjia just gave a wicked smile. The next second, he directly used the 8 Desolations Annihilation Heavenly Thunderpole. The power of lightning suddenly erupted, completely enveloping Xiao Chun. A painful scream instantly echoed throughout the entire cave. Seeing Xiao Chun in mortal danger, Princess Mingyue slightly bent her fingers and a light appeared. Then, she gathered power behind her, suddenly thrusting forward. Several energy chains shot towards Jun Wanjia. Is this the Panwu Divine Dynasty's Hanyuan loose hand? However, after recognizing Princess Mingyue's identity, Jun Wanjia not only didn't retreat, but laughed out loud. The next second, he directly used the 8 Desolations Thunderclap Palm, choosing to clash head-on with Mingyue. When the smoke cleared, Mingyue had arrived by Xiao Chen's side. At this moment, she also understood that their opponent was powerful, and staying here would only mean waiting for death. However, just as she was about to take the opportunity to escape with Xiao Chun, Jun Linglong's figure suddenly appeared before her. "That won't do, Your Highness. We already said we're here for this kid. Didn't you hear clearly?" Then, as Linglong threw a palm strike, the sound of a veiled hat falling to the ground was heard. The scene changes. Jun Xiaoyao's King Bee classroom is now in session. The child is coughing and not getting better. It's most likely a lovesick brain. In this world, if a female cultivator ever develops a lovesick brain, no matter how profound your cultivation is or how noble your status, you're most likely done for. Is it that terrifying? Of course it's terrifying, because once you contract this illness, your world will only have one person left. And this person, for whom you give your all, is very likely just using you as a stepping stone to a higher place. So, if you encounter someone with a lovesick brain, if they haven't provoked you, just stay far away, respect them, and wish them well. If they have provoked you, you must give her a beating, and you must be ruthless until you beat her awake. Golden light scattered freely. Biting her red lip, Jun Linglong was completely baffled. Princess Mingyue not only chose to face her attack head-on, but she also threw Xiao Chun to a safe place. Could all of this be that terminal illness the Divine Child spoke of? And to verify her idea, Jun Linglong once again gathered her spiritual power and charged straight for Xiao Chun, seeing that Princess Mingyue was about to intervene again. Unexpectedly, Jun Linglong's true intention was not what it seemed. The moment she reached Xiao Chun, she suddenly changed her attack direction. Her foot kicked directly into Princess Mingyue's abdomen. At this moment, the flying Mingyue had clearly lost her composure due to her concern, unable to even distinguish between Jun Linglong's feints and real moves. I say, sister, is there something wrong with your eyes? You've really fallen for this kid? Faced with Jun Linglong's teasing, Mingyue's face turned red, and she was about to argue back, when a shout from Xiao Chun suddenly rang out. Mingyue move, Azure Dragon, demon-suppressing roar. Seeing Xiao Chun launch a fatal sneak attack, Jun Linglong knew she definitely couldn't block this move and moved back. Then, several bolts of lightning descended from the sky. As Jun Zhongjian blocked the attack, he didn't forget to taunt Xiao Chun. You really love to play sneak attacks, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. With a flash of lightning, his figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Chun. He grabbed his head and dragged him into the air, slamming him hard into the ground. Seeing Xiao Chun injured made Princess Mingyue scream. Jun Linglong quickly fanned the flames from the side. Judging by the way you fight, you must be a noble lady from the Panwu divine dynasty, right? No wonder this kid is so eager to curry favor with you. Shut up. Stop insulting Xiao Chun. His kindness towards me is definitely not because of my status. Our feelings are not something a person with a filthy mind like you can comment on. As soon as she said this, Jun Linglong was left with a look of confusion. Damn it, a lovesick brain like this really exists in the world. The girl was originally a princess of noble status, yet now she was being spanked on the butt in public by a maid. And it was even recorded. It turned out that the one who spanked her was none other than someone that even the princess's father, and indeed the entire Panwu divine dynasty, couldn't afford to offend. The personal maid of the immortal domain's Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Just a moment ago, Jun Linglong was earnestly trying to persuade Princess Mingyue. Princess, you say Xiao Chun isn't with you because of your status. Then do you know who he has offended? That's right, the person he offended is my young master, the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. So, with just his status as a prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, he could never touch my master's shadow, even if he tried for his entire life. But if he can use the Panwu divine dynasty, an immortal dynasty, as a stepping stone, I imagine the chances of catching up to my master's shadow would be greatly increased, right? At this point, Jun Linglong suddenly reached out, pinched Mingyue's cheek, and gave a wicked smile. If you can't help him deal with my young master, do you think he might also call you a cheater and spread rumors about you everywhere? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Chun, who was on the side, clearly couldn't take it anymore. While letting out a roar, he used a voice transmission to ask the old ancestor in his body to appear and kill them all for him. At this moment, the Azure Dragon ancestor first looked up at the sky above the secret realm. Immediately, the enraged expression of an ancestral dragon nest elder appeared before his eyes. Therefore, the ancestor could only sigh, stating that the elders of those great families were watching everything here through a sky-gazing mirror. If you hadn't insisted on killing that dragon maiden, I could have taken you away. But now, we can only leave it to fate. Before Xiao Chun could react, Jun Wanjie suddenly flashed in front of him, grabbed a handful of his hair, and was about to strike. And hearing Princess Mingyue's shout, with a flash of lightning, a bolt of heavenly thunder directly struck Mingyue. Watch your words, little girl. The young master may have a compassionate heart, but I, Jun Wanjie, am not one to cherish a fair lady. Is your Panwu divine dynasty certain you want to be an enemy of my Jun family? At this moment, Jun Wanjie's words had clearly hit a nerve with Mingyue, because she knew very well that facing the Jun family, the head of the immortal domain's 3 great families, even her imperial father probably wouldn't dare to breathe too loudly in their presence. What could she possibly do now? However, at this moment, Jun Linglong, who had been lost in thought, offered her a way out, because Linglong remembered that for the divine child's ancient sacred body to awaken its second phenomenon, he had to make a trip to the Panwu divine dynasty's Panwu mausoleum. Immediately, Jun Linglong was seen clapping her hands loudly. Aya, young Master Wanjie, don't be angry. This is originally the divine child's private grudge and has nothing to do with the Panwu divine dynasty. In the moment that this baffling statement left Jun Wanjie stunned, Jun Linglong looked at Princess Mingyue and quickly added, if you insist on saving Xiao Chun, Princess, it's not impossible. It just depends on whether you, as a noble lady of the Panwu divine dynasty, are willing to condescend. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Chun suddenly roared, telling Mingyue not to mind him and to run. What he got in return was a thunderous blow from Jun Wanjie. With a thud, he fell to the ground and passed out. At this moment, Princess Mingyue also understood that if this continued, neither of them would be able to escape. So, she gritted her teeth and chose to compromise. She smiled like a blooming flower. Then, she took out an image recording pearl, handed it to Jun Wanjie, and came before Princess Mingyue. She stated that it wasn't necessary for Her Highness to do much, just to cooperate with her a little. After speaking, she laid Mingyue down on her lap. She took a deep breath. As her palms swung from top to bottom, she actually began to publicly and forcefully spank the princess's butt. And all of this was being recorded by the image recording pearl that Jun Wanjie was holding. At the moment, Jun Wanjie felt a sense of fear towards Jun Linglong in his heart. Even the elders outside the secret realm couldn't help but laugh out loud. These young people really know how to have fun, ha ha ha. The man, seriously injured, woke up to find himself already taken outside the secret realm. The tragic battle from before was glossed over by the girl, but what the man didn't know was that saving him came at the cost of the girl's dignity. Thinking of the look on Jun Linglong's face as she threatened her with the recording, Princess Mingyue watched as Xiao Chen's complexion slowly regained its color. She quickly adjusted her emotions and said that she couldn't stay by his side for the rest of the journey, because her guardian had arrived. If her guardian hadn't intervened, the result for Xiao Chun might have been being captured and tortured by the ancestral dragon nest. At this point, Princess Mingyue dropped another bombshell. That is, once she returned to the Panwu divine dynasty, her imperial father would announce to the world a marriage contest to select a consort for the eldest princess. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Chun looked up, revealing a gaze more determined than ever before. Mingyue, don't worry. When the time comes, I will go defeat all my opponents and marry you in an open and honorable way. The scene changes. At this moment, the nine-headed lion, an ancient divine beast, was looking ahead with a disgusted expression. Jun Xiaoyao was seen suddenly finding a porcelain bottle in a pile of junk. His demeanor was like that of a poor kid who had never seen the world, shouting out loud. In contrast, Jiang Xingyi beside him began to imitate an adult's mannerisms, telling the nine-headed lion not to mind, as children are just playful. But she didn't notice at all that for the nine-headed lion. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly approached. The moment Jun Xiaoyao turned his head at the sound, a figure that interested him came into view. Then he shrugged his shoulders, feigning anger. He questioned the two why they brought this king of trash talk back. After some explanation, he finally understood the reason for the matter. Looking at the 4 dragon bones and 1 supreme dragon bone inside the storage bag, this immense opportunity made Jun Xiaoyao wonder. Could this Xiao Chun really be some kind of broken engagement trope protagonist? But with his pathetic look, he can't be compared to the Xiao Yan from next door. Jun Wanjie, seeing Jun Xiaoyao silently pondering, thought he was angry. He quickly stated that he just didn't want to leave Long Bichi there to die. If the divine child wanted to punish him, Jun Wanjie would accept it without complaint. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked at Jun Wanjie playfully and asked if he had taken a liking to Long Bichi. This made Jun Wanjie angry but not dare to speak, so he could only shake his head repeatedly in denial. Wiping the smile from his face, Jun Xiaoyao stood up, his gaze resting on Long Bichi. At this moment, Long Bichi was on the verge of death due to her heart injury. As a golden thread caught his attention, and hearing that Long Bichi was captured and had her cultivation sealed because of this item, he directly ripped it off and put it into his own storage bag. And as an exchange, with a flick of his palm, a dragon's heart suddenly appeared in his hand, and Jun Linglong clearly recognized the origin of the heart at once. It was the heart of the dragon that was defeated after challenging Jun Xiaoyao, which the Jun family's ancestor had ordered the divine child to personally carve out. Is this what people see after they die? It varies from person to person. So, the sea of flowers that appeared before Long Bichi's eyes, accompanied by the crisp ringing of a bell, was a scene that had appeared in her dreams countless times. In such a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, Even the bridge of helplessness seemed exceptionally welcoming. Looking at the piece of underworld paper money that had fallen into her hand, Long Beachy clearly understood that she might really be dead. Crossing the bridge of helplessness would grant her a new life. It was just that she never expected the Yellow Springs Road, which everyone feared, to be so beautiful. And just as Long Beachy was savoring the beautiful scenery and enjoying this moment of peace, a white light suddenly rushed towards her. As the figures separated from the white light, a scene that left her dumbfounded occurred, because the person who attacked her was none other than her deceased childhood playmate, Long Outyen. So, if she had any misconceptions about the Yellow Springs Road before, then at this moment of seeing Long Outyen, she finally believed that she must be dead. At this moment, Long Outyen raised a single hand. Using a move from their childhood, he once again slapped Long Beachy to the ground. I say, you unlucky child, can't you see the difference between us now? It's not your time to be here yet. Go back. Go do the things you want to do, and don't waste your youth anymore. Before Long Beachy could even react after he finished speaking, as Long Outyen's figure slowly became illusory when she opened her eyes again, the figure of the Azure Dragon Clan elder appeared before her. Seeing that Long Beachy had truly come back from the dead, the Azure Dragon elder first laughed out loud, then quickly became serious. He looked ahead and declared that the Azure Dragon Clan would surely repay the June family's life-saving grace in the future. But to his surprise, the reply he got was, "Are you even worthy?" But anger was one thing. Remembering that it was the June family who saved the dragon, he didn't dwell on it and just pulled Long Beachy to her feet and told her what had happened while she was unconscious. After hearing the Azure Dragon Elder's account, Long Beachy immediately clasped her fists, intending to bow in respect to June Linglong. June Linglong shrugged and quickly interrupted her. "I'm not the one who saved you. I was just ordered to bring you out. But now you can no longer cultivate as you did before. After all, that's not your own heart. However, to outsiders, she might be a cripple from now on. But only Long Beachy knew in her heart that becoming a cripple and traveling the world's great mountains and rivers was truly the destiny she most desired. The scene shifts to the depths of the Tianyuan secret trove. Ji Xian, after much hardship, finally arrived at the final location. He was seen skillfully touching a mechanism. The next second, he was teleported inside and disappeared from the spot. The boy, as the 10th sequence of the Immortal Realm's June family, was now repelled in a single move by a disciple from an ordinary family. However, the poisonous mist that troubled everyone in the secret realm could not harm him in the slightest. It turned out he possessed the saint's jade handbone. In terms of talent and strength, even among the many geniuses participating in the Supreme Secret Trove, he was more than capable of looking down on the crowd. Just now, Ji Xian, who was known as the Little Saint of the Holy Spirit Academy, relying on the supreme token given to him by the Academy, had easily passed through the mechanism and arrived in the depths of the Tianyuan Supreme Secret Trove. As he was studying the strange runes on the wall, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Turning to look behind him, his eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Friend behind me, you've been following me, Ji, all this way. Are you still not planning to show yourself?" As soon as his voice fell, along with several chains of poisonous mist sweeping out, the figure that slowly walked out of the darkness was none other than the 10th sequence of the June family, June Wanjie. After recognizing the person, Ji Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stated that he originally did not want to be an enemy of the June family. "But for you to secretly follow me, waiting for an opportunity to seize the treasure, isn't that a bit too shameless?" But June Wanjie didn't take his words to heart at all. At this moment, all he could think about was drawing his precious blade to avenge his previous humiliation. So, before Ji Xian had time to react, June Wanjie had already swung his blade and slashed at him. Ji Xian was forced to retaliate. As light flashed in his hand, he aimed straight for June Wanjie's lower body. As June Wanjie dodged the attack, he spoke again in a low voice. "I say, buddy, do you really not understand the situation? This secret trove is filled with poisonous mist. Even you have to use 30% of your power just to resist it. But I, who possess the saint's master handbone, can completely block the corrosion of the poisonous mist. So you have no chance of winning here at all. I don't want to offend the June family. You should leave. I won't kill you." Unexpectedly, these words instead enraged June Wanjie, who began to attack recklessly with all his might. This made Ji Xian unable to suppress a trace of anger rising in his heart. Fist of the Kingly Way, he roared. Carrying intense energy fluctuations, it shot straight towards Jun Wanjie. The attacks of both sides clashed head-on. The sound of the explosion instantly spread throughout the entire Supreme Secret Trove. And compared to Jun Wanjie, who, like a martial arts fanatic, began to laugh sinisterly. At this moment, Ji Xian's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, because he saw that after the strange runes in front of him were shattered by the blast, a terrifying monster resembling a zombie crawled out. Seeing the monster walking straight towards him, Jun Wanjie, however, wasn't scared at all. He dodged and appeared in front of the monster, slashing at its head with his blade. When the smoke cleared, Jun Wanjie felt a sharp pain from his arm and was shocked to discover that the monster was completely unharmed by his full-powered strike. In contrast, after being attacked, the monster slowly raised its arm. With lightning speed, it swiped its sharp claws at Jun Wanjie. The intense pain caused Jun Wanjie to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body uncontrollably crashed into the wall before stopping. At this time, the nearby Ji Xian looked at the monster and began to ponder. It seemed this evil creature didn't actively attack intruders. He then left some harsh words and turned to walk deeper into the secret trove. Good luck, Brother Jun. If you can survive this monster's hands, I, Ji Xian, promise to have another match with you, life or death. A peerless prodigy fights 100 alone, showing his heroic nature. Endless deadly zombies emerge to defend their territory and tribe. Jun Zhangjian thought he had dealt with the last zombie, but just this moment of relaxed vigilance was met with a cold gust from behind. Unable to mount any defense, the aura of death was instantly magnified. However, the two zombies suddenly stopped moving, frozen in place, as ice sculptures began to appear. The slender figure in his vision was none other than the one proficient in ice and snow, also a Jun family sequence, and Jun Zhangjian's clan sister, Jun Xuehuang. Facing Jun Zhangjian's surprised gaze, Jun Xuehuang first asked about his physical condition. Then she explained that her appearance here was due to the divine child's foresight, and that she had already used a jade slip to send a message to Jun Xiaoyao. And before the young master arrives, we need to hold off the trouble here. The scene shifts to the depths of the Tianyuan Supreme Secret Trove's passage. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao reached the entrance barrier, the Tianyuan Supreme token in his hand reacted. He took out his little ant's token as well. The moment their palms touched the barrier, the few of them disappeared from the spot, leaving only the 9-headed lion, who had no token, to curse under its breath. When the few of them opened their eyes again, they were stunned by the shocking scene before them. A massive and magnificent stone stele stood impressively before their eyes. To defend against foreign enemies, 800 of my sons died in a foreign land. My heart grieves for them. I have collected their bones and hope that future generations will respect them. Looking at the description on the stele, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. He figured that the ones fighting Jun Zhangjian and the others not far away must be the 800 brave warriors buried here by the Tianyuan Supreme. However, the situation Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang were facing was also not optimistic, because even though the two of them could defeat the zombies, they couldn't handle the continuous attacks from the ever-multiplying zombies. And the great teleportation talisman, specifically for escaping, had also lost its effect deep in the secret realm. So the two could only choose to continue fighting, hoping to hold on until the divine child arrived to help. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, instantly separating the two sides of the battlefield. The newcomer was none other than the Jun family sequence 0, the divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. All of you stop. Retreat for now, and leave this to me. All of you step back. I'm about to show off. 3 small flags appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. The moment he scattered them onto the ground, a ring of light instantly spread out, enveloping the few of them. Feeling the spiritual power in her body recovering, Jun Xuehuang belatedly realized this formation should be the 3 talents spirit locking formation, which can isolate auras and restore spiritual power. At this time, the saintess of the Jiang family also appeared behind the two. A warm light flickered in her hands. She placed them on Jun Zhangjian's head and began to heal him. In contrast, Jun Zhangjian looked ahead with a solemn expression. Where the moonlight fell was Jun Xiaoyao, weaving through the horde of zombies. Seeing the confused look on Jun Zhangjian's face, Jiang Xingyi spoke softly. She said, "Didn't you notice the steel at the entrance when you came in? The zombies described on it are actually the comrades in arms of the Tianyuan Supreme, warriors who died resisting foreign enemies." And Xiao Yao is now clearly observing whether their souls are still imprisoned in their bodies. And the facts were indeed as she had expected. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao discovered that their souls were still imprisoned in these corroded bodies. But even after hundreds of years without rest, they were unwilling to actively harm people. And that is precisely why Jun Zhangjian was able to survive. After speaking, the divine child was about to borrow a sword from Jun Zhangjian. But what no one expected was that the moment he got the sword, Jun Xiaoyao directly cut his own hand. This made Xue Huang and Zhangjian want to go forward and check. But they were all stopped by a sentence from Jun Wanjie. "Don't be hasty. Take a good look at what kind of person this is that we deign to follow." As soon as his voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao was seen waving his arm downwards. As his blood scattered on the ground, it actually formed flames and began to burn. The ancient sacred body, ultimate hardness and yang, impervious to all evil. "Come, soldiers, I will be your opponent." Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the zombies still seemed unwilling to attack and harm anyone, but unable to suppress the evil energy within them. They could only follow their instincts, leaping into the air to attack him as a group. And this was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao wanted to see. The flaming sword, carrying a fierce aura, was suddenly swung down. Ancient sacred body, a drop of blood becomes flame. The raging flames instantly enveloped all the zombies. Immediately after, the zombies' bodies began to continuously shatter. The next second, they exploded and dissipated on the spot. Shifting their gaze upwards, everyone was surprised to discover that the power of Jun Xiaoyao's one sword had actually saved the souls of all the soldiers. Watching the souls ascend into the void, Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Future generations should naturally hold these generous and righteous men in high esteem. After speaking under the gaze of the souls, he bowed his body and respectfully sent them off. Seeing this, the few people behind him also quickly bowed their heads. However, what no one expected was that the leading soul seemed to have confirmed something. It did not ascend in a hurry, but instead descended towards the ground. Then, to Jun Xiaoyao's shock, a precious sword was brought out by the soul. And the precious sword was the inheritance left by the Tianyuan Supreme for the fated one. The moment Jun Xiaoyao held the sword, the long-awaited system voice finally sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Tianyuan Supreme Secret Trove. Obtained 5-star reward. Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. The Yuan Emperor Dao Sword is known as one of the 5 great divine arts, on par with the Jun family's immortal slaying sword art. Its essence, however, is to use the sword as a spear, a divine chain of order forged in the void with the power of the stars. Its mark is branded in the divine palace of the Sea of Consciousness. This is the final inheritance left by the Tianyuan Supreme for future generations. The starry souls pass on the torch from one generation to the next. I, Jun Xiaoyao, hereby swear that in this life, I will never tarnish the reputation of the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. And while Jun Xiaoyao was receiving the inheritance, the outside of the secret realm was already in chaos. It turned out that the exotic poisonous mist had blocked the view of the heaven-gazing mirrors, so that the elders of the various clans guarding outside the secret realm became blind. They could only pray secretly that their own geniuses could turn danger into safety and win the final secret trove reward. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the secret realm, Ji Xian overcame many difficulties and finally reached the place of the greatest opportunity in the Tianyuan Supreme Secret Trove. But just as he landed at the entrance of the tower, before he had time to think, the edge of a sword struck at him. Jun Zhangjian, like a persistent plaster, appeared in Ji Xian's eyes. I think someone shamelessly said that if I survived, they would have a match with me. Don't run away this time. Yi. These words immediately made Ji Xian sigh speechlessly. Not wanting to offend the Jun family over this, he could only state again, I already told you, you can't beat me in the secret realm. Why must you be so persistent? Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice fell, a laugh was heard along with the appearance of Jun Xiaoyao's figure. Ji Xian, You don't have to worry. I used a little trick, and now clan brother Zhangjian will no longer be affected by the poisonous mist. I wonder if brother Ji would be willing to fulfill his promise and fight my clan brother again. However, after hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Ji Xian couldn't help but start mocking him. What? If I don't agree to this match, is your Jun family going to attack me as a group? These words made Jun Xiaoyao's smile widen. He declared, everyone knows you're called the Saint King. It's all because you're proud of a Saint King's hand bone. But what I possess is the supreme bone. If I wanted to make a move on you, do you think you could still walk out of here alive? Ji Xian also understood that what Jun Xiaoyao said was not false. Therefore, he could only endure it without lashing out. He laughed freely. Immediately after, his gaze suddenly focused, as his palm gathered light. An explosion of spiritual power instantly sent Jun Zhangjian flying back. In that case, brother Zhangjian, please enlighten me. It should have been like this from the start. What kind of man are you, being so indecisive? As soon as the words fell, the two's attacks suddenly clashed. Ji Xian pulled his palm back to gather power. The power of the saint's hand bone erupted as he threw a punch at Jun Zhangjian. In contrast, Jun Zhangjian, having dodged the attack, was not to be outdone. He swung his sword in a counterattack. The force of his strike even split the ground in two. Seeing this, Ji Xian also understood that rather than getting entangled with Jun Zhangjian, it was better to decide the winner in one move. Immediately, with a thought, golden spiritual energy fluctuations began to emanate from his body. After finishing the incantation, a life-extinguishing fist shot straight for Jun Zhangjian's face. However, what he didn't expect was that not only did Jun Zhangjian not dodge, he chose to face it head-on. Because in Jun Zhangjian's heart, he had waited a long time for this moment. Since it's a martial contest, life and death are decided by fate. If I can't break this move, I'd rather be torn to pieces. Purple Emperor's Sword Art, 13th form. One stroke to cleave the heavens. Shaking heaven and earth. Cleave the heavens. Break through the clouds. Overturn. A full-powered strike just to defeat his fated enemy. However, this seemingly invincible move, along with the shaking of the pagoda in front of him, the moment the chains shattered, Jun Zhangjian was sent flying backwards by the shockwave. His aura weakened. He looked at his target, only to find that his fatal blow had only pierced Ji Xian's shoulder. In contrast, Ji Xian wasn't even breathing heavily. His gaze like a torch, he looked at Jun Zhangjian and asked if he still wanted to fight. An unprecedented sense of defeat made Jun Zhangjian let out a long sigh. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao land beside him, he wanted to apologize to the divine child for failing to live up to expectations. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly interrupted by Jun Xiaoyao. Brother Ji, may I ask a question? What exactly is in that tower behind you? The iron locks on it have been breaking since just now. Isn't that a bad sign? As soon as the words fell, Ji Xian's expression suddenly tensed. How could he not know that those were the 81 shackles the Tianyuan Supreme had set for himself? How could a clash between two people who were merely at the Divine Bridge realm possibly damage the iron locks? And what are these strange energy chains coming towards me? However, at this moment, there was no time for him to think. In an instant, all the chains had broken. An extremely terrifying pressure instantly descended. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao quickly dragged Jun Zhangjian and fled the scene, while shouting for everyone to retreat. A figure appeared in their field of vision. Jun Xiaoyao knew that the final boss had finally arrived, as that figure slowly revealed its true face. It made everyone terrified, yet they couldn't help but start guessing. Could he be the Tianyuan Supreme? Then, what surprised everyone even more was that with just a single glance from the figure, an invisible pressure instantly spread out, making everyone feel as if their hearts were about to stop, unable to move. Feeling this extremely terrifying aura, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly let out a sinister laugh, because the Tianyuan Supreme also reminded him of the Nether Dragon Supreme he had once torn apart with his bare hands. From the looks of it, the power gap between the two was also too vast. At this moment, the Tianyuan Supreme opened his large hand. The target of the terrifying suction force was Ji Xian himself. Ji Xian's mind raced, and he belatedly realized it was because of that ancient talisman. It was precisely because of it that the Tianyuan Supreme was activated and broke through the boundary. However, the Tianyuan Supreme didn't think much and suddenly clenched his palm. The sound of bones cracking was heard, and just as Ji Xian was about to die, a golden light flashed out, directly shattering the energy chains binding Ji Xian. What Ji Xian didn't expect was that the one who saved him was the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. The moment his attack was blocked, a trace of anger appeared on his face. The Tianyuan Supreme shifted his target, and with the speed of lightning, a gust of wind rose. He threw a punch straight at Jun Xiaoyao's face. The ground shattered and exploded in an instant, and the scene fell into a dead silence. Do you know what cultivation means to a genius with a heaven-defying cheat? It's like when Jun Xiaoyao was a child, looking at a cake he liked, but having no money to buy it. So he worked desperately to earn money for the cake, until he had the ability to buy countless cakes. The first time he tasted the deliciousness, it made Jun Xiaoyao ecstatic. But over time, he could eat cake every day to the point where he felt like throwing up just seeing it. And for the current Jun Xiaoyao, cultivation is even simpler than drinking water. A violent explosion echoed throughout the entire secret realm. The Jun family sequences wanted to help, but they found that this supreme-level battle was not something they could interfere in. Golden light spread wantonly surrounding his body. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed his full aura. His target aimed straight at the Tianyuan Supreme. Unexpectedly, what he got in return was a light smile. Xiaoyao dodged and appeared beside him, throwing a punch at the Tianyuan Supreme. In contrast, the Tianyuan Supreme's gaze focused. He instantly threw a straight punch. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He threw a backhand straight punch again, hitting the Tianyuan Supreme. During a gap in their exchange of blows, Jun Xiaoyao had already figured out the Tianyuan Supreme's details. From the power of his fists, his strength was probably only 10% of his peak, and he was only fighting with his physical body. Immediately, an idea appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. That was to fight body against body. He thought that only in this way could he truly find the feeling he once longed for. Because ever since he obtained a god-level cheat as a child, Jun Xiaoyao had been living a life controlled by the cheat. This was not only a mockery of his hard work and cultivation in his previous life, but it also made him disgusted with cultivation and develop a slacker attitude. Until Jun Xiaoyao discovered that the people of this world were all crazy. Powerful people could casually save/load. Then, the powerful would be wantonly abused by those even more powerful than them. And as long as you were strong enough, you could ignore all punishment. In such an environment, people were like a pack of beasts in human skin. Once he figured this out, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood what the meaning of the system's golden finger was to him. It was to give him enough strength to construct a new order and reshape civilization. Letting every child be able to eat cake was the goal he wanted to continue cultivating for. The two fists met, and the airflow instantly exploded as the Tianyuan Supreme was blasted back. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze suddenly focused on the Tianyuan Supreme's body. He knew that whether it was the steel at the entrance of the secret realm, or the heroic souls that had just scattered into the starry sky, or the act of locking himself with 81 chains. No matter how you looked at it, the Tianyuan Supreme was a person worthy of his respect, and a hero should not have fallen to such an end. So he had to save him. So when Jun Xiaoyao once again faced the Tianyuan Supreme's charge, an extremely terrifying face and a pair of golden eyes suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Two peerless prodigies duel at the peak of the Forbidden City. The Jun family's divine child shows his domineering nature. Jun Xiaoyao's head-on strike hit the target. The Tianyuan Supreme, fearless, unleashed a sudden suction force from his hand, pulling out a 1,000-gene boulder and throwing it with great force. As Jun Xiaoyao dodged and weaved, the boulder's impact unexpectedly changed its direction, heading straight for Jiang Xingyi. Seeing this, Jun Wanjie could only brace himself and flash to the front. However, even though he used his ultimate technique, the 8 Thunder Seal, as soon as he attacked, he was still shaken by the immense force and coughed up blood. Only by using all his strength did he manage to shatter the boulder and resolve the crisis. Meanwhile, directly below the battlefield, other secret realm explorers were discussing how to divide the Nether Spirit Flower. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Immediately after, sounds of cracking came from above. The next second, countless boulders directly shattered and scattered. The extremely terrifying 1,000-gene boulders made the many explorers not hesitate in the slightest. They all chose to use their great teleportation talismans to teleport back to the surface. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao and the Tianyuan Supreme had no intention of stopping their fight. If this continued, forget about the treasures in the Supreme's secret trove. Before long, everyone here would be buried here as company for the Tianyuan Supreme's funeral. Ji Xian was seen first gritting his teeth, then sighing with a hint of helplessness. He began to cross his hands in front of his chest. Immediately after, energy chains began to spread from his body. As a transparent crystal slowly emerged, Jiang Xingyi and Jun Wanjie both widened their eyes, because they had recognized this item as the supreme treasure containing the power of life and death, the samsaric Tao Gold. The scene shifts to the center of the battlefield. After both sides gathered power again, they once again engaged in a heaven-shaking clash. And as the two of them glared angrily, Ji Xian actually caught both of their attacks with his own power, separating the battlefield. Seeing Ji Xian bleeding from all 7 orifices from taking the attack, a roar was heard that directly stunned Jun Xiaoyao. Yun Sivo, wake up. Look back at your clansmen. Only you can contend with the Tianyuan Supreme here. If you continue to be so stubborn, everyone will die here. As soon as the words fell, the Tianyuan Supreme frowned. He threw a punch directly at Ji Xian. The Supreme's power poured out, instantly smashing Ji Xian into the ground, leaving behind a body, its life or death unknown. But before the Tianyuan Supreme could be pleased, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's art of war had already enveloped his entire body. After Ji Xian's shout, he also came to an understanding. He realized that the one fighting him was not the real Tianyuan Supreme at all, but just an empty shell driven by an exotic delusion. Immediately after, the Tianyuan Supreme showed a shocked expression. The Yuan Emperor Dao sword impressively appeared behind Jun Xiaoyao. A 10-year-old boy fights a 100-year-old Supreme. The spectating elders wanted to help, but were unexpectedly blocked by a sudden thunderbolt from the sky. Our Jun family's divine child plays by challenging those above his level. I advise all you irrelevant people not to meddle in others' business. All of you scram. Just now, as the Yuan Emperor Dao sword slowly emerged behind Jun Xiaoyao, a familiar feeling instantly filled the Tianyuan Supreme's entire mind. He was seen stroking the void with one hand. Then he suddenly raised his arm and pointed to the sky. The next second, a faint blue Yuan Emperor Dao sword also appeared behind the Tianyuan Supreme. Immediately, neither side hesitated any longer. The bloody battle officially began. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Supreme secret trove, people were still struggling to clear the collapsed rocks. At this moment, the ground began to shake continuously. As the sound spread, the people who had escaped from inside all began to pray to the heavens. By questioning these secret realm survivors, everyone finally learned that the entire interior of the Tianyuan Supreme secret trove had already collapsed. Hearing this, before the elders of the major powers waiting outside the secret realm could investigate, they saw a light emerge from the collapsed area. The next second, several terrifying shockwaves shot directly into the sky. Immediately after, the figures of Jun Xiaoyao and the Tianyuan Supreme appeared in the elders' eyes. But the two at the center of the battlefield seemed completely oblivious to the gazes from outside. The attacks of both sides clashed again. In just a few seconds, the number of rounds they had exchanged had already reached 100. When people shifted their gaze to the side, they discovered that there were still some survivors in the deep pit. But thinking that the mere 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao actually dared to fight alone, the various elders were about to step in and help. A clap of thunder accompanied by a trace of zither music suddenly echoed through the sky. The moment it fell, it directly separated the elders from the battlefield. At this time, the elders of the other families all turned their gazes to the Jun family elder in unison. Everyone, don't waste your energy. The one who acted is precisely young Xiaoyao's Tao protector. He is warning us not to meddle. The scene shifts to the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, radiating golden light, was accelerating towards the Tianyuan Supreme. In the air, making everyone present who recognized the move instantly gape in astonishment. Sacred body vision. myriad saints' adoration. At this moment, facing such an attack, the Tianyuan Supreme was frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao's ultimate blow pierced his body. Both sides froze in midair for a moment. The Tianyuan Supreme was the first to turn his head, and at the same time, cracks began to appear on his body. Who on earth are you? Jun family of Huang Province, Yun Xiuyao, entered the Tianyuan Supreme's mind. Finally, it converged into the image of an old acquaintance who looked just like Jun Xiaoyao. He, alone at the dark source of the exotic realm, single-handedly severed all ages. The dark clouds dispersed, and the great battle came to an end. The defeated Tianyuan Supreme took out the ultimate treasure and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He saw his own inheritance in Xiaoyao. This also meant that his brothers who had once fought alongside him, their heroic souls had all been liberated. Take it. This is what you deserve. Inside this box is A. The other half is in the lower realm. The jade pendant above is a token of love between me and my Dao companion. If you are willing, please help me take care of his family. As soon as his voice fell, the Tianyuan Supreme's body began to shatter continuously. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly flew wide open, because the figure he had longed for 1,000 years appeared before him. That incredibly familiar, yet somewhat strange feeling. It made the Tianyuan Supreme unable to hold back his emotional tears. He raised his palm, using his last ounce of strength to reach for the woman. But at the final moment, he completely shattered and dissipated into the air. Xiaoyao understood that this was all the Tianyuan Supreme's imagination. But how wonderful it would be if it could be like this at the last moment of life. Senior, I wish you a safe journey. A few days later, within Tianan City, the story of Jun Xiaoyao's great battle against the Tianyuan Supreme had already spread through every street and alley. People were all praising the Jun family's divine child for his godlike performance. But there was one person who was gritting his teeth in anger. He was the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Xiao Chun, because he knew clearly that if he couldn't become stronger and marry Princess Mingwe, and have the Panwu Divine Dynasty as his backer, then he would be trampled underfoot for his entire life, never to rise again. The ancestor pondered for a moment and finally sighed. He explained that the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art he had passed on was obtained in an ancient nest secret realm. But at the same time, an ancient freak from the ancestral dragon nest was also sealed there. That fellow must have the supreme blood of the Azure Dragon clan flowing in him. If a way could be found to obtain it, it would definitely allow the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art to reach great completion. But if that freak was alarmed because of this, I'm afraid it won't just be you. Even the entire immortal domain will suffer then. The scene shifts to the Jiang family of the immortal domain. Jiang Xingyi stared ahead, her surface appearing calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. Although she had traveled with Jun Xiaoyao this time and braved the Supreme's secret trove, she knew clearly that without Jun Xiaoyao, let alone the final Tianyuan Supreme, even against Ji Xian, the little dragon girl, or even that nine-headed lion encountered on the way, she had no confidence she could have made it out alive. At this moment, a Jiang family elder suddenly appeared behind her. He told her not to let her Dao heart be damaged by this. You must know, not everyone is as monstrous as Jun Xiaoyao, able to contend with a true supreme and even win. In this world, it seems only he, Jun Xiaoyao, could have done it. Then, seeing Jiang Xingyi's expression warm up, he changed the subject. He said she needed to pay more attention to the marriage between Luoli and the Jun family's boy. You've seen it too. For the Jiang family to be on good terms with such a genius is definitely all benefit and no harm. But only Jiang Xingyi knew clearly. Her sister, Jiang Luoli, and Jun Xiaoyao were simply a pair of bickering rivals. And all she could do was try to make sure they didn't fight when they met. If so, she would be eternally grateful. This is the Ji family's Spirit Valley. The young man, bathing in the sunlight to heal his wounds, was none other than the Ji family's little saint, Ji Xian, who had returned from the Supreme's secret trove. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from above. The sunlight shone directly on Ji Xian's Saint Handbone. Little Xian, what happened to your hand? The sudden voice really gave Ji Xian a fright. But what was more shocking was that with his strength, he was completely unaware of the girl's arrival. Ji Qingyi came to Ji Xian's side, checked his injuries, and softly asked why it was so. After listening to Ji Xian's recollection, she thoughtfully stroked her chin. Jun Xiaoyao actually defeated a supreme expert with the strength of the divine bridge realm. That's truly incredible. On the other hand, Ji Xian was also clearly conquered by Jun Xiaoyao's strength. He must go pay a visit to the Jun family's divine child. After all, he was the one who saved you. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in Huang Province. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Immediately after, his eyes instantly lit up. He clasped his hands together, praying that the moment he opened the chest would give him a surprise. However, as expected, the unexpected happened. The moment he opened the treasure chest, he was directly stunned on the spot. Not long after, at the Jun family's martial arts training ground, the Jun family's 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, the 5th sequence, Jun Wanjie, and the 7th sequence, Jun Xiaohuang. What surprised everyone even more was that even Jun Linglong, the popular figure beside the divine child, also appeared at the training ground. The appearance of these important figures, who were usually hard to see, couldn't help but make everyone start to speculate wildly. There shouldn't be anything going on, right? After all, I was the one who called them over, that's all. As soon as the voice fell, people finally recognized that the speaker was the divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Walking up to the group, Xiaoyao praised everyone for being so punctual while looking at the bewildered crowd. He said not to be nervous, that he called them over for something good. After speaking, he threw each of them a silk pouch. Upon opening them, they found they contained ancient dragon bones. However, before they could even voice their gratitude, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, cutting them off. 1 dragon bone each. How long will it take you to refine it? Hearing the question, no one dared to speak first, except for the blockhead Jun Wanjie, who answered the question truthfully. At least 3 months, at most several years. At this moment, Xiaoyao suddenly held up one finger. I will only give you 1 year to refine the dragon bones and break through to the Gi realm. Then return here. At that time, if you can't take 1 punch from me, you're going to get a beating. Hearing this, a cold wind suddenly blew across the tops of their heads. Refine the dragon bones early. Only Jun Linglong seemed to have noticed something and looked towards Jun Xiaoyao. Young master, did you get something good from the treasure chest? Otherwise, why would you take out all these precious dragon bones to give away? Io, little Ling Zi, you're the one who understands me. The treasure I got needs to be kept secret for now. You'll all find out in due time. Then, changing the subject, Jun Xiaoyao asked Linglong again, are there any immortal sources stored in the Jun family's warehouse? There are, but as far as I know, even for the Jun family, because immortal sources are scarce, there isn't much in stock. But I suppose after today, there will be none left at all. The 100-year-old man went into seclusion, but didn't cultivate, instead divining for 30 years. Today, the divination is finally complete. The ancestor confidently declared that he had already glimpsed a corner of the future. Quickly inform all the members of the ancestral dragon nest of this prophecy. That is, 2 dragons are born, the ancestral dragon shall rise. On the other side, within the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Princess Ewer almost laughed her head off when she heard the news. Little did she know that the ancestral dragon nest had just lost a talented dragon girl in the Tianyuan Supreme's secret trove. Now, they were making such a boast, it was truly a public disgrace. As soon as her voice fell, the vermilion bird fire in her hand suddenly flared up. The moment it burst forth, it left a path of destruction wherever it went. It only vanished after piercing through the giant rock at the end. The maid beside her, seeing the attack end, shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, Your Highness! Your cultivation has finally broken through to the Gi realm." But Baiyu knew very well in her heart, if it weren't for the dragon chi that young master Xiaoyao gifted her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to break through the realm in such a short time on her own. At this moment, the maid saw the princess's puzzled look and immediately cupped her hands. She reported that news from the front line stated the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had already declared war on the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdoms. Since the balance of the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms had been suddenly broken after several hundred years, Princess Ewer couldn't help but suspect that there might be a force behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. And the facts were indeed as she expected, according to frontline reports. There were indeed some mysterious experts of unknown origin in the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's ranks. Once the two great ancient kingdoms were destroyed, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom would certainly not be spared. With her father in seclusion, she couldn't be indecisive at this critical juncture. Thinking of this, Bayur directly ordered her maid to immediately summon several generals to discuss the matter of allying with the White Tiger and Black Tortoise kingdoms to resist the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. After the maid withdrew to deliver the decree, to be on the safe side, she hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still took out a jade slip, preparing to give a try. Success or failure would depend on fate. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. At this moment, Jun Linglong's head was clearly a whole size larger than usual. Because the divine child was about to go into seclusion and was feeling restless, he had been nagging her all morning. The main point was that he hoped before he went into seclusion, Linglong could make some delicious food to comfort him. But the dishes Jun Xiaoyao mentioned were things Jun Linglong had never even heard of. And seeing the divine child's extremely expectant and pitiful expression, Jun Linglong could only bite the bullet and agree to Xiaoyao's request. But what Jun Xiaoyao never expected was, Big Sister Linglong actually gathered ingredients on the spot and started cooking and taste testing right in front of him. Although the process was a bit convoluted, the dishes were ultimately made without disappointing expectations. Just as Jun Linglong was holding the dishes, ready for the divine child to taste, Bayuer's voice transmission suddenly rang out, causing her to slip. The delicious food all spilled onto the ground, and only then did she hear clearly, "Help me, Linglong Eamon. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has gone crazy and is starting wars everywhere." I know, I'm saying, you Jinx, did you have to send a voice message at this exact moment? The once mighty White Tiger Dynasty, now its gates were easily breached by hostile forces. Even though the heads of 3 kingdoms were gathered here, hearing the gradually approaching footsteps, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The reason was precisely this group of black-clothed men with terrifying strength behind the Azure Dragon King. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Lord's laughter was like a knife stabbing straight into their hearts. But they could only choose to swallow their anger, because the black-clothed men behind the Azure Dragon Lord, the strength they had displayed during the few days of battle, made them all feel fear. Furious, but not daring to speak, was perfectly demonstrated by the two of them. So after hearing the Azure Dragon Lord's false pleasantries, the White Tiger Lord directly interrupted him. He told him to state whatever demands he had and not be hypocritical here. However, the young master mentioned by the Azure Dragon Lord left the two of them completely baffled with question marks. That's right, our young master has instructed that as long as you are willing to surrender your kingdoms and hand over the compass fragments in your hands, he can grant you a path to survival. However, as soon as these words were spoken, before they could get angry, a furious roar suddenly rang out. The children of the Vermilion Bird are born in fierce fire and die in flying flames. I will never be a slave to you running dogs. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's great general, Chi Ri, struck with a killing move, heading straight for the Azure Dragon Lord. At this moment, the leading black-clothed man on the opposite side smiled faintly. With the speed of lightning, he instantly threw a punch. After accurately hitting the target, he didn't give Chi Ri any chance to react. Power gathered at one point. The next second, he directly tore Chi Ri's head from his body, ripping him to shreds. Seeing the tragedy happen right before their eyes, the lords of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise kingdoms lost their earlier momentum and became dejected. How about it, old brothers? Do you want to die in flying flames like him, or choose the other path? Damn that Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. They're going too far. The Vermilion Bird Princess was so angry upon hearing the news that she smashed the table with a punch. But at the same time, she was also very clear that no matter how angry she got, it was useless. The urgent task was to quickly figure out which power was behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. At this moment, her injured hand was suddenly lifted. This small wound doesn't need treatment. It will heal on its own in a while. Linglong, what are you doing here? What are you surprised about? Weren't you the one who called me here? As soon as her voice fell, Bayur excitedly hugged Jun Linglong. Then she couldn't help but look behind her again. As the two turned their heads, Jun Zhongyan's figure appeared in their field of vision. Hearing that Jun Zhongyan was a Jun family sequence who followed the divine child, Bayur's eyes began to sparkle, because she knew clearly that seeing young Master Zhongyan here meant that the divine child had definitely decided to help the Vermilion Bird Kingdom overcome this crisis. The scene shifts to the central hall of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. After a period of song and dance, the Azure Dragon Lord respectfully presented a gift box. The figure behind the gauze curtain smiled. The suction force in his hand suddenly increased. In the next second, 2 compass fragments flew before him. Very good. Lord, you truly did not disappoint this marquis. Now, all that's left is the piece from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. He was the king of this country, yet he was willing to be a running dog for a child. Hearing that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was under the protection of the June family's divine child, the child who called himself a marquis made an even more shocking statement. He proclaimed that if June Xiaoyao dared to ruin his plans, he wouldn't mind ending the June family's lineage then and there. The most important thing now is to immediately assemble the army, occupy the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom as soon as possible, and successfully retrieve the last compass fragment. Also, I heard that the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is exceptionally talented and quite beautiful. Then bring her back along with the fragment. Let this marquis also have a taste of a princess. A few days later, at Nanming Pass, the final barrier of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. At this time, the area outside the pass was already in a complete mess. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's princess, Bai Yuer, was fully armed and facing forward. Facing Jun Linglong's concern inquiry, is the princess also going to the battlefield personally? The answer was yes. Because the Vermilion Bird King was in seclusion, she could only shoulder the heavy burden and instructed that once the battle started, Jun Linglong could retreat first. At this moment, Jun Linglong still wanted to make a final attempt to save the situation. She wanted Bai Yuer to return to the Jun family with her and wait for the divine child to come out of seclusion to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, what she got in return was Bai Yuer's gentle smile. I am a princess. If the city falls, the kingdom falls. Anyone can leave, but I cannot. The children of the Vermilion Bird are born in fierce fire and should also die in flying flames. I have ordered the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the city to be settled in a unified location. I only hope that if the divine child can lend a helping hand in the future, I would be extremely grateful if he could settle them properly. Seeing Bai Yuer's attitude of facing death with equanimity, Jun Linglong couldn't continue to persuade her. All she could do was, before parting, wish that she could live on so that they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Watching her best friend go to her death while she was powerless to stop it, Jun Linglong's heart felt as if it were being pierced by needles, yet she was helpless. A few days later, on the walls of Nanming Pass, seeing the familiar banners of the besieging army, Bai Yuer couldn't help but feel shocked, because that neat and imposing army was precisely the Black Armor Army of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, a former ally of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Their appearance could only prove one thing. That is, the king of the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom had likely met a grim fate. Soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, listen up. I am Xian Yi, Great General of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, here to give you a suggestion. Surrender your weapons, and you can avoid innocent slaughter. But Bai Yuer's reply made Xian Yi's heart both shaken and sorrowful. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The soldiers of my Vermilion Bird Kingdom would rather die on the battlefield than be the running dogs of the enemy. Born in fierce fire, die in flying flames. As long as the divine fire is unextinguished, the Vermilion Bird will not perish. At this moment, a voice transmission suddenly entered his ear, ordering Xian Yi not to hesitate any longer, or the Black Tortoise Lord would be killed immediately. Therefore, Xian Yi could only grit his teeth, raise his sword, and loudly begin to give orders. As Bai Yuer's small hand was raised at the same time, a war that was against their will, but had to be fought, thus began. This was an ordinary palace, but it was about to become famous because of an explosion. The reason was none other than this, because this 12-year-old child, who had been in seclusion for 2 months, was about to cause a huge commotion upon coming out. The Nine Heavens' immortal domain. The Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. A flash of lightning passed. Jun Wanjie arrived before the Heavenly Emperor Palace and knelt on one knee. Together with Jun Xuehuang, who had also come, they congratulated the divine child on coming out of seclusion. After looking for a long time and not seeing Jun Linglong's figure, he only learned about the matter of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdoms after asking. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. As Jun Wanja's heart trembled, he couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that the divine child has broken through to another realm? However, before he could think too much, he saw Jun Xiaoyao clasp his hands together. A tiger-shaped tally token appeared in his hands. He split into two and gave one to each of them. He ordered them to take the tiger tally and immediately mobilized 10,000 men each from the wind, forest, fire, and mountain foreguard divisions. March to the four symbols' ancient kingdoms. I want to see who is so bold as to touch my Jun Xiaoyao's people. The timeline moves to dusk, looking at the unfamiliar and heavy Jun family tiger tally in their hands. Even though they were both Jun family sequences, it was their first time coming into contact with the family's personal army. Among the younger generation, probably only the divine child could directly mobilize the family's army. One must know that the four guard divisions were divided into the Wind Shadow Guard, the Imperial Forest Guard, the Fire Cavalry Guard, and the Mountain God Guard. Among them, even the weakest warrior had the strength of the Celestial Realm. Experts of the Tongtian Realm and Divine Fire Realm were even more numerous. And what was most unexpected was, Jun Xiaoyao had so easily handed over the command of these experts to them. At this moment, listening to Jun Wanja's narration, Jun Xuehuang suddenly retorted, asking him to describe what kind of person the divine child was in his eyes. He's strange, his way of thinking, and his logic doesn't seem to belong to the nine heavens' immortal domain. He doesn't have that innate arrogance that people of the immortal domain possess. Compared to a cultivator, he's more like a mortal from the lower realms. After speaking, Jun Wanja suddenly thought of something and looked at Jun Xuehuang. But Jun Xuehuang ignored his gaze, merely looking forward and chuckling softly. The scene shifts to the Jun family's rear hall, inside his grandfather's bedchamber. Seeing his grandfather meditating, Jun Xiaoyao tiptoed to his front. He actually put a bow on his clan leader grandfather. Unsurprisingly, he received a loving little fist pounding. However, upon hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had mobilized the Jun family guards, his grandfather actually encouraged him to do as he pleased. Then he turned to look at Xiaoyao. What did you come to find me for? Don't act pitiful. Don't I know what you're like? You're the type who never visits without a reason. But while the grandfather and grandson were playing around, the grandfather had already noticed something different about Xiaoyao. Some things he couldn't even figure out at first glance. However, before his grandfather could take a closer look, Jun Xiaoyao gave him another unexpected shock. When Xiaoyao took out an ancient token and asked his grandfather what it was, his grandfather was so scared he almost cried out. Hearing that this item was what Xiaoyao found in the Tianyuan Supreme's secret trove, the grandfather belatedly wondered if this was something the Tianyuan Supreme had brought back from the foreign realm. Thinking of this, the grandfather suddenly became serious. He looked at Xiaoyao and asked him, have you ever heard of the 7 unthinkables of the immortal domain? An ordinary bronze fragment actually involved the 7 unthinkables of the desolate heaven immortal domain. The starry sky ghost ship sailing to the Yellow Springs. The headless swordsman holding a rusty sword, and the bronze immortal hall that has buried countless supreme experts. And the bronze fragment in Jun Xiaoyao's hand was a product from the bronze immortal hall. Seeing the thoughtful Jun Xiaoyao, his grandfather hurriedly reminded him not to get any ideas about the bronze immortal hall. Because with Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength, there was no need to take risks there. With just the accumulation of time, becoming a saint or an ancestor was only a matter of time. Seeing his grandfather's unprecedentedly serious attitude, Jun Xiaoyao was about to promise his grandfather that he wouldn't go and risk his life. But just then, the long-awaited system notification sound suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Bronze Immortal Hall. Aren't you surprised? Isn't it unexpected? Aren't you moved? This awkward scene instantly made Jun Xiaoyao's face darken. Fucking son of a bitch system. You really know how to pick your moments. The scene shifts to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's battlefield. After several days and nights of tragic fighting, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's forces were almost completely wiped out, except for a few generals. And what made them despair even more was that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was still continuously sending reinforcements. Just when everyone thought the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was about to be destroyed, a slender figure in the center of the battlefield suddenly let out a cry. Then, the mark on her brow began to emit endless flames. The soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom who were burned by the flames. actually came back to life, stood up again, and threw themselves back into the battle. Vermilion bird divine fire, undying and unextinguishable. But the Azure Dragon Lord quickly found a solution. His gaze fell upon the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's princess by Ur. He believed that as long as he controlled the source of the divine fire, the crisis would naturally be resolved. On the other side, in the imperial capital of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Jun Zhangjian, who had successfully infiltrated, suddenly stood still because he saw the barrier in front of him. This meant that the residents of the mastermind must be inside. However, just as Jun Zhangjian decided to go in and investigate, the moment he touched the barrier, the person inside had already discovered his presence. Listening to the black-clothed man's description, the child who called himself a marquis didn't care at all. Just a locust, go out and take care of it. At this moment, outside the palace, seeing the target right before him, Jun Zhangjian pushed his speed to the absolute limit. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly flew wide open. He quickly shifted his body to the side, barely dodging the attack. And for him to be able to barely block the attack, the opponent's strength had probably reached the Tongtian realm or even the Divine Fire realm. However, the one who was even more shocked at this moment was the black-clothed man himself. Because according to his judgment, Jun Zhangjian should only have the strength of the Gi realm. But he was able to injure him while dodging the attack. Pretty impressive, kid. Who are you? Don't be hasty. I'm coming right now. An expert who should be revered by thousands, now being openly mocked by a mere child. Not only did he forcefully take his full-powered blow, but he also blocked his ultimate technique, which he relied on for survival. As blood spurted out, Jun Zhangjian laughed instead of getting angry. Hao Yang Finger, you're from the Panwu Divine Dynasty? His identity exposed to his face, the black-clothed man was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Who the hell are you, kid?" These words immediately made Jun Zhangjian burst out laughing. You dare to act so recklessly without even knowing who you've provoked. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the protection of my Jun family's young master Xiaoyao. Does the Panwu Divine Dynasty intend to make an enemy of my Jun family? When the black-clothed man heard the words Jun family, he had already moved. He flashed behind Jun Zhangjian at extreme speed and struck with a killing move. He only breathed a sigh of relief after piercing through his chest, because he could not allow Jun Zhangjian to take the news from here back with him. But just as Jun Zhangjian fell to the ground from the fatal injury, the black-clothed man's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He saw Jun Zhangjian's lips curl up slightly. Immediately after, his body turned into thousands of fragments and dissipated into the air. Only at this moment did the black-clothed man realize that the person he had killed was merely a clone. Without time to think, he hurriedly teleported away. He had to inform the Marquis of this matter as soon as possible, and not long after the black-clothed man left, Jun Zhangjian's real body appeared in the same spot again. The secretive actions of the Panwu Divine Dynasty also made him very confused. And upon entering the imperial city, Jun Zhangjian had already condensed 7 clones to run rampant within the city. An extremely powerful force shot up into the sky. It was as if he was deliberately releasing his aura for everyone to see. Thinking of this, Jun Zhangjian decided not to hesitate any longer. He directly sped towards the location where the aura was being released. The scene shifts to the center of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's battlefield. As a hand in the void suddenly clenched, a powerful airflow instantly erupted, imprisoning Bai Yuer in midair, completely robbing her of her ability to move. Looking at the figure that launched the attack, Bai Yuer gritted her teeth and her body began to emit endless heat. However, all of this was merely a death struggle in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Lord. Little girl is quite a handful. If the Marquis hadn't specifically requested you as a concubine, I would really want to kill you right now. Seeing their princess being shamed, the few remaining soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom wanted to rise up and attack. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. With just a glance and a wave of pressure, the Azure Dragon Lord annihilated them all in one blow. Then he smiled again and looked at Bai Yuer, saying, "Now that you've been imprisoned by me, It's about time for you, as long as the divine fire is unextinguished, the vermilion bird will not perish to end, right? Just as Bayur was preparing to sacrifice herself for her country, a powerful pressure instantly descended. That incredibly familiar aura made even the Azure Dragon Lord startle. In contrast, Bayur showed a joyful expression, because the figure emerging from the flames was none other than her father, His Majesty the Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. An afterimage flashed past at extreme speed. Jun Zhongjian landed precisely based on the source of the aura he had detected. He determined that there seemed to be another space underground. The moment his palm touched the ground, streams of detection energy quickly spread out. As the energy flow was obstructed, Jun Zhongjian's eyes instantly snapped open. In the next second, he directly drew his sword. He charged up a strike, aiming straight for the depths of the underground. As countless rocks shattered and flew apart, Jun Zhongjian jumped down into the depths without any hesitation. However, as soon as he landed and the smoke slowly dissipated, his eyes suddenly flew wide open with an expression of disbelief. Because at the end of his vision, a saint was actually tied to a giant pillar. And at the very moment the two of them made eye contact, the saint's pressure emanating from that person was enough to render Jun Zhongjian immobile. At this moment, as a furious shout rang out, the pressure dissipated. Only then did Jun Zhongjian see that another saint was tied up on the other side. May I ask for the esteemed names of you two seniors? Hearing that the newcomer's surname was Jun, the saint was startled. He hurriedly asked, "Do you know the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao?" Compared to him, the other person who was also tied up seemed exceptionally calm. He first explained to Jun Zhongjian that the two of them were the lords of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger kingdoms. They were imprisoned here because they were not skilled enough. The country has also fallen into the hands of others. I've heard that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was long ago taken under the wing of the Jun family's divine child. May I ask if the Jun family's divine child intends to intervene in this matter? At this moment, after hearing Jun Zhongjian's affirmative reply, the two lords burst into laughter, then hurriedly asked Jun Zhongjian to spread a piece of news as quickly as possible. That is, in order to subdue the 4 symbols' ancient kingdoms. They had dispatched a total of 4 saint-level masters. The scene shifts to the center of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's battlefield. The Azure Dragon Lord, who was blasted back by a single strike, looked forward with a shocked expression. "Old Vermilion Bird, you're still alive?" The one who made him say this was none other than the Lord of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, who had just emerged from his cultivation seclusion. But the Azure Dragon Lord also understood. Although the Vermilion Bird Lord had successfully broken through to the Saint Realm, but his foundation was not yet stable. He had to strike while he was down. So, without any more nonsense, he unleashed a killing move. And as the two clashed, Bayur once again used the art of the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire's descent. All the corpses burned by the divine fire stood up again and re-entered the battle. But to their despair, reinforcements from the other 2 kingdoms, controlled by the Panwu Divine Dynasty, had arrived on the battlefield, forming an encirclement around the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. This caused the Azure Dragon Lord to laugh out loud, urging the Vermilion Bird Lord to surrender sooner rather than later. And just as the Vermilion Bird Lord decided to fight to the death, a dark figure suddenly flashed behind him, delivering a thunderous, fatal blow. Blood instantly filled the entire sky. The clash of saints was terrifyingly powerful. The only reason for the situation to become one-sided was determined by the number of saints on each side. Fighting 1 against 2, the Vermilion Bird Lord was in a miserable state, facing the enemy's continuous attacks. He could only grit his teeth and resist, using the gaps to recover his combat power. At this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly struck. By the time the Vermilion Bird Lord reacted, it was already too late. He couldn't even bother with the sharp pain from his shoulder because he discovered that another saint had appeared on the enemy's side. Then, accompanied by the Azure Dragon Lord's sinister laugh, another saint slowly materialized in the void. Only then did the Vermilion Bird Lord despairingly understand his situation. What he was about to face was the attack of a total of 5 saint realm experts, including the Azure Dragon Lord. The Azure Dragon Lord was still trying to persuade the Vermilion Bird King to give up resistance and surrender. But from the energy fluctuations emanating from the Vermilion Bird King's body, the Azure Dragon Lord knew that more words were useless. With a focused gaze, the four saint experts beside him attacked in unison. Four waves of energy converged into a terrifying chain. The target was aimed straight at the Vermilion Bird Lord. However, just as he was about to burn his lifespan for a desperate fight, he found that the fatal attack had been blocked. Bai Yuer, at the cost of her own life, used the divine fire's protection to heal her father's body. She herself took her last breath and collapsed to the ground. Watching his own daughter die in front of him while shielding him from an arrow, a terrifying pressure began to erupt from the Vermilion Bird King's body. On the other side, the Azure Dragon Lord was still scolding the four Saint Realm experts, blaming them for mistakenly killing Bai Yuer because she was the woman specifically requested by the Marquis. But fortunately, even if she was dead, she could be made into a puppet for reuse. At this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared. Immediately after, he was seen taking a heavy blow to the face. He was sent flying backward by a kick. The one who launched the attack was the rescued White Tiger Lord. The Black Tortoise Lord landed in front of the Vermilion Bird Lord. He wanted to say something comforting, but upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't bring himself to open his mouth. At this moment, an elixir of immortality appeared before him. Jun Zhangjian, in a commanding tone, shouted at the Vermilion Bird King, telling him to feed it to Bai Yuer immediately. After all this was done, everyone turned their attention to the surrounded Azure Dragon Lord. For whooshing sounds swiftly passed by. This made the White Tiger Lord and the others frown, which in turn made the Azure Dragon Lord laugh out loud. Facing five saints, what makes you think you have a chance of winning? The boy just casually waved his hand and split the earth in two, creating a chasm 10,000 zhang deep. A single sentence scared the lord of a nation into nearly wetting his pants. The reason was none other than the boy's name, Jun Xiaoyao. Just a moment ago, the soldiers of the four symbols' ancient kingdoms were still fighting each other. Blood had already stained half the sky. Watching the warriors of his own country fall one by one, the White Tiger Lord angrily turned to face the battlefield, instantly letting out a thunderous roar, and as the shock wave spread, the soldiers of the White Tiger Kingdom finally stopped their actions. But even if they wanted to stop now, it was too late, because the armies of all the kingdoms were completely entangled. Stopping now was no different from suicide. And just as the White Tiger Lord ordered his people to stop being pawns for the Azure Dragon Kingdom, a shockwave shot towards him. The moment he lowered his head, it whistled past, nearly taking his head off, facing the Azure Dragon Lord's frontal attack. He now had no time to manage the battlefield, accompanied by the Azure Dragon Lord's sinister laugh. A black-robed Saint Realm expert suddenly appeared behind him, pinned from both front and back. Even someone as strong as the White Tiger King could only choose to focus on defense. The Black Tortoise Lord on the side, though wanting to help, was also entangled with a Saint Realm expert of the same level, just like the Vermilion Bird King. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless and could only remind the White Tiger Lord not to get distracted. Seeing the situation begin to turn one-sided, the Azure Dragon Lord finally laughed and asked a question. He didn't understand why these people still put up a useless resistance when they clearly knew defeat was certain. However, what the Azure Dragon Lord didn't know was that when rescuing the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Lords from their imprisonment, Jun Zhangjian had already received a message from the Divine Child's Jade Slip, as long as they could hold off these few saints from the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The moment the 40,000 Jun family personal guards appeared, the victor of this battle would be reversed in an instant. Thinking of this, and seeing the Azure Dragon Lord's confused expression, the White Tiger Lord couldn't help but laugh out loud. And before the laughter even stopped, the Azure Dragon Lord looked up at the sky in disbelief. Immediately after, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from the horizon. The next second, it directly transformed into a terrifying chain of energy that shot straight down. While separating the battlefield, the earth was instantly split in two, becoming a chasm 10,000 zhang deep. Old Azure Dragon, we are all waiting for the Jun family's divine child. What are you waiting for? As soon as the words fell, people saw the person who had unleashed that terrifying strike as the smoke cleared. It was none other than the divine child of the Jun family, the head of the immortal domain, Jun Xiaoyao. With Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, countless figures began to descend from the sky onto the battlefield. Each of those figures was extraordinary in their attacks. They were the 40,000 personal guards of the June family, brought out by the divine child with special permission. Those ordinary soldiers on the battlefield looked at the June family's personal guards, who were slaughtering people like reaping hemp, as if they had seen ghosts. At this moment, a beastly roar that shook the heavens and the earth pulled them back to reality. Listen up, all of you. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the protection of the June family's divine child. Anyone who dares to attack again will not be spared. As the beastly roar gradually faded, the Azure Dragon Lord looked up and heard a voice that would give him nightmares for the rest of his life. Azure Dragon Lord, explain the current situation. If I am not satisfied, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will completely disappear from the desolate heaven immortal domain today. The blood-drinking Berserker Blade, demonstrating the divine child's status as the king of the immortal domain. The red-tasseled spear, forging the glory of the June family's personal guards. On the battlefield, they cut through all obstacles, invincible wherever they went. The ones who struck fear into the hearts of the enemy were none other than the June family's 4 personal guard units of the immortal domain: wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Seeing the situation instantly reverse with the sudden entry of the June family, the Azure Dragon King indignantly questioned, "Divine Child, what exactly do you want?" This question made the corners of June Xiaoyao's mouth curve up slightly. You were the one who started the war, and you were the one who was aggressive. Now you turn around and ask me what I want. I want to execute your entire clan. Do you agree? Hearing this, the Azure Dragon Lord could only grit his teeth and say, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. I have powerful backers too. I advise you not to be too presumptuous." However, unexpectedly, June Xiaoyao's reply was just a single sentence, and he raised his hand without hesitation. "If you're not arrogant, can you still be called a young man? Today, I'd like to see who in this desolate heaven immortal domain can withstand the wrath of me, June Xiaoyao." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely terrifying chain of energy instantly shot out from June Xiaoyao's hands. The target was aimed straight for the Azure Dragon Lord's true body. The moment he was hit head-on and smashed into the ground, the Azure Dragon Lord clearly recognized this move as the June family's immortal slaying sword art, one of the 5 great divine arts. However, such an attack was not enough to kill a Saint Realm expert. So when the Azure Dragon Lord came to his senses, he hurriedly began to flee into the distance. But how could June Xiaoyao let him have his way? A light suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a wave of his large hand, the primordial Imperial Dao sword was instantly unleashed, forming countless chains. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing Azure Dragon Lord. Recognizing this move as another one of the 5 great divine arts, even a Saint Realm expert as strong as the Azure Dragon King could only use his full strength to resist. At this moment, a sinister wind suddenly struck. The Vermilion Bird King seized the opportunity and launched a frontal attack on the Azure Dragon Lord. Coughing up blood, the Azure Dragon Lord shouted loudly. 2 black-robed saint experts from the Panwu Divine Dynasty flashed out. Their target was to launch a sneak attack on the Vermilion Bird King from behind. Fortunately, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kings intervened in time, allowing him to escape disaster. The expert was waiting for an opportunity, and just as he was about to be sneak attacked, it was June Xiaoyao again who reached out and suddenly clenched his fist. The moment the black-robed saint was restrained, June Wanjia, with the speed of lightning, unleashed a secret thunder technique, directly enveloping the black-robed saint completely. Then, something that shocked everyone happened. As the black-robed saint's mask fell off, what was revealed inside was actually a puppet body. Its eyes glowed with red light, as if it had received an order. Its figure rapidly descended, and as it landed on the ground, it grabbed the Azure Dragon Lord and fled into the distance. Before everyone could react, a dazzling brilliance flashed again above the battlefield. Then, as the light flickered, a golden dragon and a sentence slowly emerged. Divine child of the June family, what a grand display of power! However, June Xiaoyao chose to ignore him. At this moment, his attention was completely drawn to something else. "I say, clan brother, I'm young and inexperienced. If I'm not mistaken, is that a bed? Has flying on a bed become popular recently? At this time, listening to Jun Shuohuang's explanation from behind, everyone finally understood. According to the news sent back by Zhang Jian, the person behind the scenes is from the Panwu divine dynasty. It is said that there's indeed such a strange person in the Panwu divine dynasty. It should be the champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. This person's name is Yang Pan, known in the martial world as the public enemy of women. A stable boy in a prince's mansion, he was bullied since childhood. Just for misspeaking, he was thrown off a cliff. Unexpectedly, Yang Pan had a blessing in disguise and found a treasured sword. And this sword was one of the 3 divine swords forged by Emperor Panwu, the Pan Emperor's life sword. The first thing Yang Pan did after obtaining the power of the divine sword was to go back and slaughter the entire prince's mansion. However, despite committing such a heinous crime, the Panwu divine lord at the time not only did not punish him, but because of the Pan Emperor's life sword in his hand, he was promoted to champion marquis. From then on, Yang Pan became greedy for women, moody, and prone to killing. So he was later called the public enemy of women by the people of the immortal domain. At this time, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's disgusted expression, in the bed floating above, the champion Marquis Yang Pan was also watching him. To test him further, Yang Pan decided to provoke him first. His gaze shifted to the Vermilion Bird Lord as he said, with a sinister smile, "Old Vermilion Bird, this Marquis gave you a chance. As long as you hand over the compass fragment and submit to me, we can live in peace. I even specially permitted your daughter, who has already become someone else's lover, to enter my harem. What an honor it is to become my concubine. What are you still dissatisfied with?" As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Xiaoyao was about to make a move, but was suddenly stopped by Jun Shuohuang. She pointed to a spot not far away. The archers on the city wall had already drawn their bows. Then, tens of thousands of arrows were all shot towards Yang Pan. A group of ants dare to bare their fangs at this marquis. A light suddenly flashed in his hand, and the moment he swung it down, a large number of primordial chaos scatterhands with a terrifying aura rushed towards the city wall. Seeing this, the Vermilion Bird Lord couldn't sit still either. The power of the Saint Realm erupted, and the attack was intercepted midway. With just one move, he shattered the primordial chaos scatter hands into nothingness. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Lord took out the compass fragment. He stated that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom is small, and its people cannot bear the Marquis's favor. But if you insist on forcing us, we can only perish together. After speaking, he was about to crush the compass in front of him. Yang Pan roared in anger, and a sudden chill went down his back. Then, a chain of golden energy instantly enveloped him. The moment Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, the bed in the sky was instantly destroyed. My apologies. I can't help but make a move when I hear a dog barking wildly. Divine child of the Jun family. Do we have to make things so unpleasant? These words made Jun Xiaoyao laugh out loud. I say, Your Excellency, you look down on even Saint Realm experts, yet you are so polite to a Gi Realm cultivator like me. Could it be that you're afraid because my surname is Jun? Looking at it this way, you're just a good-for-nothing who bullies the weak and fears the strong. After being spoken to like this, even a king couldn't bear it. Yang Pan pointed his large hand. The secret technique, called Haoyang Finger, was instantly cast. But facing such an attack, Jun Xiaoyao just shook his head and laughed. Looking at your realm, you're only at the Gi realm. It's truly shameful at your age. What are you being so arrogant about? Tearing apart the 5 great saints of Panwu with his bare hands, stomping on the champion marquis of the divine dynasty, dominating the battlefield of 2 kingdoms with the power of 1 person. This is the gap between a genius and a monster. Facing the enemy's full-powered strike, Jun Xiaoyao smiled playfully. The moment he took out the spirit weapon, the god-slaying spear, he threw it directly at the shockwave. And this casual strike actually pierced through the barrier with ease. It shot straight towards the champion Marquis Yang Pan behind it. Because the god-slaying spear's speed was too fast, Yang Pan, who had no time to prepare, could only choose to block the attack with his hand. But the moment he touched the divine spear, it was too late for regrets. An irresistible force instantly sent him flying. It wasn't until the smoke gradually dispersed that the true body of Yang Pan, with his chest pierced by the divine spear, was revealed. At this moment, Jun Wanjie suddenly showed a look of doubt. Then, he stated without hesitation that this person was not Yang Pan's main body, because he had fought Yang Pan before. This person's greatest reliance is the Pan Emperor's life sword. But the person in front of him had no aura of that sort at all. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao still smiling cheekily, Yang Pan became flustered and exasperated, cursing out loud. Yun Xiaoyao, since you know this marquis is just a clone, you should understand how powerful my main body is. I advise you to stop now, while there's still time. These words made Jun Xiaoyao unable to help but laugh out loud. He took a light step forward. I say, you're truly pathetic. See those remains lying on the ground over there? Their highest cultivation was only at the Spirit Sea realm. To us, they're just ants. But even this group of ants dared to draw their swords against you. In contrast, someone as strong as you, the Marquis of Panwu, actually wants to use a main body far away to intimidate the enemy in front of you. You really are a piece of trash, even worse than an ant. At this moment, facing Jun Xiaoyao's mockery, Yang Pan could no longer sit still. With a loud shout, he was about to order the 5 great saint puppets he brought to attack. The kings of the 4 symbols' ancient kingdoms heard the sound and rushed over. While they were stopping the puppets' attacks, Jun Xiaoyao was still seen mocking Yang Pan, asking him if he knew the difference between the two of them. At this moment, seizing a gap that appeared in the sky, the Azure Dragon Lord flashed out, intending to launch a sneak attack. But an irresistible force suddenly appeared from the void. It instantly beheaded the Azure Dragon Lord in front of Yang Pan. I can represent the Jun family, but you, Yang Pan, cannot represent the Panwu Divine Dynasty. I guess what you were thinking was, as long as you suppress me without taking my life, the Jun family won't do anything to you. And you can still forcefully occupy the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and seize what you want. And just as Jun Xiaoyao was speaking, a scene that made Yang Pan despair occurred, because the few Saint Realm experts he brought were unexpectedly annihilated in the blink of an eye. A terrifying emotion had already filled Yang Pan's mind. He simply couldn't imagine that 5 Saint Realm experts would be so easily eliminated. Could it be that a Saint King was specifically protecting him? However, Jun Xiaoyao paid no attention to his shock. He just continued his verbal assault on his own. Unfortunately, your saint puppets can't suppress me. What's more, as long as I want, the Jun family will immediately declare war on the Panwu Divine Dynasty. There's no need for any reason at all. Only an ignorant fool like you would dare to show off in front of me. As his voice fell, flames instantly burst from his hand, and in a flash, Yang Pan's clone was reduced to ashes. Several wisps of divine sense quickly dispersed. After a long journey, the moment they returned to a palace, the aura that erupted from within nearly shattered the building. Yun Xiaoyao, I, Yang Pan, swear that I will be irreconcilable with you. These 4 palm-sized ancient bronze fragments were actually the culprits that almost led to the destruction of the 4 symbols' ancient kingdoms. The ridiculous thing is, no one knew what this object was. According to their limited memories, these fragments should be related to an ancient dynasty with an immortal force. And the leader of the dynasty was the founder of the 4 Symbols Empire, named the 4 Symbol Supreme. It is said that the 4 Symbol Supreme was once besieged by multiple forces in order to obtain this complete compass. In the end, he had no choice but to divide the compass into 4 pieces. From then on, they respectively became the heirloom of each king of the 4 symbols' ancient kingdoms. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then, he took out a fragment made of the same material as the bronze compass. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao also concluded that this complete bronze compass must be related to the legendary bronze Immortal Hall. However, hearing Jun Xiaoyao say this, in order not to be coveted by more experts, the few of them unanimously stated that this item would be given to Jun Xiaoyao as a life-saving gift. Jun Xiaoyao also understood that they were actually afraid of the tragedy of their kingdom's destruction repeating itself. So, he didn't expose them and just suddenly tapped on the table, telling them to first discuss who would manage the unified 4 symbols ancient kingdom. Not long after, the scene shifts to the bottom of a cliff in the back mountain, with a coin appearing in Jun Zhangjian's hand. The moment it was tossed into the air and landed, 2 graceful figures began to clash with all their might. Spiritual power gathered in by Yuer's hands, forming a ball of undying flame that shot straight into the sky towards its target. The moment of the explosion, Bai Yuer thought the battle was over. But after the smoke cleared, she discovered that Jun Linglong had not been hit at all. Instead, she had flown directly above the center of the explosion to evade it. Seeing several dazzling bolts of lightning condense, the lightning suddenly flashed and shot straight towards Bai Yuer's face in a neat line. Watching Bai Yuer, who could only defend with all her might, Jun Zhangjian was just about to clap his hands in applause when he was startled by the sudden appearance of Jun Xiaoyao. Hearing the divine child's question, he hurriedly replied that it was because Bai Yuer had taken the elixir of immortality. Not only had her body fully recovered, but her realm had also been enhanced. That's why she invited Jun Linglong for a spar. After the two finished their match, Jun Linglong called Jun Xiaoyao aside. She said that as the young master's handmaiden, she shouldn't have this thought. But she really didn't want to rely on the young master for everything. So she mustered the courage to request to leave for a period of time to train alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as her voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao agreed without any hesitation. He even told her to remember to take the sound-transmitting jade talisman when she left. If there was any trouble, she should call for backup immediately. At this moment, hearing Jun Linglong's thanks, Jun Xiaoyao not only didn't accept it, but instead became angry. I say, Comrade Linglong, we grew up together. Isn't it only natural for me to agree to you going out to train? But even though Jun Xiaoyao said it so casually, Jun Linglong understood in her heart that in this world where the strong are respected, perhaps only Jun Xiaoyao could be so carefree, indulgent, and free. Back when Jun Xiaoyao was still very young, the divine child had criticized Jun Linglong for kneeling to him. Ever since the phrase everyone is equal was spoken from the divine child's mouth, Jun Linglong understood that the divine child had always been an extraordinary person, and his way of thinking, which he took for granted, became what she yearned for the most. A few old kings, with a combined age of several hundred years, actually nominated a teenage girl to be the leader of the alliance. Even a mastermind behind the scenes and her best friend were involved. Therefore, Bai Yuer was forced to bite the bullet and compromise. However, it wasn't until she became the leader of the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom Alliance that she realized this was all a trap they had dug for her. Looking at the various memorials, post-war reconstruction plans, and casualty compensation reports being brought up, Bai Yuer finally understood the meaning of the word scapegoat. The scene shifts to a courtyard in the back mountain. At this moment, several Jun family sequences were laughing out loud about Yang Pan challenging the divine child. Even the usually calm Jun Wanjie couldn't understand how Yang Pan, who couldn't even beat him, dared to challenge the divine child to a duel at the Forbidden Pinnacle. After thinking it over, there was only one reason. He wanted to use the opportunity of the Panwu divine dynasty's eldest princess choosing a consort to step on the divine child and rise to prominence, while various forces were there to observe the ceremony. And just as they were discussing what choice the divine child should make, the figure of the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, appeared in their field of vision. I planned to go to the Panwu divine dynasty myself to accept his challenge. Clan brother, clan sister, what are your plans next? Hearing the divine child say he wasn't taking anyone with him, everyone was briefly stunned. Then, Jun Xiaohuang was the first to speak, saying she wanted to go to the lower realm for a trip. Seeing this, Jun Wanjie also chimed in, saying he would go with Xiaohuang. This way, the two of them could look out for each other. As soon as his voice fell, Jun Zhangjian suddenly stood up indignantly. Are you crazy? What was amusing was that they were well aware of the seriousness of the situation. They also knew that the Jun family had a special method to forcibly break through the dimensional wall. But the Jun family would only do this if the divine child wanted to descend to the lower realm. Therefore, the two had long been prepared to extract their immortal bones and descend to the mortal world with their flesh and blood bodies for a journey. Hearing this, Jun Zhangjian was helpless and could only look at Jun Xiaoyao. And although Xiaoyao knew that Jun Wanjie was probably willing to sacrifice himself because his sister was lost in the lower realm, he didn't know why Jun Xiaohuang would do so. Afterwards, listening to Jun Xiaohuang's words, he finally understood. Cultivators like them must have their own Tao in their practice. Once they deviate from it, their Tao heart will shatter and they will be unable to continue cultivating. But Jun Xiaohuang had not yet found her own Tao. and she said bluntly that everyone present at this moment, except for Jun Xiaoyao, did not have their own Tao. Rather than continuing to cultivate aimlessly in the immortal domain, it would be better to descend to the lower realm to find their own Tao. The price for this was worth paying. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but bow to Jun Xuehuang to express his admiration. Not long after, the few of them began to go their separate ways. No one knew what would happen when they met again. After the divine child also turned and left for the Panwu divine dynasty, only Jun Zhongjian was left, choosing to return to the Jun family with the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. The Azure Dragon Lord died in a single day, as his descendants in the rear spat out blood. He understood that the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom existed in name only, even though Shao Chun was hailed as the son of national destiny. And with the help of his ancestor's soul, he was destined to soar one day. But it ultimately couldn't overcome the Azure Dragon Lord's greed. He failed to unify the four kingdoms and instead brought disaster upon himself, leading to the tragic destruction of his kingdom. At this moment, due to Shao Chen's anger, demonic qi invaded his body and was on the verge of erupting. Fortunately, his ancestors' timely advice saved him from disaster. The only path before him now was to obtain the supreme dragon blood from the ancient nest. In addition, he could only seek revenge by seeking the help of Princess Wu Mingyue of the Panwu divine dynasty. Having come to his senses, Shao Chen didn't want to delay any longer. He was about to set off immediately to find the dragon blood, but was doused with cold water by his ancestor. The obstacle between you and Wu Mingyue is not Jun Xiaoyao, but the champion Marquis Yang Pan. The so-called public selection of a consort for the princess is just a guise for the Panwu divine dynasty to build up momentum for Yang Pan. Besides, if you really think about it, Yang Pan is the true culprit behind the fall of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. But there's good news now. That is, Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao have already scheduled a duel at the Forbidden Pinnacle. The two sides are incompatible, which gives us time to become stronger. The scene shifts to a secret realm of the Jiang family in the immortal domain. The family's carrier pigeon was sent to its targets, the Jiang family's saintess, Jiang Shengyi, and her younger sister, Jiang Luoli. Hearing that the Panwu divine dynasty would soon hold a martial arts competition to select a consort for the princess, Jiang Luoli's eyes instantly lit up. She cried and begged her sister to take her there to have fun, which left Jiang Shengyi helpless for a moment. Laughingly asked her if she also wanted to compete for the position of consort. Unexpectedly, Luoli's reply was just 2 words: watch the show. As soon as she finished speaking, Luoli's expression suddenly turned sorrowful, because her sister in front of her had been melancholic ever since returning from the Tianyuan Supreme hidden treasury. So she took this opportunity to quickly grasp her sister's hand, saying that if anything was on her mind, she could talk to her about it. She promised to keep it a secret and would absolutely not leak it to the old folks in the clan. Seeing this, Jiang Shengyi couldn't help but part her lips slightly. The Jiang family's current position among the 3 great families of the immortal domain is due to the family arranging marriages everywhere. From long ago until now, the Jiang family has not produced a single genius. This is why Jiang Shengyi hates her own incompetence, unable to free the Jiang family from the fate of relying on others to survive. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Luoli, who had been listening intently just a second ago, suddenly couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This comical scene made Jiang Shengyi seem helpless. Then, Luoli leaped to the ground and looked at Shengyi. "Sister, how old are you this year? If you treat me like a child, then you, who are only a few years older than me, should also be a child. A child should think about what a child should think about. Isn't it worrying needlessly for someone as young as you to bear the fate of the Jiang family? Besides, I consider myself a genius. The road ahead is long. Who can guarantee that the gears of fate won't turn?" The timeline moves to the territory of the immortal domain's Yi family. Hearing from an elder that he was sought out this time to attend a banquet in the Panwu divine dynasty, Yi Xingyun refused Uncle Fu without a second thought. It wasn't until he heard that Jun Xiaoyao and Yang Pan were going to have a duel at the banquet that he smiled, then suddenly changed his expression and agreed to the request. On a 1,000-year-old stone wall, drops of bright red blood dripped down. The blood stained a river, revealing a strange aura. This 100-meter-long river hidden beneath the cliff was actually formed entirely from the essence blood of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Such a massive opportunity was presented right before his eyes. If Shao Kahn were to refine this blood water now, then his realm would surely experience a qualitative leap in an instant. At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly interrupted Shao Kahn's thoughts. A huge shadow emerged, shrouded in a vast aura. It was a deep blue, ancient supreme giant dragon. By the time the Azure Dragon ancestor recovered from his shock, he flashed in front of the giant dragon, intending to let Shao Kahn escape quickly. Unexpectedly, not only did the Azure Dragon see through the Azure Dragon ancestor as a damaged soul remnant with a single glance, but also casually spat out a breath of dragon fire, directly capturing the old Azure Dragon in midair, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Shao Kahn, seeing his ancestor attacked, unleashed his spiritual power. Unexpectedly, he had no chance to make a move at all. As a strong and oppressive will was transmitted, Shao Kahn was instantly suppressed, unable to get up. It was only when it saw Shao Kahn still struggling desperately that the giant dragon spoke in a deep voice that, "Is this the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art? It must be because you stole the technique that you didn't receive the complete inheritance. You came here seeking the ancestral dragon bloodline, only to run into its master awakening. Tell me, don't you deserve to die?" As soon as it spoke, the giant dragon had already transformed into the appearance of a little girl. After laughing mockingly, she then offered Shao Kahn a carrot. "Little thief, how about we make a deal? You want my supreme dragon blood, don't you?" Hearing this sent a chill down Shao Kahn's spine. He gritted his teeth and questioned the dragon girl in return as powerful as a member of the primordial royal family. Why would you make a deal with a mortal? However, the dragon girl ignored Shao Kahn's question. She just said to herself that she had been asleep for a long time. She only needed the blood of 99 boys and girls to grant one of Shao Kahn's wishes. At these words, Shao Kahn immediately cursed out loud. Such a depraved and insane act. Even if you killed me, I, Shao, would never agree. Hearing Shao Kahn's righteous speech, the mockery on the dragon girl's face grew even stronger. How is it that a dragon wanting human blood is depraved and insane, but your human race wanting dragon blood is an act of righteousness? Have you forgotten your purpose for coming here, little thief? As soon as she spoke, the dragon girl floated down. Then, her body began to emit a strange aura. In the next second, she was about to bewitch Shao Kahn into a puppet for her use. At the critical moment, the Azure Dragon ancestor fortunately used all his strength to break free from his restraints and shouted at Shao Kahn. Only then did Shao Kahn awaken from the illusion, seeing that her plan was exposed. Strangely, the dragon girl just laughed a few times and then dissipated into the air without any warning. And listening to the ancestor's analysis, he finally understood. That giant dragon must have been just a divine sense. So, before she arrives, the urgent matter at hand is to quickly absorb the dragon blood. Fleeing this place is the best course of action. The scene shifts to the capital of the Panwu divine dynasty. At this moment, prodigies from various forces in all directions have gathered in the city. And the purpose of their trip, besides being invited to participate in the Panwu divine dynasty's competition to select a consort for the princess, was also to specially come and watch the world-shaking battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Yang Pan at the Forbidden Peak. And as the protagonist of the event, the divine child of the Jun family arrived on time, a great battle that would shock the immortal domain officially began. This is the capital of the Panwu divine dynasty, the center of a storm that is about to change the world's landscape. Yet, a fat orange cat unexpectedly became the focus. The moment the girl in purple took out a dried fish, the fat orange cat seemed to have recognized its owner. It began to wag its tail frantically to show goodwill. And just as the girl was about to take it home, the fat orange cat's owner suddenly spoke, nearly scaring her to death. "Good grief, I've been looking for you for ages and you've been hiding here? I say, shouldn't you be on a diet?" As he spoke, he looked at the girl with a hint of amusement. The two chatted for a bit and learned that Jun Xiaoyao was also invited to the banquet. Judging from Jun Xiaoyao's clothes and appearance, The girl instantly identified him as a rich person. She then quickly recommended herself, saying that she grew up in the imperial capital and there was nothing she didn't know. And to hire her as a guide only required 3 low-grade godly sources. You definitely won't lose out or be cheated. Thinking that he had just arrived and really didn't know the place, Jun Xiaoyao simply agreed to the girl's request, and he took out a golden supreme grade godly source that, my goodness, what is this? It's so dazzling. It's about to blind my eyes. These words almost made the divine child laugh out loud. After thinking for a moment, he asked which forces had shown their faces in the imperial capital these past few days. At this, the girl pondered for a moment, then picked 2 examples with the most prominent backgrounds to talk about. They were the Wang family of the Northern Land and the myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Among them, the Wang family of the Northern Land was the most mysterious. It is said that their family is located in the far north of the immortal domain and occupies more than 30 Taoist prefectures. And the most talked about figure is none other than the Wang family's young emperor, Wang Tong. As soon as she finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao almost choked on his water. Who are you talking about? My son Wang Tong has the potential of a great emperor. Are you talking about him? Haha, young master, you're really amazing. How did you know the young emperor's father often says that? At this moment, a strange presence was suddenly felt from not far away, causing Jun Xiaoyao to instantly retract his smile. Then, a young man in blue appeared at the edge of his vision. As Jun Xiaoyao reached out to pull the girl behind him, the young man in blue walked towards them. His footsteps finally stopped right in front of the divine child. Unexpectedly, the boy's next words directly stunned the divine child. Young Master Xiaoyao, long time no see. Hey, hold on, brother, who are you? Do you know me? She was originally the daughter of Marquis Qin Tian of the Panwu divine dynasty. But because her mother was a peerless beauty, she was coveted by the champion Marquis, Yang Pan. Her father's resistance failed, and instead, his entire family was massacred. Her mother even committed suicide for love and was dismembered and fed to wild dogs. Now, the bones of the deceased have already decayed in the wilderness, but the perpetrator still holds a high position in court, enjoying wealth and glory. After lurking in the royal capital for many years, Qin Xian finally waited for the person who could help her get revenge. At first, looking at this seemingly cynical young master before her, she didn't think much of it, until a young man named Yi Xingyun suddenly appeared. The two confirmed each other's identities. Only then did Qin Xian realize who the 2 people standing before her were. The top geniuses of the immortal domain's 3 great families. Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family, the divine child of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Because their last encounter had left him deeply shocked, Yi Xingyun specially sought out Jun Xiaoyao, wanted to have another friendly spar to test the results of his cultivation over the past 2 years. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao directly agreed to the request, which made Yi Xingyun feel like backing out. He said that he heard the divine child was going to fight Yang Pan at the Forbidden Peak, so the matter of a friendly spar should wait until after the great battle to conserve energy. These words immediately made Jun Xiaoyao laugh out loud. Brother Xingyun, no need to worry. What is that Yang Pan that he's worthy of me conserving my strength? Besides, aren't we just having a friendly spar? It's not a life-and-death battle. Let's find a place to practice now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xingyun was clearly still a bit taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's arrogance. But on second thought, the person speaking was already as strong as a demon venerable. So he didn't say anything more and just looked at Qin Xian. Then, the 2 were taken to a hill not far from the royal capital. Suspecting that he lost the last match because he misused his divine abilities, Yi Xingyun proposed that this match would not compare spiritual power, only techniques. The rules were simple. As long as he wasn't caught, it would be a win. Xiaoyao let out a wicked laugh, and the 2 instantly took their stances. He easily dodged Yi Xingyun's frontal attack. As Xiaoyao charged up a counterattack, their fists suddenly collided. The sheer pressure generated from just the physical collision was enough to refresh Qin Xian's understanding of what a genius was. This also completely solidified Qin Xian's conviction, convinced that Jun Xiaoyao must be the one who could help her get revenge. And within a few dozen seconds, she was lost in thought. The battle was already over. The first thing that came into view was Yi Xingyun, panting heavily with blood flowing. Next were the battle scars left by their exchange, which were simply shocking. Here we go. In the last episode, we mentioned that after the recent battle, Yi Xingyun suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in a broken arm. But the pain of setting his own bone couldn't suppress the shock in his heart, because when his fists collided with Jun Xiaoyao's, he clearly felt as if he was fighting against an iron rod. But fortunately, he met Jun Xiaoyao this time. Making progress compared to the last match was enough. On the other hand, the Divine Child saw his confusion and didn't hide anything. He stated frankly that this was the inheritance he obtained in the Tianyuan Supreme Hidden Treasury. Then, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist and looked at Xingyun again. To be honest, I don't know how much this inheritance has strengthened my physical body. So, taking this opportunity, Brother Xingyun, do you dare to take a full-powered punch from me? As soon as he spoke, Yi Xingyun not only showed no fear, but laughed out loud instead. I say, Divine Child, is this your acknowledgement of me? Since you think so highly of me, what's the harm in risking my life to accompany a gentleman? The moment he cast an appreciative gaze at Yi Xingyun, both sides unleashed their auras, and their spiritual power surged wildly. As the shadow of a fist slowly appeared in a defensive position before his chest, Jun Xiaoyao's full-powered strike was about to arrive. A terrifying explosion instantly rang out. When the smoke cleared, a bottomless black hole appeared impressively behind Yi Xingyun. Seeing that Yi Xingyun had actually withstood the attack, Jun Xiaoyao was just about to praise him, but unexpectedly, Yi Xingyun plopped right down on the ground and looked at the Divine Child with some lingering fear. I say, young Master Xiaoyao, I can't hold on anymore. You truly are formidable. If you used your recent physique as a base to cast divine abilities, I'm afraid Yang Pan wouldn't even be able to take one move, right? After speaking, he looked at the medicinal pill the Divine Child took out. Yi Xingyun swallowed it without hesitation, saying that he had also been lucky enough to receive some inheritance recently you know that in this world, some people can coincidentally awaken the memories of their past lives? Well, I'm one of those cases. Although I'm still not sure who exactly my past life was, he left me a star palace. Whenever I enter a dream, I can glimpse a corner of that star palace, and thus receive the inheritance from my past life. And as far as I know, Yi Guchen of the Yi family, who is known as the reincarnation of the Sword Devil, is in a similar situation to mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Child closed his eyes. If I said I also awakened my past life's memories, would you believe me? Such big news startled Yi Xingyun. He hurriedly asked the Divine Child, do you know who your past life was? However, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao say he was just an ordinary passerby, Yi Xingyun didn't believe it at all. He thought the Divine Child was joking with him. At this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past, accompanied by falling parasol tree leaves. The source of a loud cry was a golden-feathered phoenix. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's confusion, Yi Xingyun smiled and said this phoenix should be from the myriad phoenix spirit mountain. They, along with the ancestral dragon nest, belong to the primordial royal family. It is said that a phoenix will not perch on anything but a parasol tree. That's why they scatter parasol tree leaves wherever they go to announce their presence. At this point, Zixuan also saw that the place this phoenix was heading to was not the imperial city, but the immortal Jade Pavilion. It's said that recently, the heavenly Zither maiden of the immortal dance Zither sect has been holding a Zither competition there. Whoever can defeat her will receive 300 immortal sources as a reward. These words immediately made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes light up. He immediately extended an invitation to Yi Xingyun. Brother Xingyun, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to play the Zither. It's enough to just go watch the fun and cheer for me. This was a Zither competition without the smoke of gunpowder. Someone as strong as the Nine Heaven Zither Maiden had challenged everyone in the imperial capital without a single defeat. Unexpectedly, in the end, a reckless youth stole the show. Because the instrument the Divine Child took out was one of a kind in this world. He actually demonstrated rock and roll and clubbing in a cultivation world. Just a moment ago, outside the immortal Jade Pavilion, people were all discussing the heavenly Zither Maiden's fame and achievements. When speaking of her appearance, they would blush and talk loudly. As the saying goes, everyone has a love for beauty. It was rumored that even the young master of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce and the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty were among her pursuers. When Jun Xiaoyao and the others entered the venue, it was already packed with people. Everyone wanted to be the first to see the heavenly Zither Maiden's true face. The sound of the Zither descended, and the main character appeared. When the heavenly zither maiden's appearance was revealed to everyone, her unique and ingenious attire truly made everyone gasp in amazement, feeling refreshed. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out that today's zither competition begins now. Are there any challengers to step forward? As soon as the words fell, the moment a jade-like hand was raised, golden wings instantly unfurled. Then, she turned into a streak of golden light, and in the next second, landed straight in the center of the stage. Come on, let me see just how good the so-called number one zither master of the immortal domain's younger generation really is. As the heavenly zither maiden's eyes narrowed slightly, everyone recognized a newcomer as Feng Qingling of the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. As the competition officially began, a melodious zither sound slowly flowed from the heavenly zither maiden's hands. Following the artistic conception of the zither music, everyone became immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Only Jun Xiaoyao heard something different. Isn't this the song of rainbow skirt and feather dress? Although he knew this piece was the foundation of the immortal dance zither sect, it was certainly beautiful. But playing this piece on such an occasion still made Jun Xiaoyao sigh. However, when he heard Feng Qingling's zither music, he almost burst out laughing, because this piece was called Phoenix Seeks Phoenix. Its meaning tells the story between two women. Not long after, with the snapping of a zither string, the two finally ended this farce. After conceding defeat, Feng Qingling turned coolly and left the scene. Before Yi Xingyun could react, Jun Xiaoyao leaped up in front of everyone, landing directly in the center of the stage and looking at the heavenly zither maiden. I wish to challenge you. I wonder if the young lady still has the strength? Just as the heavenly zither maiden accepted the challenge, the scene erupted in an uproar. Even Feng Qingling, who had just left the stage, widened her eyes in surprise, because everyone saw Jun Xiaoyao take out an unheard-of musical instrument, muttering rock and roll and clubbing. He then entered a self-reminiscing mode, a top genius from a cultivation family. Now looked at zither scores instead of the art of war. Anyone who heard him play the zither couldn't help but stop in their tracks, because the boy's playing was truly awful. Even his own grandfather advised him to give up. This isn't playing the zither, this is fluffing cotton. However, seeing how much his grandson loved it, the grandfather could only introduce him to a mysterious master of the Jun family. It was said that this person was not only Jun Xiaoyao's Tao protector, but also happened to be an ancient saint who achieved the Tao through the zither. When the two met, the master only asked Xiaoyao one question. Do you know what piece I was just playing? Then, to the master's surprise, Jun Xiaoyao clearly looked like a complete novice of the zither. Yet unexpectedly, he could understand the meaning of the music, so much so that the master actually gave his own zither to Xiaoyao and asked him to play a piece immediately. And even though he had no confidence, Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid. So, a sound comparable to the most awful zither music in history instantly came from Xiaoyao's hands. Unexpectedly, after hearing it, the master not only didn't get angry, but instead got up and came before him. An introverted instrument like the zither is not suitable for you, because your heart is too flamboyant. Every note under your fingers seems to be shouting, wild, unrestrained, and love for freedom. The scene shifts from a memory back to reality, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's figure, which was the center of attention, and the instrument he took out that no one had ever seen before, the guitar. People couldn't help but gasp in shock. That series of inspiring string sounds, compared to contemporary zither art, was like a different world, simply an epic-making advancement. From Jun Xiaoyao's guitar music, they seemed to hear burning flames, roaring to break out of the body's confines. Such a wild desire was clearly out of place in this cultivation world. But that unprecedented impulse for freedom made all the people present, who had been toiling in cultivation, open their hearts and jump up. They began to dance and sway along with Jun Xiaoyao. Only at this moment did Yi Xingyun understand. Jun Xiaoyao asking him to cheer for him beforehand was not without reason. So, Xiaoyao, you weren't just bragging. You really are a formidable, epic-making, and extraordinary figure. This girl started learning the zither at the age of 3. At the age of 5, she successfully joined the immortal dance zither sect, but from then on, she completely lost her smile. Until today, after hearing the unheard of and inspiring guitar music, not only did she, who is as strong as the #1 person in the immortal dance zither sect, voluntarily concede, but she also revealed a smile she hadn't shown in years. Even all the audience members, after listening to the piece played by Jun Xiaoyao, gave him a thumbs-up one after another, clamoring for him to hold a solo concert before they would be satisfied. According to the rules of the competition, the heavenly zither maiden kept her promise and presented the 300 immortal sources in full. But just as Jun Xiaoyao was gladly accepting the reward, the heavenly zither maiden bowed and was about to make a presumptuous request to Jun Xiaoyao when an explosion suddenly sounded from behind her. However, what no one expected was that Feng Qingling caused such a commotion for no other reason than to become his disciple and learn his skills so she could go out and show off. At this point, the scene became awkward for a moment, but even though everyone was speechless at Feng Qingling, she alone was enjoying herself. And what gave everyone an even bigger headache was that Jun Xiaoyao actually started acting Chinibyu along with Feng Qingling, while putting on the air of a teacher. He even gave Feng Qingling a blueprint for making a guitar. Damn, birds of feather really do flock together. I say, Feng Qingling, have you got it straight? The 9 heavens zither maiden came first. Can you move back a bit? And just as the few of them were talking freely, from within a private room on the 2nd floor, an angry curse suddenly rang out. Damn it, who is this kid? How dare he come and ruin my show? It turned out the two sitting upstairs were the 3rd prince of the Panwu divine dynasty and the young master of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce, who also liked the 9 heavens zither maiden. At this moment, compared to the 3rd prince's explosive temper, the young master of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce appeared unusually calm. He even advised the 3rd prince that it was best not to provoke the people downstairs. Seeing this, the 3rd prince thought he knew the identity of the people below. Unexpectedly, the young master of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce only said it was all just his intuition. These words further strengthened the 3rd prince's hatred. Even if he is the successor of an immortal lineage, I am not afraid. I am still a prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. I swear here today that I will make that kid downstairs pay the price for today's events. The scene shifts to a courtyard in the eastern part of the imperial capital at night. Dressed in plain clothes and without makeup, she received her guest for tea. The 9 heavens zither maiden was ecstatic to see Jun Xiaoyao arrive as promised. Young master, your willingness to come to this appointment is this humble girl's greatest honor. You seem to have a question for me. Since I took your immortal sources, I should naturally answer your doubts. As soon as he spoke, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fall upon her, the 9 heavens zither maiden explained that the clothes she wore during the day were her formal attire. She only dressed like that when performing in public. Speaking of which, she seemed to think of something else and began to ask softly, Divine child, how did you know I had doubts in my heart? Naturally, it was zither music told me. By the way, miss, why did you hold this zither competition? She was known as the most beautiful disciple of the immortal dance zither sect, but now she was troubled by the simultaneous pursuit of 2 men. Whether it was the Panwu divine dynasty or the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce, in front of these 2 behemoths, either one was an existence that her immortal dance zither sect could not afford to offend. One day, these 2 young masters came up with an idea, which was to jointly give 300 immortal sources to the heavenly zither maiden as a gift. One must know that this was a full 300 supreme grade immortal sources. Even for an ordinary immortal force, this was not a small number. But the heavenly zither maiden understood the trickery involved. If she accepted this gift, she would become the young master's plaything. That's why the heavenly zither maiden used these 300 immortal sources as a prize to hold this competition. Jun Xiaoyao took a sip of tea and smiled, indicating that he had known for a long time that the heavenly zither maiden never intended to win the competition, because the song of rainbow skirt and feather dress that she played is the foundational piece of the immortal dance zither sect. But this piece only displays its greatest effect when played by multiple people in coordination. So, the heavenly zither maiden played this piece merely to be perfunctory. Hearing this, the heavenly zither maiden sighed, silently turning her head to look at the moon, her lips slightly parted. Tonight, hearing your piece filled my heart with a long-lost sense of exhilaration. In contrast, my pieces are decadent music. Do you believe it? This is not the Tao of the zither that I want to pursue at all. At this moment, before she could finish speaking, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly took out his guitar again. While playing, he told the heavenly zither maiden, "A senior once taught me not to be bound by form. The Tao of the zither is not about playing the instrument, but playing the heart. It is also the heart of the cultivator." As he spoke, that incredibly familiar music sounded again. But what was different was the zither intent contained within. It was completely different from the song of rainbow skirt and feather dress she played. Only at this moment did the heavenly zither maiden truly understand. The greatest music has the faintest sound. It's not about the piece, but the state of mind. The scene shifts to not far from Jun Xiaoyao's residence. At this moment, Yi Xingyun was following the yellow cat, thinking about how he was going to live with a man for the next few dozen days. Yi Xingyun was wondering whether to refuse in a moment. Shadows suddenly appeared one after another. Then, several abnormally tall men in black came into view. Because the divine child had answered her questions and resolved her doubts, the heavenly zither maiden wanted to have him stay the night to ease her mind. Unexpectedly, she was cruelly rejected. Helpless, she could only warn the divine child to be careful when going out at night, as there was a lot of traffic. Unexpectedly, the reply she got was mere snakes, insects, rats, and ants are no threat. On the way back, hearing a sound in the grass, Yun Xiaoyao smiled. Sure enough, before he had gone far, a black shadow suddenly appeared, swinging a curved blade directly at him. However, the sound of flesh being pierced was not heard. With just one move, Jun Xiaoyao instantly subdued the black shadow, pinning him under his foot. Blood kills sword art. Are you an assassin from the heavenly ghost realm? These words made the black shadow's heart tremble. One must know that on the surface, Jun Xiaoyao only had the strength of the Unity realm. How could he completely suppress him, a Dao fusion realm expert, with his aura alone? Immediately, the black shadow got up again without a word, his eyes filled with red light. In the next second, he instantly fired several energy chains, but they were once again easily blocked by Jun Xiaoyao. And this time, before he could recover, his arm was grabbed by the divine child. Then he smiled and looked at the man in black. Did I say, buddy, the night is dark and the road is slippery. Aren't you afraid of accidents on the road, bringing so many little friends with you? As he spoke, countless footsteps sounded. Dozens of figures walked out of the darkness, tacitly surrounding Jun Xiaoyao in the center. At this moment, inside Jun Xiaoyao's residence, the person thrown on the ground, screaming in pain, was the guide temporarily hired by the divine child, Qin Xian. When she raised her head to look at her captor, she finally recognized him. The person was someone who called Yang Pan his brother, even the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty, who had repeatedly covered up his crimes. The third prince had only one goal on this trip. That was to capture Qin Xian and find out Jun Xiaoyao's true identity. However, seeing that Qin Xian seemed very uncooperative, he glanced at the person beside him. A subordinate understood the hint, lifted his foot, and went to stomp directly on Qin Xian. But just at this critical moment, as a golden light flashed, something unexpected happened. The subordinate was suddenly killed in a single blow, and the one who launched the attack was unexpectedly the little kitten Qin Xian had been petting all along. Then, it suddenly transformed from a tiny creature into a golden-maned lion and even spoke human language. You've come at the perfect time. I've been worried all day. I was just looking for a place to vent. I'll have to thank you all properly in a bit. He was originally a decisive and ruthless leader of shadow assassins, but now he was being played with by a child. Clearly, everyone's cultivation realm was higher than this child's. Yet, they were completely crushed in return, and there was only one reason. That was because this child was named Xiaoyao, and his surname was Jun. After noticing the strange gaze, Jun Xiaoyao realized there was a survivor. He walked over, patted his head, and smiled. Looks like you're the only one left alive. You're quite tough. Are you their leader? By the way, who sent you to assassinate me? As soon as he spoke, he saw the assassin had an expression of someone ready to face death. This made Jun Xiaoyao clap his hands and laugh out loud. Why apologies, I was being offensive. This is your professional integrity, I understand. So, sorry about this, but I'll just use you for practice. After speaking, Jun Xiaoyao placed his hand directly on the assassin's forehead. Along with a painful scream, a memory fragment appeared out of thin air. It was the heavenly blessing Jun Xiaoyao received when he broke the ancient Mount Tai steel at the age of 3, creating the eternal ultimate realm. It was this very technique, called the chaotic divine grinding visualization, a powerful method capable of refining the soul. This technique can drag a person's primordial spirit into chaos. After experiencing the repeated torture of chaos, almost no one can resist this temptation from chaos. Anyone who falls for it has only one fate, that is to be assimilated by chaos. At this moment, the assassination leader's thoughts were as smooth and silky as head-shoulder shampoo. So, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's soul-searching question again, he unhesitatingly revealed the person who sent them on the assassination mission. It was His Highness, the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. The people from a myriad treasure chamber of commerce, however, did not choose to cooperate. Watching the red-clothed leader dance around, lost in his own world, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and then sighed. Including Yang Pan, he knew clearly that this Panwu divine dynasty, from top to bottom, seemed to treat others' lives as a joke. Then, thinking of something else, he felt relieved. Because this world is just like that, with neither law nor heavenly principles. Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss, so there's no need to get angry. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao made a satisfying decision. After things here were settled, he would hang the third prince on the city wall. The spot would be right next to Yangpan. Soon after, the scene shifted to Jun Xiaoyao's temporary residence. Looking at the devastated scene of the fight and listening to the nine-headed lion's explanation, he finally understood. It turned out the third prince had arrived early to capture Jun Xiaoyao. Unexpectedly, he was severely injured by the nine-headed lion, forcing out the third prince's Tao protector, which allowed him to escape with his life. The timeline moves to the day of the banquet a few days later. The Jun family's banners fluttered in the wind. That unique aristocratic air made all the guards at the gate exclaim in surprise. Afraid of offending this great figure, they quickly let them pass. In contrast to the crowd's admiration, this shadowy figure spat on the ground with extreme disgust. His small action was caught by the gate guards. They hurriedly stopped him and demanded he remove his hat for inspection. "Why didn't you stop the convoy just now, but you stopped me instead?" As soon as he spoke, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. I say, "Buddy, do you know who that was?" That was the convoy of the ancient Jun family. You dare compare yourself to them? Hearing this, the shadowy figure wasted no more words. The moment he took off his hat, an extremely terrifying pressure instantly emanated. The guard leader thought a prodigy from some immortal force had arrived, and the rumored Shamong divine spear made everyone present extremely envious. But as the protagonist, Yang Pan didn't care about their gazes. Faced with this differential treatment, especially when compared to the Jun family, he was so hateful at this moment that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. But at the same time, he understood that these days would soon be over. Because as long as he could successfully become the son-in-law of the Panwu divine dynasty, by then, both Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao would be trampled under his feet. Gongs and drums sounded, and firecrackers crackled. A sea of people gathered just to witness the grand event of the princess choosing a husband. At this moment, the imperial city of the Panwu divine dynasty was filled with guests from all over. People were discussing which force would stand out at this banquet. However, the main character of the event felt no excitement whatsoever. A handmaiden finished her makeup. She wanted to kindly remind the princess to be happy on her big day. But beneath the magnificent and noble exterior was a face completely devoid of emotion. Seeing this, the handmaiden couldn't help but jest. "Your Highness, you don't have to be too disappointed. Among those young talents, there might be someone worthy of the princess." However, Wu Mingwen knew very well in her heart. The reason her royal father was holding this grand banquet to select a husband for the princess was to pave the way for champion Marquis Yang Pan, using her to completely bind Yang Pan to the royal faction of the Panwu divine dynasty. And all of this was because of the Pan Huang sword of life in his hands. At the same time, Xiao Chun was listening to his ancestors' explanation. He learned that the Pan Huang sword of life was the Tao-proving imperial weapon of the great Emperor Panwu back then. As they say, one move of an imperial weapon can shatter the universe. In other words, imperial weapons are the very foundation of the great immortal forces. But even someone as powerful as Great Emperor Panwu would never have thought his descendants would be so incompetent. Not only did they split the perfectly good Panhuang sword into 3 pieces during an internal struggle, but they also lost all 3 fragments. It wasn't until Yang Pan appeared with 1 fragment that they finally got a clue about the imperial weapon again. So, the Panwu Divine Lord doesn't necessarily think that highly of Yang Pan. His ultimate goal is just to use him to find the other fragments. Therefore, as long as Shao Chun can obtain a fragment or snatch the Panhuang sword fragment from Yang Pan's hands, he can also replace Yang Pan and become the champion marquis. By then, it would be much more natural to marry his beloved princess Mingwei. The scene shifts to the banquet square. As the ceremonial music was playing, a piercing sound suddenly rang out. The one making the noise was Feng Qingling of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. After she got the guitar from Jun Xiaoyao, no one around her had a good night's sleep for half a month. Whenever someone was about to explode in anger, Feng Qingling would always defuse the crisis with a coquettish offensive. But this time, being so embarrassing in public, he really couldn't take it anymore. So the first body slam of his life was dedicated to Feng Qingling. On the other side, on a back mountain of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled slightly. Hearing that the time had come, he smiled. Perfect timing. I should go to my appointment too. His words immediately drew a questioning look from the girl in purple. This made the 9-headed lion laugh heartily. You don't know yet, do you? There's an appointment with a scoundrel at the Forbidden Pinnacle. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Yang Pan's death anniversary is not far off. The war drums beat, displaying the style of the ancient Panwu. The vast crowds showed the heritage of the Divine Dynasty's nobility. And among the crowd, celebrating the Panwu Divine Dynasty's martial contest for a husband, a beautiful, elven, anime-like girl stood out. Since it had been a long time since she first attended the Jun family banquet, Jiang Xingyi looked at the exceptionally lively Jiang Luoli and was about to remind her, telling her sister not to lose the Jiang family's decorum while out, when she was suddenly bumped into maliciously. The moment she fell, she looked up and saw clearly. What met her eyes was a smug and devilishly charming face. Terrified, she clawed at the man's face. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyi was about to scold her sister. But after seeing the man, she suddenly laughed. It turned out the person deliberately teasing Luoli was none other than young master Jun Zhangjian, whom she had met once at the Jun family estate. Immediately, Jiang Xingyi's gaze began to look behind him. This made Jun Zhangjian smile, indicating that the Divine Child had not come with the Jun family convoy. But knowing the Divine Child's character, he would certainly not miss the appointment. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Luoli's face suddenly darkened. What, is that kid really planning to compete for this position of son-in-law? He knows he has a marriage contract with me. He's got some nerve. Her words made her sister chuckle, while Jun Zhangjian naturally didn't dare to casually answer her question, only able to lower his head with an awkward smile. Just then, a figure came up behind Jiang Luoli with great excitement. Unexpectedly, in response to Yi Xingyun's fawning, he was met with a "Who are you?" Although this moment caused Yi Xingyun to lose all face, out of affection, he still wanted to show Luoli the zither skills he had learned from Jun Xiaoyao these past few days. But before he could finish speaking, an invisible pressure appeared. Everyone present could almost hear it in their hearts. As the sound of footsteps gradually approached, people finally saw the identity of the person who had arrived. It was the absolute protagonist of this banquet, the Panwu Divine Dynasty's champion marquis, Yang Pan. His suit of heavenly horn divine armor and the rumored Shamong divine spear made everyone present extremely envious. But as the protagonist, Yang Pan didn't care about their gazes. He looked around, but didn't see Jun Xiaoyao, thinking the Divine Child didn't dare to accept the appointment. It wasn't until he heard Jiang Luoli's words that his smile vanished. He looked like a big beetle, ha. Hearing this, Yang Pan was about to burn with rage. However, after seeing Jiang Luoli's exquisite face, his true color showed, and he nearly drooled. His wicked gaze made Jiang Luoli's hair stand on end, just as she was about to curse him. Yi Xingyun stepped in and blocked him. And looking at Jiang Luoli and Yi Xingyun's posture, it looked like a provocation, like they were flirting. Yang Pan finally couldn't hold back his impulse. Light gathered as he raised his hand and fired a shockwave, aiming straight for the two of them. The boy's confession was met with a sneak attack. In a crisis, he could only push the girl away, but he never expected the power of this blow. The energy it contained nearly took his life. The sudden attack caught Yi Xingyan off guard, as the power of the stars quickly gathered. In the next second, he charged directly towards the perpetrator. But what he got in return was a heartless taunt. "Fighting against me, Yang Pan, you advance instead of retreating? You're very brave, huh? But to just charge straight at me like this is a bit too careless, don't you think?" By the time Yi Xingyan reacted, it was already too late. The energy chain from a sneak attack just now had actually reversed direction, shooting straight for Yi Xingyan's back. At this moment, some of the more experienced people had already recognized that the weapon Yang Pan was using was the divine weapon, the Shanmong divine spear. And just as everyone thought Yi Xingyan was about to die on the spot, a golden light not only descended from the sky and precisely blocked the divine spear's attack, but also bound Yi Xingyan along the way, yanking him out of the battlefield. As a devastatingly powerful force loomed, people couldn't help but look up at the sky. Then, to Yang Pan's shock, that beam of light instantly shot down, landing straight in front of Yang Pan without any hesitation. As people exclaimed at its power, the smoke cleared and they finally saw. The person who had arrived was the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, compared to Yi Xingyan's ecstasy, Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, twisted his body and kept taunting him that I say, "Brother Xingyun, it's only been a few days. How did you get so pathetic? You were almost taken out in 2 moves. I can't even bear to watch." At this time, Jiang Luoli, standing nearby, thought for a moment. From Jun Xiaoyao's body language, it wasn't hard to tell that he was the Jun family's young master she had met only once and was engaged to. But Jun Xiaoyao's comical behavior was truly too unsightly, so much so that Jiang Luoli directly ignored him and walked towards Yi Xingyan. With a wave of her small hand, she sent out purple energy, first healing Yi Xingyan's wounds. Then, she issued a solemn warning, stating that she would deal with that big beetle herself. "You don't need to stand in front of me to protect me. So, I don't owe you anything, and I won't be grateful, understand?" This choking logic immediately made Jun Xiaoyao grin, just as he was wondering how Yi Xingyan would handle this. Unexpectedly, after Yi Xingyan got up, he wasn't angry, but instead blushed. He said that the reason he stood up was not to get anything in return, but so that his own Tao heart would not be shaken that I did this willingly. "So, Miss Lolly, you don't need to mind it." Goosebumps. But before she could speak, a strong sense of crisis instantly spread throughout the entire square. "Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless villain. You actually launched a sneak attack. Have you no shame?" Yang Pan's words left Yi Xingyan and Jiang Luoli completely speechless. "Wait, wasn't it this guy who sneak attacked us before? How does he have the face to say Jun Xiaoyao launched a sneak attack? He was the champion marquis of a generation's dynasty. But now he was slapped into a crack in the ground by a child in 1 move, and he was complaining that the other person didn't play by the rules and launched a sneak attack. But everyone saw it clearly. It was the marquis who sneak attacked first, which led to the subsequent humiliation." Laughter came from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Yang Pan could no longer bear the impulse in his heart. He swore to make him die without a burial place. Unexpectedly, what he got in return was another heartless taunt. "I say, buddy, I've heard that too many times. I'm standing right here now. If you have the guts, kill me, huh?" Just as Yang Pan was about to make a move, an angry shout suddenly rang out, and only then did he stop his action. The person who arrived was the ruler of the Panwu divine dynasty, as well as the protagonist of this banquet, the Panwu princess, Wu Mingwei. Seeing the ruler step in to stop it, Yang Pan could only grit his teeth and swallow this bitter pill. At this time, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air, landing separately in the center of the square. After everyone was in position, spiritual energy surged from their hands as they slammed them onto the ground. In a second, as the ground churned, a martial arts arena appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had no time to admire this grand sight. "I say, young master, shouldn't you go and say hello to the young lady of the Jiang family? Besides, the elders from both families are over there." After hearing what Jun Zhangjian said, Jun Xiaoyao bowed slightly to the elders as a sign of respect. Then, he looked at Jiang Xingyi. "Doubt it's been a while. Have you been well?" As soon as he spoke, it made Jiang Shengyi smile slightly. Long time no see. It seems our Xiaoyao has improved his cultivation quite a bit. And while the two were talking, Jiang Luoli wanted to quietly slip out of sight into a blind spot, but she was eventually dragged out. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao was older than Jiang Luoli, so she should be the one to greet him. Brother Xiaoyao, I've missed you so much. Oh my god, that's so cringy. I think it's better if you don't miss me. The scene shifts to the main hall. The Panwu ruler sat upright. He scanned his surroundings and then looked behind him. Learning that the third prince was unwell and had gone to another palace to rest, Jun Xiaoyao cursed him as a useless thing. After a moment's hesitation, he turned his head again. Go. It's your turn to show your face. Hearing this, Wu Mingwei first bowed in respect. Then, with light steps, she caused the crowd below to exclaim in amazement. And among them, Xiao Qin's feelings were the most complicated. I am Wu Mingwei, the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. I sincerely thank all you distinguished guests for attending this banquet. As soon as she finished speaking, the stunningly beautiful Wu Mingwei caused the crowd below to erupt. Only Xiao Chun nearly ground his teeth to dust. Panwu ruler, you old scoundrel. What kind of martial contest to choose a husband is this? This is basically parading your own daughter like a cabbage for bidding and selling. At this moment, the Panwu ruler stood up and suddenly raised his arms high. Today is the day my daughter chooses her husband, but only the prodigy who stands out can become the son-in-law of my Panwu divine dynasty. Now, I declare the martial contest banquet to officially begin. All you young heroes may come up to the stage to compete and spar. The Panwu divine dynasty's martial contest to select a husband officially begins. The capable may come up to the stage and display their skills. The competition is for sparring and should stop at that. The final winner will become the son-in-law of my Panwu divine dynasty. As the Panwu ruler finished his pre-match declaration, a figure was the first to enter the center of the competition arena. The person who came was the true disciple of the Tianan sword sect, Jiang Yuanba. Since he had admired Wu Mingwei for a long time, he wanted to be the first to come out to show his sincerity. Unexpectedly, his entrance was ruined by a mocking laugh. Small fry like you shouldn't come up here and embarrass yourself. Due to the champion marquis's notorious reputation, Jiang Wuji didn't dare to be disrespectful. He still respectfully stated that if one has strength, they should speak on the stage. There's no need to be bossy off stage. His words made Yang Pan give a wicked smile. As his fingers slowly rose, blood-red spiritual energy enveloped the divine spear, which quickly rose and floated in the air. Jiang Wuji was shocked. He hurriedly redirected his spiritual energy, preparing to meet the attack. With a command from Yang Pan, the spear was unleashed, its courage shining bright. It aimed straight for Jiang Wuji's vital point. Feeling the immense power of this move, Jiang Wuji didn't hesitate and directly used his sect's ultimate technique. The two attacks collided head-on. The sound of a sword breaking echoed like a demon's cry. At this point, it was too late to do anything. He could only watch as a beam of red light, with a devastatingly powerful attack, instantly pierced through Jiang Wuji's arm. The power of one move was this terrifying. Even Jiang Wuji himself couldn't understand why the gap in strength was so huge. The elders of the Tianan sword sect hurriedly came to his side, shocked. All the bones in Jiang Wuji's body were shattered. Although his life was saved, it would be impossible for him to cultivate again in the future. A wild laugh rang out, with no hint of modesty. Seeing Jiang Wuji's miserable state, Yang Pan even taunted him. Hurry up and carry him away. Don't dirty the competition stage and ruin my mood. Since there were no restrictions in the competition rules, the Tianan sword sect could only choose to swallow this loss. After leaving some harsh words, they left the arena with Jiang Wuji. Yang Pan's vile attitude made the crowd below start to sigh and boo. But he felt no shame and instead took pride in it. Standing in the center of the arena, he loudly declared, "This son-in-law position is mine. Anyone who doesn't value their life can come up and die at any time." As soon as he spoke, Jiang Luoli pouted in anger. I wonder who it was that just got smashed into the ground. Now he's acting arrogant again. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Xingyun was already walking towards the stage. Although he himself didn't care about being the Panwu's son-in-law, Yang Pan's cruel behavior really annoyed him. Since the ancient Yi family was also famous, When Yi Xingyun stood up, everyone began to cheer for him. At this moment, Yang Pan couldn't understand why this defeated opponent dared to come out and challenge him again. But the words Yi Xingyun said next completely ignited his fragile ego. What can the great champion Marquis of Panwu only win by sneak attacks? And while the two were talking, blue runes spread out from under Yi Xingyun's feet, stopping only when they had almost covered the entire arena. Shameless villain. This time, without a sneak attack, I'll let you go first. Make your move. But in fact, while Yi Xingyun was speaking, Yang Pan couldn't help but pull out his war spear first. The power in his feet instantly exploded, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Yi Xingyun. He swung the spear with great force, its sharp blade aiming straight for his vital point. However, this time, the prepared sneak attack had a completely different result than the last, because Yi Xingyun merely raised one arm and actually managed to easily block the incoming attack. Furthermore, several energy chains quickly gathered around his body, catching Yang Pan off guard and piercing through his defense. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The injured Yang Pan held his spear with both hands and barely managed to stabilize himself. In contrast, the mockery in Yi Xingyun's eyes grew stronger. See? Without a sneak attack, you really are trash. The smoke of battle rises. The conflict begins. Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family officially declares war on the Panwu champion Marquis, Yang Pan. While he was smiling wickedly, his wound had already healed. His purple battle aura instantly surged. Feeling that extremely terrifying aura made Yi Xingyun tremble with alarm. This is a baleful aura. How can one person erupt with such a massive aura? And while Yi Xingyun was marveling, Yang Pan didn't even move from his spot. Myriad purple spear lights began to appear around him. The moment they were launched, Yi Xingyun didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy, intending to block this wave of attacks first. Unexpectedly, after a loud laugh from Yang Pan, his figure moved like lightning, appearing in front of him and instantly striking out. The two attacks collided head-on. But what surprised Yang Pan was that the blue bracelet that had been blocking his attacks had disappeared. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The blue halo, like a hurricane, directly tore into him from behind. And what Yi Xingyun wanted was this very moment of daze. His left hand suddenly grabbed the Shangmong divine spear. In the next second, as his right hand gathered power, he swung down with great force, directly splitting the divine spear in two. The sudden attack clearly caught Yang Pan off guard. But how could Yi Xingyun give him a chance to breathe? He flashed forward again, and a punch landed right on target, causing Yang Pan to spit out a mouthful of blood. His blue spiritual energy instantly erupted as he shouted 7 words. Spin, Starfall Wheel, faced with a powerful attack like a vortex shuriken. Even though Yang Pan was protected by the Heavenly Horn Divine armor, he ultimately failed to block the attack. His armor was broken, and he was defeated. He fell heavily from the sky to the ground. And after delivering this blow, Yi Xingyun also began to pant heavily due to excessive consumption. But just as he thought he had won, he shouted out with all his might. The audience also cheered for a spectacular fight. Yi Xingyun still didn't forget to look back, waving to Zhang Luoli to report the good news. This made Luoli pout. What does this have to do with me? Why are you reporting to me? So annoying. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came over her. Zhang Luoli shouted, "Idiot, don't be careless. The match isn't over. Look behind you, he's not down yet." As soon as she spoke, an attack as fast as lightning had already arrived. This time, it was Yi Xingyun's turn to spit blood with a look of shock. Then, the crowd heard Yang Pan's voice again. "What damn ancient, you family? Just an ant. You should feel honored to be defeated by this sword." And as an ancient longsword was summoned by Yang Pan, some of the more experienced elders also recognized this sword. It was the ancient divine weapon, the Pan Huang Sword of Life. Just as Yi Xingyun, who had taken a full power blow from the Pan Huang sword, was about to fall, a large hand suddenly supported him. With Jun Xiaoyao's help, he didn't lose all his face. The Yi family elders rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that his injuries were not too serious, they breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly took Yi Xingyun off the stage to treat his wounds. And seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, Yang Pan finally started to get serious. "Jun Xiaoyao, you're finally here. Today I will show you just how powerful my Pan Huang sword is. The demon child's descent opens the chapter of the grand feast. The magnificent arena displays the heritage of the divine dynasty. With just a wave of their hands, two children created a brand new final stage out of thin air. The divine child sighed. If these people were in modern society, it would be a terrible waste not to have them in construction. In contrast, his opponent, Yang Pan, had a dark expression. Yun Xiaoyao, in a moment, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. As soon as he spoke, it made Jun Xiaoyao laugh out loud. I say, buddy, look at the sorry state you're in now. Even if I beat you down, others will laugh at me for an unfair victory. After speaking, he didn't give Yang Pan a chance to retort that MY time is precious. Fighting with trash like this is simply a waste of time. So, I've made a spur-of-the-moment decision. Every single one of you present, anyone who wants to challenge me, Jun Xiaoyao, can come up to the stage. Whether it's 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people, Jun will take you all on at once. As soon as he said this, Yang Pan, unable to bear the humiliation, was about to start cursing, was once again silenced by a single sentence from Jun Xiaoyao that, if you want me to shut up, you'll have to send me flying just like you did to young Master Jiang. If you can't do that, then stop barking like a dog here. Hurry up and change into a clean set of clothes. Then come back and wait for your beating, understand? Hearing this, even the great figures of the Panwu divine dynasty couldn't sit still. They hurriedly ordered their subordinates to immediately prepare a new set of clothes for the champion marquis. This was utterly humiliating. At this moment, an aura suddenly erupted from below the stage. I am Wang Gang of the Wang family from the Northern Lands. I have long heard of the divine child's great name. Today, I ask for your guidance. Then, Wu Mingyue's eyes focused. Another figure appeared out of thin air on the fighting stage. Strangely, when asked for his name and family background, the man in black simply claimed to be a nobody, not worth mentioning. Although Jun Xiaoyao sensed a somewhat familiar aura, he didn't ask further since the other party was unwilling to reveal it. But Wu Mingyue on the high platform could no longer sit still. Could it really be him? My feeling can't be wrong. He really fulfilled his promise and came. The Panwu ruler beside her had clearly noticed his daughter's state, but out of a desire to protect the man in black, Wu Mingyue could only lie and claim she didn't know this person at all. The Panwu ruler didn't ask further, but simply issued a warning. It's good that you don't know him. Remember your status. The scene returns to the fighting stage. Jun Xiaoyao once again confirmed that no one else below the stage was answering the challenge. Only then did he silently sigh. His gaze returned to the three people on the stage. Come on, babies. Let's begin. Wang Gang was waiting for these words. He had long been impatient for a chance to fight the Jun family's divine child. Therefore, he was the first to charge out. The first move he unleashed was the Wang family's ultimate technique, the Vajra Pagoda hand. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao merely raised his hand slightly. The two attacks collided head-on. This caused the audience below to scoff. This divine child of the Jun family is too arrogant. But Wang Gang on the stage wasn't thinking that much. He just wanted to go all out to determine the gap between them. But even so, seeing Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly block his full power attack, without even moving a single step, Wang Gang finally couldn't hold back his confusion. He asked, Divine Child, what body refining art do you cultivate? After hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao gave no response. He just suddenly opened his palm and grabbed Wang Gang's hand. The next second, as a surging aura emanated, not only did Wang Gang's eyes widen instantly, but even the Panwu ruler on the high platform couldn't help but stand up. Impossible. This aura is the great Luo immortal body. The boy just narrowed his eyes, yet it was enough to make the mighty ruler of a nation break out in a cold sweat. Because based on the spiritual power the boy displayed, it wasn't hard to tell that his body refining art was the so-called immortal and indestructible body of an immortal, the great Luo immortal body. One of the 9 great heavenly books, the legacy of the Tianyuan Supreme. The thing recorded in ancient books had actually appeared before them, causing Jiang Xingyi to exclaim in amazement. Only when Jiang Luoli cast a questioning gaze did she explain. The so-called 9 great heavenly books are 9 wondrous books that have existed since the birth of the immortal domain. Some say they were written by immortals. Others say they are manifestations of the heavenly Tao. In short, each book represents an ultimate path, and from the aura emanating from young Master Xiaoyao. It is likely the book of the body recorded in the 9 great heavenly books. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao create a thunderclap out of nowhere, the two challengers' gazes were sharp, each lost in their own thoughts. Only Wang Gang laughed out loud, his face showing unconcealed battle intent as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. To think I could fight against the legendary great Luo immortal body. What an honor. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao was clearly happy to indulge this martial fanatic, so he immediately and humbly stated that his aptitude was dull. He had spent a lot of time and immortal essence to barely temper just 20 great Luo immortal bones. Wang Gang understood that this kid was humble bragging again, so he wasted no more words, gathered his energy, and flashed in front of Jun Xiaoyao to throw a punch. As they dodged and weaved, Wang Gang's spirit made Jun Xiaoyao sigh in admiration. This is how a young man's spirit should be. Seeing the two exhilaratingly trade blows, fist against fist, the man in black's attention turned to Yang Pan beside him. Aren't you going to join? Right? You must be scared. What a waste. I really don't know how someone like you is qualified to be the champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. As soon as he finished, the enraged Yang Pan lost his temper on the spot. He was about to curse out loud, but was suddenly suppressed by the man in black's aura. It was obvious from the spiritual power the man in black was showing that he was also a cultivator at the great perfection of the Gi realm. With a cry of a debt of blood must be paid in blood, he unleashed an azure dragon claw. The man in black instantly joined the battle, forming an encirclement with Wang Gang. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao recognized the move should be from the Azure Dragon lineage of the ancestral dragon nest. But upon closer inspection, there were some differences. However, the man in black didn't intend to give Jun Xiaoyao any breathing room. He unleashed another move, the Azure Dragon Devour. Wang Gang beside him didn't hold back either. A divine fist condensed and headed straight for Xiaoyao. The scene grew more and more intense. Many onlookers began to discuss, praising the Wang family of the northern lands and the young man in black for being truly skilled. The Jun family's divine child fighting two opponents with ease further demonstrated his status as the leader of the younger generation. Hearing this, Yang Pan could no longer control his inner rage. In his eyes, everything today was supposed to be for him. How could he let someone else become the main character? So, Yang Pan put his hands together in front of his chest. The next second, a long, jade-green sword slowly emerged from his body. Pan Emperor's Sword of Life, come out for me. All of you, go to hell. At the same time, outside the Pan Emperor ancient city, people were still discussing how cool the martial contest inside the city must be. It would be worth dying to sneak in and watch. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. Then, people saw the ancient city being illuminated even though it was daytime, looking like the end of the world, terrifying to the naked eye. Just how terrifying is a full power strike from an ancient divine weapon? Even the barrier around the arena almost collapsed. If not for the casters desperately maintaining it, it would have shattered instantly. Thus, the audience at the edge of the field was spared and relieved, as the smoke gradually dissipated. Even though Xiao Chun had activated the immovable Azure Dragon Bell to protect himself, the power of the ancient divine weapon, the Pan Emperor's sword, still injured him. As his clothes were shattered, people finally recognized him as a dragon from the ancestral dragon nest. At this moment, Yang Pan thought only Xiao Chun had blocked the attack. Unexpectedly, he was proven wrong the next second. Jun Xiaoyao was seen standing in the arena, completely unharmed. First, he disdainfully dusted himself off. Then, looking forward, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This move isn't bad. It's just a pity that a sword is a weapon. A weapon can only unleash its greatest power in the hands of a suitable person. But you, on the other hand, are borrowing the sword's power. How disgraceful. You are not worthy of being that sword's master. Before Yang Pan could respond, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Everyone then remembered there was another person on the stage. Wang Ping was seen first praising the Pan Emperor's sword's reputation as well-deserved. Then he also started mocking Yang Pan. Even though you hold an ancient divine weapon, you only know how to perform sneaky surprise attacks. I imagine if the Pan Emperor's sword had consciousness, it would feel ashamed for itself. After speaking, he looked at Jun Xiaoyao again, stating that he was now at the end of his strength and could no longer fight. He could only hope for another chance to spar with young Master Xiaoyao in the future. As Wang Ping was helped off the stage, the audience below erupted. Their discussions all turned to the champion marquis, Yang Pan, who was accustomed to launching sneak attacks. To be able to hold a high position for so many years using such despicable methods. It seems the Panwu Divine Dynasty is really doomed. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about all that. He just opened his large hand and declared he was going to get a little serious. So the two on the stage should be careful. Just as Yang Pan was cursing inwardly, thinking he must defeat Jun Xiaoyao to prove his reputation, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly flashed and disappeared from his spot. By the time he reacted, Jun Xiaoyao was already in front of him. Yang Pan, coming to his senses, could only assume a defensive posture to block the attack. At the same time, Xiao Chan behind him raised his dragon claw and struck instantly, but it was still easily neutralized by Jun Xiaoyao. After breaking free, Yang Pan gathered the spiritual power in his body. He swung the sword at Jun Xiaoyao again. Pan Emperor's sword art, annihilation of all life. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao turn his head, Xiao Chan seized the opportunity and instantly struck with the Azure Dragon Demon Subduing Palm. A terrifying explosion swept through. However, people never expected that both of their attacks would be completely blocked by Jun Xiaoyao again. He took a deep breath. A light slowly appeared behind Xiaoyao. The moment a huge golden elephant revealed its magnificent form, the words "godly elephant, hell-suppressing strength" were spoken. All eyes, both on and off the stage, were focused on the giant elephant. And just as people were guessing what this was, one person at the side of the field showed a shocked expression. He kept muttering, "Ah Xian?" A peerless prodigy stages a shocking confrontation. Unexpectedly, the 2-on-1 was still at a disadvantage. But just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to charge up and end the fight, a sense of crisis suddenly came. The moment he looked up, he could only rely on instinct. He retracted his palm and unleashed spiritual power upwards to meet the sneak attack. A terrifying explosion swept out. When Yang Pan and Xiao Chen landed, they both looked confused and bewildered. As the smoke gradually dissipated, people finally saw the true face of the attacker. It was another prodigy of the younger generation of the immortal domain, Feng Xian Yi of the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. By the time Feng Qingling realized Feng Xian Yi had disappeared, it was too late. Jun Xiaoyao was seen exhaling a breath and muttering to himself, "Why didn't you answer the challenge earlier, but come on stage now?" As soon as he finished, Feng Xian Yi sprang back and landed, a sneer escaping his lips. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. What's wrong with suddenly want to beat you up because I don't like you?" Hearing this, everyone thought Jun Xiaoyao was about to get angry. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian Yi was the one to strike first. Purple flames rose from his hands as he rushed towards the divine child. But when he saw the golden light emanating from Jun Xiaoyao's body, he screeched to a halt in front of him. However, he wanted to wait for an opportunity, but Jun Xiaoyao didn't give him one. A golden light suddenly erupted. The moment the Jun family's war god art was unleashed, that extremely terrifying aura directly shattered the duel arena's barrier with one blow. Feng Xian Yi, hit by the attack, violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed to the ground like a kite with a broken string. But after just a breath's time, along with a huge surge of purple flames, the moment a pair of wings appeared on Feng Xian Yi's back, he once again mustered all his strength and rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Others might not know, but Jun Xiaoyao, the main combatant, saw that something was wrong, because this guy was charging recklessly as if he couldn't feel pain. At this time, Xiao Xian and Yang Pan exchanged a glance. They decided to seize the opportunity and attack Jun Xiaoyao from two directions again. After being easily neutralized by the divine child, Feng Xian Yi's fist was already arriving. As Jun Xiaoyao dodged backward, he instantly gathered power and delivered another heavy blow to Feng Xian. Unexpectedly, the heavily injured Feng Xian Yi still tried to get up and continue attacking. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood the trick. Feng Xian Yi looked like he was being controlled by someone. In other words, someone in this venue definitely wants to kill him by borrowing a knife to kill. At this moment, the purple fire around Feng Xian Yi had turned blood red. outside the battlefield. Feng Qingling, also from the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, was most familiar with this move. That was the forbidden art of the Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, the Phoenix Heavenly Fire. Legend says this fire can burn everything to ashes, even implicating the caster themselves. And facing such an ultimate move, although Jun Xiaoyao had a way to withstand this blow, he definitely couldn't guarantee the caster's safety. Jun Xiaoyao, go to hell! With a loud shout, Feng Xian, he once again charged towards Jun Xiaoyao with blazing flames. But just as the divine child was about to use his supreme bone, his expression suddenly froze, and he stopped his movements. Not far away, Feng Qingling was seen kicking Feng Xian with a precise kick. The moment she knocked him to the ground, she was still not satisfied. She grabbed him by the collar and gave him a series of slaps while muttering, "You motherfucker, you even used the Phoenix Heavenly Fire. You think you're so damn cool. Do you think you look especially handsome and imposing like this? If I don't beat your legs into knots today, I'll write my name backward." Then came a set of Restore My Beauty punches. After a series of combos, Feng Qingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hoisted Feng Xian up and was about to leave the battlefield. Just then, she heard Jun Xiaoyao call out to stop and thought he wanted to pursue the matter. She shouted loudly, "He's just a kid. Why are you getting on his level? Master, for my sake, please let him go." But Feng Qingling had clearly misunderstood Jun Xiaoyao's intention. "Miss, I was trying to say, he looks like he's about to be choked to death by you. Dreaming is supposed to be a wonderful thing. But why do I feel so much pain?" The real pain forced Feng Xian to open his eyes. He saw the culprit was Feng Qingling, who was putting him in a joint lock. But seeing Feng Xian wake up, Feng Qingling still had no intention of stopping. After another round of education with fists and feet, Feng Xian finally realized he was in the medical room. He heard that the injuries on his body were all from the recent battle, and that he was like a mad dog trying to bite Jun Xiaoyao to death without letting go. At first, Feng Xian thought it was a joke, until he saw Feng Qingling's serious face. Only then did he realize it was all true. Qing. Since it has come to this, I'm going to be killed. Seeing him burst into tears, Feng Qingling hurried forward to comfort him. "No, you won't. I've already made a deal with him. As long as I sell my body a little, he'll let you go." Hearing this, Feng Xian fell silent once again. Without a word, he straightened his bed, about to rally and go fight Jun Xiaoyao again. In contrast, Yi Xingyun, who was also recovering from his injuries nearby, could only continue to feign sleep and hug himself awkwardly upon seeing the two flirting. At this time, hearing Feng Qingling's question, Feng Xian also looked bewildered, because from the moment he saw Jun Xiaoyao's golden giant elephant dharma body, a wave of energy suddenly appeared. It was as if that giant elephant was constantly watching him. Then his mind became chaotic, and he couldn't remember anything clearly. Speaking of which, Feng Xian thought that with his injuries, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be much better off. Unexpectedly, following Feng Qingling's guidance, he saw that the battle in the middle of the arena was still ongoing. Facing Yang Pan's chaotic soul, he raised his halberd immortal sword and slashed down, directly hitting the target head-on. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, but even though he was almost out of resources, Yang Pan was still unwilling to give up looking for an opportunity. Seeing Xiao Chun and Jun Xiaoyao clash again, he gathered his energy, using his last ounce of strength, and raised the Pan Emperor's Sword of Life to deliver a fatal blow to the two of them. Facing Yang Pan's all-or-nothing gamble, Jun Xiaoyao wasted no more words. With his hands flashing with golden light, he actually caught the attack with his bare hands. And he even had the leisure to mock him that if you could truly unleash the power of the Pan Emperor's Sword of Life, perhaps you could really pose a threat to me. But right now, you are like a lamb to the slaughter. You are no longer worthy of being my enemy. After speaking, his hands instantly came together. The attack was reflected, suddenly shooting out a shockwave. Yang Pan, hit by the laser, lost all his momentum. The precious sword was knocked from his hand. Barely hanging on, he wanted to crawl with difficulty to retrieve the precious sword. Unexpectedly, his hand was stepped on. He looked at Xiao Qin's emotionless face. A strange emotion instantly welled up in the Panwu ruler's heart. Xiao Qin's palm suction power surged. Its target, the Pan Emperor's Sword of Life, on the ground. Watching helplessly as the precious sword was snatched, Yang Pan struggled to grab Xiao Chun, still demanding it back. The next second, he was kicked away. The direction he was sent flying was straight towards the Panwu ruler. However, seeing the Panwu ruler's shocked face, Xiao Chun wasn't scared at all. He just raised the Pan Emperor's sword of life and looked ahead. Come, Jun Xiaoyao, this is the final battle. We'll decide not only victory and defeat, but also life and death. Here it comes, here it comes. 10 years to sharpen one sword. Its frosty edge has never been tested. All these years of forbearance can finally be unleashed in a fight. Yun Xiaoyao looked positive. That feeling of deja vu was wildly sweeping through his heart. In contrast, the Azure Dragon Man was no longer pretending. Today, he would completely tear off his disguise and settle the old scores with Jun Xiaoyao openly and honorably. Stop thinking. I am that crown prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom whom you once humiliated, Xiao Chun, a vengeful ghost who has crawled out of hell to seek revenge on you. This statement instantly caused a sensation in the audience, because everyone had heard the rumors. The Jun family's divine child once single-handedly destroyed the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Now, facing each other again with a blood feud, this was going to be a show. The sword swung, cutting through clothes and drawing blood. The clean slash, used with focused intent, made Jun Xiaoyao finally admit that Xiao Chun was indeed better than Yang Pan. But the process is too rigid. It must be because the Pan Emperor's sword has not yet acknowledged you. As soon as he finished, Jun Xiaoyao was seen striking with a palm. Xiao Chun hastily dodged backward. After landing, he had no time to think. Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed in front of him again. But Xiaoyao would never have thought just how much Xiao Chun had prepared for today's battle. Facing the attack, Xiao Chun held the Pan Emperor's sword in his left hand and slashed down forcefully. As Jun Xiaoyao defended, his right hand gathered power, and an energy chain instantly formed. Tearing through the air, it smashed straight into the divine child's abdomen. Xiaoyao was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chun also understood this was far from enough. Blue dragon scales slowly formed on his skin. After the evolution was complete, his aura rose by several levels on the spot. Interesting. Although I don't know where you learned this true dragon technique. You did indeed injure me. As a sign of respect, let me show you something good. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao's body was enveloped by the azure sky ancestral dragon armor. Xiao Chun now understood that in the Tianyuan mystic realm, that ancient dragon bone did indeed fall into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Filled with immense hatred, Xiao Chun dived down. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily and didn't hold back. The next second, the two great divine abilities clashed head-on. However, because his magical power was not yet at a level to sustain a prolonged battle with the enemy, Xiao Chun once again brought out the Pan Emperor's sword of life. The power of the sword pierced the void and accurately hit its target. Only when the smoke cleared was it discovered. That Jun Xiaoyao was not only unharmed, but even had the leisure to make arrogant remarks. The last one who made me use this move was the Nether Dragon Supreme of the Ancestral Dragon Nest. I hope you can also withstand the second art of this supreme bone. Hand of the heavens, go. His words became law. A giant golden hand tore through the void and plunged down from the sky. That devastating momentum was comparable to divine punishment descending upon the world. Someone shouted frantically, "Xiao Chun, run." That's a supreme level move. You can't block it at all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun, blinded by hatred, had clearly gone berserk. He actually intended to go all out, pouring his spiritual power into the Pan Emperor's sword of life to resist the divine punishment. The two attacks collided again. A terrifying explosion instantly swept out. The storm lasted for a full tens of seconds before slowly dissipating. As Princess Mingyue's worried gaze searched, she saw that the center of the arena had been covered by a giant palm print. Seeing the unharmed Jun Xiaoyao standing there, before everyone could react, as a figure loomed in the smoke, a roar once again echoed through the heavens and earth. The next second, a sonic boom suddenly erupted. Xiao Chun, holding the sword with both hands, flashed in front of Xiaoyao with a strike containing all his spiritual power. That unstoppable offensive momentum seemed as if it would turn the tide in an instant. But just as everyone thought the battle was turning, and the divine child was about to be defeated, unexpectedly, where the sword's edge pointed, Xiao Chun's attack actually stopped in midair. Then, everyone heard a sentence from Jun Xiaoyao. Yuan Emperor Dao's sword. What is the difference between a genius and a monstrous prodigy? The 10-year-old boy just snapped his fingers, and it was enough to instantly disintegrate the enemy's desperate counterattack. That extremely terrifying force even blasted a crater tens of meters deep into the ground. When the smoke cleared, people couldn't help but show pitiful gazes. The last straw of hope in Wu Mingyue's heart was also completely gone. Seeing the defeated Xiao Chun in a near-death state, a suction force suddenly surged. The target was the Pan-Emperor's sword of life inside Xiao Chen's body. After snatching the precious sword and holding it in his palm, people finally saw clearly. The one who acted was none other than the ruler of the Panwu divine dynasty. Before Jun Xiaoyao could even react, a voice resounded throughout the entire martial arts venue. The might of the Jun family's divine child is indeed well-deserved. It seems the choice for the prince consort is now beyond doubt. As soon as he finished, let alone others, even Jiang Luoli saw through the old man's scheme. This guy originally intended to use this martial arts tournament to build up momentum for Yang Pan. But if someone could defeat Yang Pan, he could also conveniently recruit them under his command. So no matter what, it was a win-win situation. It's just a pity his calculations might come to nothing, because Jiang Luoli had experienced it firsthand. Jun Xiaoyao was not someone who could be easily manipulated, and the facts were indeed as she expected. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and looked at the Panwu ruler. I say, old man, what makes you think that throwing out a princess who is treated as a pawn gives you the right to form an alliance with my Jun family? In contrast, the Panwu ruler had clearly prepared his response. He loudly promised that if the marriage was successful, he would get a chance to enter the Panwu mausoleum. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be moved by this reward, the Panwu ruler waved his hand grandly, about to hold the wedding immediately and pocket this immense fortune. Unexpectedly, another sentence from Jun Xiaoyao plunged the venue into dead silence again. Did I say, what's your hurry? Isn't the competition over yet? Who knows? Maybe someone will come out and defeat me in a moment. As soon as he said this, the sound of an extremely fast, explosive wind suddenly swept through. Someone flashed in front of Xiaoyao without a word, and threw a punch directly. This comical scene immediately left the Panwu ruler with a questioning look. You must know, based on the strength Jun Xiaoyao just displayed, he was probably unrivaled among all the younger generation present. Who knew that an unexpected interloper would suddenly appear at this moment? However, any discerning person could see the state of these two was as if they had prepared it in advance. In the end, Feng Qingling actually defeated Jun Xiaoyao easily with a crow takes a play move. What the FCK? Are you two treating my Panwu Divine Dynasty as a stage for your two-person comedy show? However, Feng Qingling didn't care about that. Pointing a single finger to the sky, her face flushed, she shouted loudly, I, Feng Qingling, on behalf of the Phoenix Spirit Mountain, announce, if the Panwu ruler doesn't mind my female body, I am willing to become the prince consort, even as a live-in son-in-law. The 80-year-old king played with fire and got burned. The martial contest to recruit a prince consort ended with a girl winning the championship. Her lively and cute appearance made the audience laugh out loud, because the smart people all understood very well. The Jun family's divine child never wanted to win this competition at all. In contrast, Feng Qingling, who suddenly jumped out, did so as a last resort to repay Jun Xiaoyao for the mercy he showed Feng Xianyi. However, doing so also caused the Panwu Divine Dynasty to lose all face to, I say, my dear niece, you can't joke like this, can you? Where in the world is there a rule for a woman to be a prince consort? Or are you two here just to humiliate my Panwu Divine Dynasty? But after hearing this, Feng Qingling directly objected, stating that this kind of thing is very common among the primordial royal families. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by the aura suddenly released by the Panwu ruler. Just as tensions were rising between the two sides, Jun Xiaoyao stood up, patted Feng Qingling's shoulder, and looked forward. Panwu Divine Lord, let's not beat around the bush. It is absolutely impossible for me, Jun, to become the prince consort. Why don't we all give each other a way out? But then again, although I have no interest in the position of prince consort, I am very interested in taking a look inside the Panwu mausoleum. As soon as these words were spoken, the Panwu Divine Lord looked like he was about to erupt. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and didn't waste any words. He casually snapped his fingers. The crowd saw a golden light suddenly flash across the sky. The next second, it smashed directly into the ground. As the smoke gradually dissipated, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Because the person in the pit, covered in injuries, was none other than the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. A terrifying pressure instantly erupted from the Panwu divine lord's body. However, Jun Xiaoyao unhurriedly took out a recording stone that, "Don't be hasty, divine lord. It's not too late to get angry." The moment his voice fell and the recording stone was thrown out, an image was projected into midair. It showed Jun Xiaoyao interrogating someone who had tried to assassinate him, and from his mouth, it was learned that the employer was the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. They recognized the assassin as a blood-robed assassin from Netherworld Heaven. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, because most of the people present were the talented elites of their families. They absolutely could not tolerate being in danger while attending a banquet. Seeing the Panwu divine dynasty being pushed into the eye of the storm, the Lord himself was cursing inwardly. He angrily cursed the third prince for being brainless, surely colluding with Yang Pan to carry out the assassination. With things having come to this, the Panwu divine lord had intended to brush the matter aside, assuming there was no evidence. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted again halfway through his sentence that, "I think I might be able to prove that young Master Xiaoyao's words are true." As soon as her voice fell, the Tianqin maiden ignored the surrounding discussions and just looked ahead. She stated that after the zither competition, she left the immortal Jade Pavilion with young Master Xiaoyao. She discovered that a blood-robed assassin was secretly following them at that time. Looking back at the guests in the immortal Jade Pavilion at the time, only the third prince had the means to contact Netherworld Heaven. The moment her voice fell, facing the third prince's curses, the Tianqin maiden revealed a charmingly wicked smile. Because the third prince's attitude was clearly a confession without being prompted. At this moment, the Panwu lord was about to grind his teeth to dust. To think that his lifelong reputation was now being toyed with by a mere child. If the Pan-Emperor life sword was in his hands. Just then, before he could finish his sentence, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the third prince. Immediately after, people saw an energy chain descend from the sky. Just like that, it directly separated the third prince's head from his body, instantly killing him. By the time the Panwu divine lord reacted, it was already too late. Only a head, covered in snot and tears, was left on the ground. "Bastard, who dares to kill my son?" As light rapidly gathered in his hand, the Panwu divine lord, furious, aimed and shot toward the sky. Unexpectedly, not only was his full-powered strike easily neutralized, but it was also turned back, blowing the Panwu divine dynasty's imperial palace to smithereens. The aftershock of their exchange swept out. But from the zither music coming from the sky, Jun Xiaoyao already understood the identity of the newcomer. Then, a figure was seen stepping through the void, slowly emerging. As a sentence was spoken, the figure gradually became clear. "I killed him." The scion of an immortal family was almost assassinated in a competition, touching the reverse scale of the power behind him. The Tao Protector makes a domineering entrance, devastating all with a single move. Infinitely arrogant, displaying the true domineering nature of a royal clan. White hair, double pupils, plus the ancient zither in her hand. Anyone with a bit of experience would have probably already figured it out. This person was one of the God King's trusted followers who followed the white-robed God King, Jun Wuhui, the double-pupiled zither maiden, Agio. As the terrifying pressure bore down on him, the Panwu divine lord broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Lady Agio make a move, the Jun family elder who had accompanied Jun Xiaoyao to the competition could only sigh. No longer choosing to be a bystander, he stepped forward and shouted, "Your Panwu divine dynasty is quite full of yourselves, huh? How dare you collude with Netherworld Heaven to assassinate my Jun family's divine child? Are you tired of living?" The aura of a Supreme Realm expert was instantly released. The Panwu divine lord was momentarily deflated. He stated that the Jun family's divine child was not injured. "Your Jun family didn't suffer any actual losses, did you?" Just then, before the elder could speak, Agio landed first, raising her head to reveal a sharp gaze. "Our young master is fine because his strength far exceeds that of prodigies his age. But if this had happened to another family, would they have had the chance to seek justice? As soon as these words were spoken, it sparked a heated discussion below. They knew very well that if not for the Jun family's power, the Panwu divine dynasty wouldn't have bothered with any other family. Moreover, hiring an assassin to kill a family's heir is tantamount to a declaration of war. Such a person's death is not to be mourned. At this moment, due to Ah Jio's appearance, and because he was in the wrong, the Panwu Divine Lord could only swallow this bitter pill. He admitted to the third prince's crimes, saying he had already received the punishment he deserved. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted again. Merely punishing the third prince is probably far from enough. The Panwu Divine Dynasty's actions this time have touched the reverse scale of all immortal forces. If you don't make a solemn statement, I'm afraid it will be difficult to quell the public's anger. Damn it, being publicly reprimanded by a child. The Panwu Divine Lord's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth. Jun Xiaoyao, don't go too far. The person is already dead. What more do you want? Hey, what the hell? You're angry? I'm filled with rage. As soon as his voice fell, the divine child took a light step and looked at the Panwu Divine Lord again. When you allowed Yang Pan to provoke me, wanting to use me as a stepping stone. When you allowed your youngest son to collude with Netherworld Heaven and act recklessly. Did you ever think this day would come? To be honest, I really want to declare war on your Panwu Divine Dynasty right now. But once a war starts, it's the common people who will suffer, not arrogant fools like you. So you better remember this. The ones who saved you are precisely these ants you once trampled underfoot. Otherwise, once my Jun family attacks, the only outcome awaiting the Panwu Divine Dynasty is death. At this moment, the boy standing next to the Panwu Lord suddenly stepped forward. He questioned Jun Xiaoyao about what his demands were. Stop beating around the bush and speak directly. And who are you? Are you qualified to speak with me? How outrageous. I am the first prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Oh, so you're just a little brat who only knows how to show off behind his father's back. And just as the two were facing off tensely, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be bothered to argue with a noob and pressed the pause button first. He stated that as long as they agreed to 3 things, he could let the matter rest. Thoroughly investigate the crimes committed by Yang Pan. Give the victims the explanation they deserve. Second, for the crimes committed by the third prince. Give the victims the compensation they deserve. As for the third, your arrogant and incompetent Panwu Divine Dynasty must lower its head and publicly apologize to those victims. This is what you owe them. At this moment, when Jun Xiaoyao said this, everyone present was stunned, because they all knew very well that people in the immortal domain are born with distinctions of high and low, noble and humble. To make a naturally noble royal family bow their heads and apologize to the common people was an unprecedented event in all of history. But the oppressed people were also secretly delighted, because they knew that if it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao today, they would never see such a scene. At the same time, a sigh suddenly came from deep within the imperial palace, shocking the Panwu Divine Lord. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at a certain palace behind him. At the end of his line of sight was an old man sitting cross-legged. Immediately after, the old imperial lord's ancient voice echoed in the Panwu Divine Lord's mind. Just do as the Jun family's divine child says. In addition, as a show of sincerity, grant the Jun family's divine child special permission to enter the Panwu Mausoleum. Hurry up and get it done, damn it. He was a supreme of great renown, and even more so, the true power behind the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Now, facing the teasing of 2 old monsters to his face, not only did he have to put on a smiling face, but to save his own life, he even had to proactively open his own ancestral mausoleum for another's benefit. It turned out these 2 were none other than the Jun family's 18th and 16th ancestors. At this time, the old Panwu Lord knew very well that one Jun Xiaoyao was already terrifying enough. Not to mention, there was also Jun 16, giving him no chance of victory at all. He had no idea what had gotten into this old monster to make him suddenly appear here. Nothing special. I was just buried underground for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Do you think that reason is acceptable? The moment Jun 16's words fell, the old Panwu Lord nearly pissed himself in fear. His inner thoughts had actually been read. This meant the gap between them was not just a little bit. At the same time, at the entrance of the Panwu Mausoleum, the Panwu Divine Lord faced Jun Xiaoyao and reminded him again. You only have one chance. If you come out, you can't go back in. Hearing the sting in the Panwu Divine Lord's words, Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother arguing with him and chose to ignore it. Without even a glance, he walked straight into the mausoleum. He had just walked into the Panwu mausoleum and hadn't had time to investigate his surroundings when the mausoleum's great door was closed and sealed behind him. Then, from observing the surroundings, the style of this Panwu mausoleum was clearly different from the crude style of the Tianyuan Supreme's secret trove. In comparison, the Panwu mausoleum was more like a complete imperial tomb. Even the surrounding terracotta warriors were carved to be incredibly lifelike, as if they could come alive at any moment to attack tomb raiders. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao took a step and suddenly triggered a mechanism. Immediately, a light flared. A formation that increased gravity appeared before him, and the dangers were far from over. The moment many points of light appeared on the walls, Jun Xiaoyao already understood the trick. He gathered his spiritual power and threw it out, forming an energy shield that instantly blocked all the hidden weapons. From the arrowheads, it was not difficult to tell they were clearly coated with poison. And just as Jun Xiaoyao took a few more steps inward, what he had long expected indeed happened. The surrounding terracotta warriors actually came alive. Without a word, they began stabbing at Jun Xiaoyao. Since it had come to this, he decided to go all out. The power of the divine elephant to suppress the prison combined with the art of war as one. The moment it was released, all the terracotta warriors were instantly shattered and destroyed. However, facing this mess, Jun Xiaoyao began to feel a little regretful. Given that Panwu Divine Lord's petty nature, he'll definitely flip out when he finds out I almost destroyed the front hall of the mausoleum. Forget it. It's better to slip away quickly. Past the front hall was a long and deep passage, lined with burial chambers on both sides. But from their empty appearance, it was not difficult to judge that this place had long been looted by those worthless descendants. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but complain in a godforsaken place like this. Could there really be clues to awakening the sacred body's vision? And just then, from the deepest part of the passage, a terrifying aura was released. The sound of clanking iron chains also echoed in the quiet mausoleum. Interesting. After so many years, I can finally smell the scent of a living person again. This was an underground palace comparable in scale to the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. The great Emperor Panwu, whose fame once shook the immortal domain, was buried here. It was a pity that over the years, it had avoided tomb raiders, but not the baptism of its own descendants. Many of the burial chambers were already empty, proving the old saying, even the most formidable ancestor cannot withstand the ruin brought by moth-like descendants. A gust of sinister wind blew, and sheets of talisman paper suddenly swept out from the depths. Following the principle of since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Jun Xiaoyao approached the ancient pagoda and slowly pushed open the door. An ancient aura from 1,000 years ago instantly filled his mind. However, as soon as Jun Xiaoyao took the first step, he smelled a faint stench of decay. Before he could react, an iron chain suddenly shot out, whipping towards him. If not for his super strong perception allowing him to dodge the attack in time, he would have already lost his life here. A beam of light shot out, finally stopping at the ceiling and beginning to emit a dazzling glow. The moment he blinked and opened his eyes again, a burly, savage-like thing flashed before Jun Xiaoyao. Its pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless killing intent. But just as Jun Xiaoyao was preparing for a big fight, that thing actually turned its head away again. It ran under the light source and began to dance with joy, so happy it even started dancing. At this moment, the nail stuck in the monster's back suddenly caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention. He raised his hand, about to greet it. He saw the monster's eyes flash red. Without a word, it turned and threw a punch at Jun Xiaoyao. Living people are detestable. All of you die. The moment its voice fell, the monster was already in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Judging from its attack, which could make Jun Xiaoyao's hand go numb, plus the unique aura it emitted, it wasn't hard to tell. This thing was also an ancient desolate sacred body. However, the difference from Jun Xiaoyao's ancient desolate sacred body was also very obvious. The unique golden vital energy of the ancient desolate sacred body had been dyed dark red. The unscrupulous bastards of the Panwu divine dynasty must have done something to it. At this moment, the monster that had been attacking with brute force suddenly stopped and began to look around. Jun Xiaoyao, without looking away, also saw the clues its self-awareness is not strong. Its actions are entirely based on instinct. Its power level had already broken the fourth shackle, reaching the saint realm. He figured that if not for those nails sealing its cultivation, with those few attacks, just now, even with Jun Xiaoyao's current strength, it probably wouldn't have been so easy to block. Now I need to find a way to control it and see what secrets this thing is hiding. A small golden sword condensed in his hand. It flew into the air and instantly shot towards the chains on the monster's body. After pinning it in place, Jun Xiaoyao landed on a high point and stomped hard on the wall. The next second, he flashed directly behind the monster. He placed his hands directly above its head. Soul-searching great art instantly cast. Immediately, the monster's memories appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. At first, the boy was just an insignificant grain of sand in the vast territory of the Panwu divine dynasty. Until that day came. Everything changed. A country boy with no parents applied to be a waiter to make a living. At first, his goal was simply to feed himself, and he was content. Until one day, a great figure came to the shop. He said he could introduce him to the royal family. The boy thought this would be the beginning of his dream. Unexpectedly, the result was the descent of endless darkness, as his ancient, desolate sacred body was discovered by the great figures of the Panwu divine dynasty. An inhuman experiment began on the boy's body. For the first 2 years, the boy was still kneeling and begging for mercy every moment, hoping they would let him go. But as time went by, his body became numb from the day-after-day experiments. The boy understood that resistance was meaningless. Only the flames of hatred grew stronger and stronger in his heart. One day, his resentment actually attracted an ominous sign. Many people died because of it. The experiment to recreate Emperor Panwu was forced to stop. After that, the boy was forever imprisoned in this sunless underground palace. He spent countless lonely years. A roar burst from the monster's mouth. Its berserk power instantly surged. It threw out its chains, successfully binding Jun Xiaoyao. Before he could react, it was too late when he felt a great force on his leg. The monster, roaring, gathered its strength and instantly flung Jun Xiaoyao away, smashing a pit several meters deep into the ground. The monster was still not satisfied. While shouting living people die, it raised its hands to the sky and once again gathered a terrifying energy blast. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao was seen getting up and slowly walking to the monster. He gently caressed the rapidly spreading red aura with one hand. An extremely sad emotion struck him. Jun Xiaoyao clearly knew that the ancient, desolate sacred body should originally have supreme, yang spiritual energy that wards off evil. Now, it had been twisted by resentment into such a terrifying, baleful aura. Panwu divine dynasty. What on earth did you do to him? I'm afraid this monster's soul has long since dissipated. What's left here is just a shell driven by hatred. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao no longer hesitated, with the intention of freeing him, as they were both ancient, desolate sacred bodies. He flew in front of the monster, and a golden light suddenly erupted, sacred body vision. Myriad saints worship. In an instant, endless brilliance illuminated the entire world. Figures of saints gradually appeared, golden fragments scattered down from the sky. The next second, they all rushed towards the monster. However, not a trace of fear could be seen on the monster's face. There was only endless yearning and longing for the light. One must know, the monster couldn't remember how long it had been since it last saw sunlight. Therefore, from the moment that brilliant light appeared in the sky, the monster was already walking towards liberation. Jun Xiaoyao turned back confidently with a smile. "Did I say, do you want to come with me? I'll take you out to see the real sun." The moment his voice fell, the monster seemed to understand. It actually laughed at Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if, at this moment, the monster had returned to the ignorant and innocent appearance of its youth. But once the resentment dissipated, he could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at this scene, Jun Xiaoyao could only clench his fists tightly. "Rest in peace. I will find the light you wanted for you." A child was imprisoned and experimented on for a full 100 years. Today, the resentment in his heart was finally released, and he found liberation. Jun Xiaoyao caressed his body. The golden light dissipated, leaving only a heavy body falling to the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyao knew very well that a living person could not be put into a storage bag. Apparently, after the resentment dissipated, this guy completely turned into a puppet. He collected his emotions. His gaze shifted and finally landed on the very center of the main hall. It was the statue of the ancient powerhouse, Emperor Panwu. The sacrificial table was covered with dust-filled books. He casually picked one up, and when he saw the contents inside, Jun Xiaoyao almost flew into a rage and cursed out loud, because the book described all the experiment records from the past few hundred years. All the experiment records of the Panwu divine dynasty's attempts to recreate Emperor Panwu. Damn bastards. These beasts are cultivating some bullshit immortality. They're all just heretics and demons. At this moment, a piece of paper pinned under the table leg suddenly caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention. Thinking about the style of those scoundrels from the Panwu divine dynasty, perhaps what was pinned underneath was actually a treasure. He opened it, and as expected, what was recorded inside was indeed Emperor Panwu's insights on the ancient desolate sacred body. It was a pity that such a precious thing was actually used to prop up a table leg. Causing it to be damaged was simply a reckless waste of a priceless treasure. Jun Xiaoyao carefully put the item away. He looked up at the statue again. Your descendants are so unfilial. I wonder what you would think. After speaking, he pursed his lips. After brushing the dust off his body, he actually knelt directly before the statue. Xiaoyao knew in his heart that although he was not a descendant of Emperor Panwu, he had, after all, just received his insights. Therefore, he decided to perform a grand kowtow to him. Unexpectedly, just after the third kowtow, the long-lost system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for a successful check-in. Emperor Panwu has accepted your kowtow and has decided to entrust his inheritance to you. Congratulations on obtaining a 7-star reward. The moment the voice fell, a brilliant light bloomed from the Emperor Panwu statue. As the 5 words Pan Emperor Time sword appeared in his mind, a treasured sword filled with the aura of ancient times appeared out of thin air in his hand. At this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly came over him. The next second, Jun Xiaoyao instantly felt that something was wrong with his body. His age was increasing, time was passing. The sword intent contained within the treasured sword was actually eroding his body. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao possessed the great Luo immortal bone. The indestructible immortal bone was just right to resist the decay of time. However, even so, Jun Xiaoyao still felt a wave of lingering fear. He figured that if he hadn't obtained the celestial scripture before, he would have probably been sucked dry by this sword just now. The power of an emperor's weapon is truly not to be underestimated. And just as Jun Xiaoyao was sighing with emotion, a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest again. It must be that the time sword resonated with the supreme bone in his body. Could the next divine ability given by the supreme bone be related to time? But then again, if this Pan Emperor Time sword had been stored here all along, that would mean that for thousands of years, no descendant had come here to worship their ancestor. How truly pathetic, he thought. The Panwu divine dynasty's martial competition to select a prince consort officially concluded. However, the tale of the Jun family's divine child single-handedly confronting the entire Panwu nation became a laughingstock for everyone to talk about after meals. At this moment, a customer's expression froze. He didn't even bother with the food he was chewing and rushed to the window. Everyone, come look. It's the Jun family's divine child. Didn't that guy enter the Panwu mausoleum? How'd he come out after only 2 hours? In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao just smiled faintly as he listened to everyone's discussion, not responding at all. It was Jun Zhangjian who couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what treasure did you bring out of the Panwu mausoleum?" I saw that the Panwu divine lord's gaze towards you has changed. But Jun Xiaoyao was clearly unwilling to answer this question. Therefore, Jun Zhangjian could only purse his lips. He said, "Since the grand event is over, shouldn't we be on our way? Norus, at least I want to see the Panwu divine dynasty start taking action to meet my 3 conditions." Don't worry, we won't have to wait too long. At the same time, the series of actions by the Jun family's divine child in the Panwu nation spread to almost every corner of the desolate heaven immortal domain in just half a month. First, the scene shifts to the Wanlu Sacred Mountain. Haha, what a disgrace. The Panwu divine dynasty. They should have given up that seat of an immortal force long ago. The scene then shifts to the little western heaven. A figure was striking a bell and chanting Buddhist scriptures, but was suddenly reminded by his master, "Your heart is too chaotic. With such attachment to external things, how can you achieve the perfect 16-foot golden body?" Then, looking inside the myriad treasures chamber of Commerce Building, a sigh mixed with a wicked smile was about to emerge. Poor third prince. I clearly warned you not to provoke that person, but I also didn't expect him to be the famous Jun Xiaoyao. I have to find a way to get in touch with him. The view returns to the Jun family's divine island in Huang province. At this moment, the area outside the Jun family's mountain gate was already overcrowded. Everyone had gathered for only one purpose. That was to welcome the young master out of seclusion and celebrate. In the time it takes to drink a few cups of tea, following the direction people were pointing, a giant claw flickered in and out of sight in the sky. A figure riding a monster with his eyes covered suddenly appeared in midair. Look, Lord Ling Tsong, who was training in ancient forbidden ground, has really returned. This person was the Jun family's first sequence, Ling Tsong. He was seen bowing in thanks to the clan elders after landing. Just as an elder started to laugh, they heard Ling Tsong suddenly say something. On my way here, I heard that our Jun family has produced another interesting junior clansman. Is this true? These words immediately made the elder laugh heartily. That's right. He is indeed an interesting child. Speaking of which, he's your cousin. Let's go back to the mountain first, and I'll tell you all about it. The final scene shifts to a corner of an unknown village. A series of memories flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. The doting love and high hopes his father, the emperor, had for him when he was born. At 16, he lived up to expectations and reached the divine palace realm. That should have been the beginning of a carefree life of enjoyment. Everything, all of it, was shattered with the appearance of Jun Xiaoyao. Since then, almost every night, he would be startled awake by nightmares of Jun Xiaoyao. The heavy rain poured down on him. Many villagers were busy packing up their stalls to take shelter from the rain. Just then, two children suddenly ran toward Xiao Chun. "Big brother, are you okay? We're very close to Dr. Lu's house. Do you want me to take you there to get treated?" Strangely, Xiao Chun suddenly let out a wicked laugh. The next second, an extremely sinister monologue echoed in his mind. "Boy, offer me the blood of these pure and innocent children, and I will grant you one wish." The moment the voice fell, Xiao Chun stood up and walked towards the two children. "I do need your help right now. Don't be afraid. It will only hurt for a moment, and then it won't hurt anymore." A boy cuts the hair of a corpse in the middle of the night. He not only forces his attendant to watch and learn from the side, but also says that this can improve one's cultivation realm. It turns out the source is not the corpse, but this woman who is playing the zither. The sound of this zither contains the sword intent of 100,000 people drawing their swords at once. It is of great benefit to those who practice the way of the sword. After the song ended, Jun Xiaoyao turned and came before the woman. "Miss Agio, can you tell me what kind of person my father was?" The moment his voice fell, the zither music clearly paused. But what Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect was that this old maiden in front of him, who didn't like being called old, gave a reply as whimsical as a child's. "Your father was an extremely good fighter, and he was also very arrogant." This evaluation doesn't sound like a good person at all, does it? However, when Jun Xiaoyao asked about his father's whereabouts, Miss Agio's expression changed, and she refused to answer. She only said, "Even the people closest to you haven't told you, which means the time is not yet right. Wait patiently. You'll find out sooner or later." The scene shifts to a magnificent building being consumed by a great fire. A dark and windy night. "Old pal, what's the next line again?" Is a good time for murder and arson, accompanied by bursts of hearty laughter. The fire spread more intensely, becoming uncontrollable. Overnight, the news that Netherworld Heaven had been completely massacred spread throughout the entire desolate Heaven immortal domain. People simply couldn't imagine that a massive assassin organization, once famous in the immortal domain, would be uprooted by the Jun family in just a few hours. All its members were slaughtered. At this moment, in the Panwu imperial dynasty, Wu Mingyue also heard the news. She had thought this was the Jun family's warning to the Panwu divine dynasty. But even so, what could a mere grain of sand like her do before the Jun family? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared hanging upside down in front of Wu Mingwei. Her instinctive reaction was to throw a punch. The person was Feng Qingling, who had recently won the position of Prince Consort. But she wasn't here to mess around. She came specifically to inform Wu Mingwei. You know this person, Xiao Chun, right? It turned out that on Feng Qingling's way back to Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, she suddenly discovered a mountain village emitting a strange aura. A closer look made even Feng Qingling gasp. The entire village was filled with the smell of blood. All the villagers had been slaughtered. When they went down to investigate, they initially thought it was the work of evil cultivators, until they discovered the traces of an attack left on the wall. Her companion who had fought him would never forget it, even in death. This move was definitely from the youth named Xiao Chun. Hearing this, Wu Mingyue clearly couldn't sit still. She stood up and shouted, wanting to seek justice for Xiao Chun. This scared Feng Qingling, who retreated while sighing. I've delivered the message. Whether you do anything about it is up to you. In any case, it's not the people of my Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain who died. Just as she finished speaking, Wu Mingwei suddenly reached out and grabbed Feng Qingling. She stated that Xiao Chan would never kill the innocent indiscriminately unless they were truly guilty. Take me there. I want to see for myself. The once bustling and lively city had now become a ruin, a devastating sight. A whole bottle of blood from young boys and girls had already overflowed, but it was still far from the target. Another 100 are needed. As long as I collect enough essence blood, I can release that ancient freak, looking at the only descendant left in the world before him. Although the Azure Dragon ancestor was also very worried about his state. Xiao Chun, whose eyes were blinded by hatred, was single-mindedly thinking about how to get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao. The Azure Dragon ancestor could do nothing about it. He could only let him act recklessly and walk step by step into the abyss. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain in the village, even after witnessing the tragic scene with her own eyes and hearing Feng Qingling's testimony, Wu Mingwei still refused to believe that all of this was done by Xiao Chun. To find the truth, she decisively rose into the air and flew straight ahead in the direction Xiao Chun was walking. The scene of their first meeting resurfaced, but their states of mind were no longer the same. A strange laugh rang out inappropriately. What? Has the Grand Princess come to humiliate me? Then, listening to Wu Mingyue's soft question, Xiao Chun showed no hesitation. He said he had nothing left now. The only reason supporting his struggle to stay alive was one thing. As long as he could get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao, it would be worth it even if he died without a burial place. If you want revenge, just go find Jun Xiaoyao directly. Why are you indiscriminately killing the people of my Panwu divine dynasty here? This remark made Xiao Chun laugh out loud again. Yang Pan is much closer to you than I am. I didn't see that stopping you from having romantic moments with him. Wu Mingwei glared, about to retort, but was suddenly approached by Xiao Chun, who covered her mouth and nose. Mingwei, in the end, this is all your fault. If you had just obediently married me and let me use the power of the Panwu divine dynasty for revenge, none of this would have happened. She forcefully broke his hold. As the words "you're insane" came out, Xiao Chun began to laugh wildly to himself. I went insane when Jun Xiaoyao wiped out my entire clan. You're only realizing it now? Ha ha ha. Wu Mingwen knew very well that if she didn't stop him now, Xiao Chun would surely fall into the abyss. Spiritual light flashed in her hand, and an immortal spear appeared. She raised her right hand, aiming it straight at Xiao Chun. However, this action not only had no effect, but even further enraged Xiao Chun. His spiritual power surged wildly as he charged directly at Wu Mingwei. The former lovers turned against each other. Their attacks were ruthless, aiming to draw blood. But compared to the attacks of Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Mingyue's sword strikes were painless and harmless to Xiao Chun. However, the attacks from Xiao Chun were also completely blocked by a shield-type magic treasure. The successor of an immortal force is truly different. Always has unexpected magic treasures on hand. Facing Xiao Chen's mockery, Wu Mingwei leaped into the air. The 4 words Panwu spear art left her lips. The next second, countless spear gleams shot straight toward Xiao Chun. But even so, when the smoke cleared, what came out was still Xiao Chen's mocking laughter. Didn't I tell you? Your sword is completely painless and harmless. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Chun, clad in dragon scale armor, threw a punch at Wu Mingyue. Her figure flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a wall. Before Wu Mingyue could recover, an angry roar was heard again, followed by a sonic boom. At this moment, Xiao Chun was like a demon from the abyss, disregarding all danger just to kill the enemy before him. A loud explosion echoed through the sky. The expressions of the two people watching from the cliff also became solemn. I thought you were going to help her. Feng Qingling's expression was stiff, her mouth twitching. This is her karma. Others have no right to interfere. She looked straight at the battlefield again. At this moment, Wu Mingyue's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Remembering every little moment between them, she couldn't help but ask herself if she had ever truly liked Xiao Chun. In truth, back then, she might have just been looking for someone to help her escape the clutches of evil. Who that person was didn't matter at all. But it was precisely this Wu Mingyue who gave Xiao Chun the hope of revenge, causing him to fall so deep that he ended up like this. Thinking of this, Wu Mingyue suddenly laughed strangely, facing Xiao Chen's attack again with that same old indifference. Wu Mingyue chose not to move, letting Xiao Chen's fist pierce her body. Blood instantly gushed out, but Wu Mingyue felt no pain at all. Even in the last few seconds of her life, she was still trying to persuade Xiao Chun. I am free. You should give up. The Jun family is a behemoth. Even with the full might of the Panwu divine dynasty, it's impossible to shake them in the slightest. Live a good life. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly became clear as he shouted Mingyue inside the imperial city of the Panwu divine dynasty. The Grand Princess's life tablet suddenly shattered. Cracking sounds echoed one after another, causing a white-haired old man to break out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide open. He had gone mad and mistakenly killed his beloved with his own hands. Now, finally sober, he shed tears of remorse. The Azure Dragon ancestor looked with pity at the hope of his entire clan. Before he could speak, a sense of crisis suddenly struck. There was no time to react. The Azure Dragon ancestor could only rely on instinct, taking a blocking stance and desperately protecting Xiao Chen behind him. The smoke cleared, and his gaze tightened. Who is it who dares to attack the Grand Princess within the territory of the Panwu divine dynasty? The Azure Dragon ancestor recognized this person as Wu Mingyue's Dao protector. Without a word, he turned, picked up Xiao Chun, and prepared to run. The Dao protector snorted coldly, unleashing his full power in a fatal blow. With nowhere to hide, the Azure Dragon ancestor decided to risk it all. He forcefully threw Xiao Chun away and roared, Xiao Chun, run. As long as you live, the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom has hope of being restored. You must live on. As soon as he finished speaking, he resolutely turned and charged in the opposite direction. The scene shifts to the Jun family's divine domain. Clan brother, I just want to take 10 pieces of immortal source, but was told to give them to the divine child. Isn't this too biased? Indeed, the clan is really too partial to the divine child. Even some of the resources that originally belonged to you, clan brother Ling Song, were allocated to the divine child. Now that you're back, you must put him in his place. After listening to the direct complaints of the two Jun family sequences, Jun Ling Song's lips curled slightly as he exhaled. Are you two complaining to me? At these words, Jun Daolin and Jun Shiyu first laughed awkwardly. Then they hurriedly said it was just idle chat with no other meaning. The Jun family gave us the sequence title not for us to scheme against each other. If you're not convinced, you can go and compete. I heard he defeated 4 peer prodigies in the Panwu divine dynasty. If you can do the same, you can naturally enjoy the family's resources with priority. Hearing this, Jun Shiyu's momentum clearly weakened. Thinking of something, her gaze shifted again. Clan brother, there's something I don't know if I should say. Clan brother, do you know about this? Ninth Lady has become the divine child's Dao protector. The scene shifts to a quiet wetland. Feng Qingling took out a small knife, looked at Wu Mingyue lying on the ground, and directly cut her own wrist. Blood gushed out, falling directly onto Wu Mingyue's wound. I say, take it easy. Do you know how precious your blood is? Just as the voice fell, Feng Qingling gave a devilish smile, causing Little Black to complain again. You were too bold this time, to actually steal Wu Mingyue away while those 2 big shots were fighting. Tell me, why exactly are you saving her? I brought her here. If I just let her die like this, I would feel uneasy. Besides, the Grand Princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is already dead. The one reborn through Nirvana is just an ordinary cultivator. Whether shedding the halo of the Grand Princess is a blessing or a curse for her has nothing to do with me. What is the product of blood and tears combined? Xiao Chen now had the answer in his heart. But even after experiencing the most painful moment of his life, he still chose to follow the voice in his heart. Even if he had to crawl, he would crawl to his destination. Give up, stay away from the Jun family, and live a good life. As long as you live, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has hope of being restored. The dying words of his beloved Wu Mingyue and the ancestor echoed repeatedly in his mind. As the two emotions constantly fought, at one point, Xiao Chen even thought of using death to escape his troubles. Just then, a dragon's head slowly rose from the pool of blood. Let me see who has come. Little fellow, you really haven't failed my expectations. As soon as the voice fell, a medicine bottle floated uncontrollably from Xiao Chen's body. The strange aura it emitted almost made the dragon's soul laugh out loud. What a delicious aura. I didn't expect you to actually collect double the essence blood. By the way, what happened to that remnant soul that was with you? These words struck a nerve with Xiao Chen again. He angrily rebuked the dragon's soul. I brought what you wanted. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? However, the dragon soul was very interested and had no intention of ending this amusing topic. You humans always use anger to hide your inner panic. That remnant soul must have perished, right? Let me guess, it definitely died to protect you, right? Xiao Chen roared at the sky in a burning rage. Only after seeing him like this did the dragon soul laugh with satisfaction. Its gaze shifted to the medicine bottle, feeling the power within, even one as strong as it couldn't help but be moved. It couldn't help but ask Xiao Chen, just how many people did you kill? Wasn't it the essence blood of young boys and girls you wanted? Tell me, are you now feigning compassion like a cat crying over a dead mouse? Xiao Chen's words once again made the dragon's soul's body tremble with laughter. Little fellow, as far as I know, essence blood, this kind of innate source of life. Even if a little is taken, they can still live for several thousand years. With proper care, they can fully recover. But you chose the simplest and most brutal method of killing. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. He could only make the excuse that commoners have no spirit pills or miraculous medicines, and it was better to end it all than to live on and suffer. But how could these words deceive a dragon soul that had lived for thousands of years? Deeply amused, the dragon soul actually began to imitate words Xiao Chen had once said. Even if I, Xiao, were to be killed, I would never agree to such a depraved matter. However, despite the teasing, the dragon soul finally sprinkled the essence blood into the blood pool. I always keep my word. Speak, what is your wish? Meanwhile, outside the blood pool, a behemoth rose from the water. The commotion was so great that it had already attracted a crowd of onlookers. Look over there. It looks like a mountain is collapsing. Just then, as the behemoth gradually emerged from the water and slowly revealed its true form, people thought it was an immortal manifesting. They all began to kneel and worship it, but some knowledgeable people saw the truth at a glance. That's the ancient dragon palace. Go back and report to the elders quickly. A behemoth slowly rose from the sea, revealing its true form. It was actually a living dragon palace. That extremely ancient and solemn sense of pressure was already making it hard for Xiao Chen to breathe. But compared to it, he, as insignificant as a grain of sand, still endured his fear, looked up, and asked with a tremble, "Who exactly are you?" However, the giant blue dragon didn't seem to intend to answer him. It just laughed devilishly to itself. Time to get up, boys. Just as the voice fell before Xiao Chen's very eyes, the entire dragon palace began to tremble violently as if it were alive, accompanied by several giant dragons soaring into the sky. Landing on the ground, when the smoke dissipated, they revealed their humanoid forms. These strange people, who had dragon horns like Xiao Chen, arranged themselves in formation, all cupping their fists and bowing in salute. Generals Azure Dragon, White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Red Dragon pay our respects to Princess Longji. At this moment, Xiao Chen was completely stunned by the scene before him. because he discovered that their cultivation realms were all above the Saint realm. They were all Saint Lord realm powerhouses, only a step away from the Supreme realm. But what terrified him even more was that for these Saint Lords to willingly bow in submission. Then what kind of identity would this Princess Longji have? A dragon claw lifted gently. In the blink of an eye, as a slender, jade-like leg appeared, a voice also came from Princess Longji's mouth. Kill the current Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. Is this your wish? At these words, Xiao Chun immediately snapped back to his senses. Yes. As long as you can kill him, I'm willing to pay any price. However, before the princess could reply, the 4 dragon generals flashed in front of Xiao Chun first. What insignificant whelp! How dare you bargain with her highness? A terrifying pressure instantly descended. Fortunately, Princess Longji spoke up in time, saving Xiao Chun from disaster. All right. This is what I agreed with him from the beginning, little thief. You have already paid the price. I will fulfill my promise. There is no need for you ants to declare your loyalty again. After speaking, she turned her gaze to a youth who had appeared beside Xiao Chun at some point. Guomin, I permit your audience. Only after the newcomer's self-introduction did they learn that this person was a descendant of the dragon clan from the ancestral dragon nest, stationed here. After being separated for hundreds of years, darkness once again descended upon the world. Princess Longji couldn't help but tease the youth. Do you recognize who I am? The youth paused, then the force of his kneeling rapidly increased. Though I am young and ignorant, I can still feel the ancient emperor's aura of the azure dragon lineage from your highness. I have already sent someone back to the ancestral dragon nest with a message. It won't be long before someone comes to welcome your highness. At this moment, compare to Princess Longji's calm demeanor. Xiao Chen's mind, in contrast, was in turmoil. One must know that the Azure Dragon Ancient Emperor was an existence equivalent to a human Great Emperor. Could this evil dragon really be a descendant of a Dragon Great Emperor? A fierce wind suddenly rose, causing the entire island to tremble. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the horizon. At the edge of their vision, countless giant dragons emerged from the clouds. The youth chanted incantations frequently. Finally, even he transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Princess Longji smiled, leaping down from the roof of the dragon palace. All right, it's time for us to go and greet the dragons of this era. The 4 dragon generals immediately understood and moved ahead to clear the way for her highness. In the clouds, countless divine dragons intertwined. Dragons flew in the sky, a myriad of them roaring in unison. This miracle quickly spread through the nearby streets and alleys. A few days later, people were discussing the news that had spread during their leisure time. Have you heard? The royal descendant from the ancestral dragon nest has issued a message demanding the Jun family's divine child to come before her and surrender to be executed. However, it's surprising that the Jun family's divine child hasn't responded at all. The scene shifts to Jun Xiaoyao's residence in the inner court of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. An honored guest arrived and got straight to the point. I wonder what you're thinking, clan brother Xiaoyao. Why not respond to the ancestral dragon nest challenge? This was an ordinary cup of tea, but for the man, it was harder to swallow than 1,000 blades. Clan brother Zhangjian. I wonder why clan brother Xiaoyao isn't responding to the ancestral dragon nest challenge? Big brother, why are you asking me this? However, despite his thoughts, facing the question from a number 1 powerhouse of the Jun family sequences, Jun Zhangjian still answered obediently. Perhaps it's because the divine child has been in seclusion recently, comprehending the legacy left by Emperor Panwu. He really can't be distracted. Junling Song slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip. I heard the clan has squeezed out another batch of immortal source to help clan brother Xiaoyao temper his body. Now, in the entire Jun family, it seems only clan brother Xiaoyao is qualified to use the clan's immortal source. Hearing the hidden meaning in Junling Song's words, Jun Zhangjian felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but could only be a quiet listener. I don't mean to criticize. Clan brother Xiaoyao is still young. After all, I just want you to pass a message to him. Since he has received the family's preferential resources, he shouldn't lose face for the Jun family. After all, gossip is a fearful thing. In this 9 heavens immortal domain, if you show even the slightest weakness, you will immediately be targeted by tigers and wolves. If they have no sense of reverence, they can drown the Jun family in saliva just by catching a small mistake. Speaking of which, Junling Song stood up, finally intending to leave. He looked at Jun Zhongjian and said he would handle the ancestral dragon nest himself. Remember to pass on what I just said to the divine child. After saying that, he turned and left Jun Xiaoyao's residence, leaving Jun Zhongjian, already covered in a cold sweat, to sigh deeply. He thought to himself that he could still handle the two little brats, Jun Daolin and Jun Xiu, who wore their dissatisfaction on their faces. But someone like clan brother Ling Song was completely beyond his ability to handle. Speaking of which, why haven't those two unlucky kids, Jun Wanjie and Jun Xuehuang, returned yet? The scene shifts to the hidden dragon continent in the lower realm. At this moment, the battlefield is filled with smoke and soldiers are falling one after another. And the two figures they were fighting against were none other than Jun Xuehuang and Jun Wanjie. These guys from the upper realm are really not easy to deal with. Having no time to heed the leader's taunts, Jun Wanjie shouted loudly, "I'll open a breach. You take the chance to rush out. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Someone has to bring the news back. Of the 5 forces in the 10 lands of the lower realm that follow the Jun family, 2 have already rebelled." The scene shifts to the outskirts of the Huntian mountain range in Hong province. What comes into view are many martial artists from the pugilistic world, and some disciples from large aristocratic families. They all came here to watch the arranged battle between the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral dragon nest, Princess Longji was lazily looking around, her gaze finally landing on Long Outyin. "Little fellow, come and tell me, what kind of person is Jun Xiaoyao?" As soon as she spoke, the scene suddenly fell into an awkward silence, until an elder kicked Long Outyin from behind. He belatedly scratched his head. "Your Highness, are you asking me?" These words immediately made Longji's delicate body tremble with laughter. "Ha ha ha, to dare to space out in front of me. You are indeed an interesting child. I heard Jun Xiaoyao once saved your life, and to fulfill my promise, I have to kill him. What should I do? But then again, the one who wanted to harm the descendants of my Azure Dragon clan back then was you, wasn't it?" As an invisible pressure descended on Shao Chun, directly above the ancestral dragon nest, where people were pointing, a powerful aura suddenly tore through the void and descended. A dragon claw appeared first. A figure followed, flashing into midair. The newcomer was none other than the Jun family's first sequence, Junling Song, who had come to answer the challenge. "Yo-ho, someone's finally here, but it doesn't seem to be Jun Xiaoyao." The war drums thundered. The horns were rousing. Above the clouds, war banners billowed. Several figures stood tall and straight. However, among the many Jun family disciples, the protagonist, Jun Xiaoyao, was nowhere to be seen. "I say, clan brother Ling Song, there's no need to stand up for Jun Xiaoyao. You should say less. Otherwise, clan brother will have to scold you later." But then again, coming to answer the challenge this time might really be a thankless task. After the idle chat, the view shifted to the other protagonist, Princess Longji. An invisible pressure instantly swept over. As the 4 words "Who are you?" were spoken, Ling Song stepped forward, unfazed by the aura, and looked ahead. Jun family's first sequence, Jun Ling Song. As soon as he finished, hearing Longji ask why he was here, Ling Song calmly spoke again. "I'm Xiaoyao's elder brother. An elder brother is like a father, so it is appropriate for me to answer the challenge in his stead." At these words, Longji agreed with his statement, followed by a slight smile. 1 second, people were still discussing why the sky had suddenly gone quiet. Are they going to fight or not? The next second, a violent explosion instantly swept through. Some of the weaker ones were even blown away. When the smoke cleared, people could finally see clearly. The battle had already begun. Jun Lingsong was seen diving down from the sky. Longji lightly lifted her jade-like foot, and in the next second, she flashed directly in front of him. Smiling at Jun Lingsong, she merely pointed a finger. The moment, an azure, laser-like water pillar formed. It shot towards Jun Lingsong at extreme speed. Purple battle aura filled the air around him. Jun Lingsong actually managed to neutralize the attack directly. When he was seen again, his figure was already in front of Longji. A heavy punch went straight for Longji's vital point. In an instant, mountains crumbled, the earth split, and a fierce wind rose. This single round of combat was enough to make everyone present sigh in amazement. Among them, some knowledgeable individuals suddenly exclaimed in surprise. That's the Qilin's great divine power that Junling Tsang is using. At this, someone beside him raised a question. The Qilin are an ancient great clan. Why would they teach their ultimate technique to a mere human boy? Until this person brought up the Panwu banquet. Using Jun Xiaoyao also obtaining the true dragon's great divine power as an example, which finally silenced everyone. And while the crowd was discussing, the battle had already reached a white-hot stage. At a certain moment, the two separated. Longji dusted herself off and said with a smile, "Those eyes of yours are the double pupils, aren't they? Why don't you use them? Likewise, you haven't used your full strength either, have you?" At these words, Longji chose not to respond to Junling's song. She just yawned, indicating she had played enough and it was time to end it. After speaking, a water sphere appeared above her hand. The aura it contained sent a chill down Junling Song's spine. "This is the last move. You'd better take it." The huge water sphere was instantly thrown from Longji's hand. "If you can take it, we'll call a draw." The powerful tearing energy manifesting from the water sphere gave Junling Song no time to reply to Longji. While gathering his battle aura and preparing to receive the attack with one hand, he shouted behind him, "Everyone from the Jun family, scatter quickly." However, even though Junling Song gave the warning immediately, many people were unfortunately caught and mercilessly swallowed by the water sphere. A few days later, this place had become a bottomless giant pit. Two descendants of the Azure Dragon clan reminisced about the recent battle, expressing their opinions. "That was terrifying, but I don't think our highness used her full strength." Same, that Junling Song didn't use his double pupils either. It's still unknown who is stronger. The scene shifts to the Jun family in the immortal domain. The boy feasting before them is the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, who has just come out of seclusion. "So many things happened while I was in seclusion, it's simply too much." The first thing the Jun family's divine child did after coming out of seclusion was to devour 88 plates of kidneys. After eating his fill, he finally had time to hear about his own brother's heroic deeds. Jun Zhangjian wanted to ask Xiaoyao how to deal with Princess Longji, but he was met with the divine child rolling his eyes. "Didn't my brother already step up to handle it? This world is full of idiots who want to step on others to climb up. I can't possibly deal with every single one of them, or I'd be exhausted to death." Just as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly thought of something and looked at Jun Zhangjian. "Clan brother, someone sent me a message while I was in seclusion. Guess who?" Jun Zhangjian guessed several names like Ling Long, but all were wrong. Xiaoyao could only take out a jade slip and let him see for himself. The content was actually personally written by the little sage of the Holy Spirit Academy, Ji Xian. The Holy Spirit Academy is about to open the Heavenly Dao Tower. I wonder if Brother Jun is interested in coming to climb it for training. Because they had a conflict before in the Tianyuan Supreme's secret trove, Jun Zhangjian had no good feelings for Jixin at all. But Xiaoyao was obviously open-minded. He heard that the Heavenly Dao Tower held countless opportunities. Every year, prodigies from all walks of life are invited to the trial. Now, receiving a personal invitation from the little sage is like indirectly getting an invitation letter. However, despite this, Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but complain a bit about Jixin's previous actions. This made the divine child laugh out loud. He said that although the little guy is a bit scheming, his nature isn't bad. So there's no need to be too wary of him. Just then, a voice suddenly came in. It turned out to be clan brother Ling Song, who came to visit upon hearing that the divine child had come out of seclusion. "I haven't gone to look for this big brother of ours, yet he has come to find me first." Interesting. The scene shifts to the front hall pavilion. Junling Song was standing formally and majestically. The moment his ears twitched, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly appeared from behind him. "Clan brother Ling Song, I suppose this is our first time meeting, isn't it?" Ling Song, on the other hand, after confirming Jun Xiaoyao's identity, was only serious for a few seconds. He then started looking Jun Xiaoyao over from all sides as if he had ADHD. Very good. As expected of my Jun family's divine child, truly magnificent and exceptionally talented. Don't be alarmed. I came to find you just to tell you one thing. Princess Longji's cultivation level, that is likely already above the Nirvana realm. The scene shifts to the ancestral dragon nest. Looking at the extent of the aura Princess Longji was emitting, Long Outyin was full of questions until the ancestor explained. Her Highness is currently converting her spiritual energy. Because Her Highness comes from the primordial era, the spiritual energy in her body is incompatible with that of the present. Only after the conversion is complete can she perfectly merge with her body and unleash her true strength. The single horn that appeared on Her Highness's head is the result of her spiritual energy being suppressed. Once the spiritual energy is completely converted, Her Highness will surely undergo a different kind of transformation. The scene shifts back to Jun Xiaoyao, who looked completely unfazed. Although he heard that Longji was 2 major realms higher than him, the divine child, who had even fought against the Supreme, was clearly not afraid. In comparison, Jun Lingcong had also received an invitation from the Holy Spirit Academy. The fact that the 2 of them would go explore the Heavenly Tao Tower together was what was truly exciting. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jun Lingcong, for the first time ever, became bashful. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked Jun Xiaoyao the question he had always wanted to ask. I want to ask you something. Is she okay? My goodness, what is this situation? A strange sound suddenly came from the silent night sky. The immense spiritual power manifesting on the young man's body should not have been something his age could bear. But as a prodigy of the Jun family's younger generation, how could he give up so easily? His unique golden pupils emitted waves of fluctuations. The young Jun Lingcong understood that if he continued to cultivate, his eyes would surely go blind on the spot. However, bearing the title of the Jun family's first sequence, he still wanted to break through his limits. The moment he opened his eyes again, he was nearly scared to death by the figure that had suddenly and silently appeared before him. A terrified scream echoed throughout the entire back mountain. And this was where Jun Lingcong and Miss Ajio first met. After hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. Pardon my asking, but why would Miss Ajio appear there in the middle of the night? Because that mountain was where she was cultivating in seclusion at the time. My noise disturbed her, which is why she came out to drive me away. It's strange, really. Back then, I was the most outstanding rising star of the Jun family. I couldn't even keep up with all the admiration. But Miss Ajio actually ignored all that and told me to leave immediately. Ever since feeling that frosty demeanor in that instant, Jun Lingcong became completely obsessed. He tried every possible way to ask Miss Ajio to be his master. In the end, not only was he not granted permission, but because of his frantic pursuit, all trace of Miss Ajio disappeared after just a few days. Anyway, back to the point. I've said everything I wanted to say to you. You can figure out the rest yourself. I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After speaking, before Jun Xiaoyao could even say goodbye, Jun Lingcong vanished in a puff of smoke. This guy seems so refined. I didn't expect him to be such an impetuous person at heart. Just then, Jun Zhongjian suddenly appeared from behind. He asked with a smile, "Young master, what were you talking about? I heard you going to the Heavenly Tao Tower." Just as Jun Zhongjian obtained a spot to go along for the trial, the long-awaited system voice descended once again. "Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please proceed to the Heavenly Tao Tower to check in." The scene shifts to the Holy Spirit Academy in the Heavenly Spirit Tao province. A figure appeared before the main hall. This immediately attracted many disciples to discuss and gather around, because the person who had arrived was none other than Ji Xian, known as the Little Sage of the Holy Spirit Academy. Well, isn't this our Holy Spirit Academy's little sage? Has that arm that got beaten off grown back yet? Isn't that right? It seems cultivation still depends on oneself. Relying on external objects, who knows when you'll get beaten to a pulp? I say, you two should stop being so sarcastic here. Senior brother Ji Xian, we came specifically to ask you for information about Jun Xiaoyao. Would it be convenient for you to describe what he's like in your eyes? Ji Xian understood that these 3 were no pushovers. Therefore, he didn't get angry and very seriously told him everything he knew. I think as long as you don't actively provoke him, his personality should be quite easy to get along with. As for his cultivation level, it's been a while since I met him. I'm not sure what realm he has reached now. As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out. It seems our little sage has been beaten into fear. Don't worry, we'll help you get back the face you lost. Watching the departing backs of the Yinyang Holy Sun and Xiaolon, Ji Xian looked at Hua Shiqing with dark lines on his face. You guys aren't thinking of targeting Jun Xiaoyao because you feel my defeat back then brought shame to the Holy Spirit Academy, are you? Hua Xiqing, on the other hand, had no idea of the seriousness of the issue. She said she was just a little curious about Jun Xiaoyao. As for the other two, she couldn't control them. Hearing this, Ji Xian let out a deep sigh. People, sometimes I really don't understand them. Isn't it better to live a good life by not provoking that jinx? This is Holy Spirit City, the capital of the Heavenly Spirit Dao province. The usually peaceful and serene streets were now incredibly bustling due to the upcoming grand event. At the same time, rumors about the Holy Spirit Academy were being widely discussed. I heard the Holy Spirit Academy was founded by a Holy Spirit long ago. The Heavenly Dao Tower is that Holy Spirit's cenotaph. It's also a fortuitous opportunity he left for future generations. But the desolate heaven immortal domain has existed for so long, yet I've never heard any news about this Holy Spirit. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from upstairs. These days, even folks who don't know what a Holy Spirit is dare to dream of obtaining opportunities in the Heavenly Dao Tower. Truly, it takes all kind to make a world. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene fell into a moment of silence. Seeing that he was very young, the uncle gained some confidence and cursed angrily. You little brat, who doesn't know your place? Is it your turn to interrupt when we brothers are talking? Seeing that the person still had a contemptuous expression, the uncle chose not to endure it any longer and instantly drew his precious sword. He leaped up and charged straight at the child. A second later, with just a dull thud, the child didn't even move, merely taking a sip of tea. When the uncle woke up again lying on the ground, he was so scared that he hurriedly checked his body to confirm he wasn't injured. Only then did he raise his head again and curse out loud. "You brat, what dirty trick did you use on me?" Just then, another mocking laugh came from beside him. "Oh my, you actually showed mercy. Why keep such an idiot around? Just kill him." Before the uncle could even turn his head to question this, the child took another sip of tea and smiled. "I don't want to be like an uncivilized beast, preying on people all day, getting myself covered in the foul smell of blood." Hearing this, the mockery on the newcomer's face grew stronger. "I say, the Star King physique of the ancient Yi family has a much sharper tongue than skill. Likewise. You also didn't expect the little Peng King of Mount Garuda to be quietly mixing in the crowd like a clown." As soon as these words were spoken, the tavern was instantly filled with two auras of pressure about to erupt. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, inside the Jun family's palanquin, they were also discussing news about the Holy Spirits. They are another type of Tao-proving existence, different from the human race and the primordial royal families. Various divine stones between heaven and earth after eons, and under the infusion of spiritual energy, gradually gain sentience and even a body of flesh and blood. Finally, they can transform into Holy Spirits. A Holy Spirit that has achieved the great accomplishment of the Imperial Tao can stand shoulder to shoulder with great emperors and ancient emperors. It is rumored that on the 50th floor of the Heavenly Tao Tower, there are the remains of a Samsara Holy Spirit. The true form of the Samsara Holy Spirit is the Samsara Tao Gold. But to this day, no one has set foot on the 50th floor. From ancient times to the present, very few prodigies have even reached the 40th floor. Hearing this, Jun Zhongjian smiled and pointed to the side. Perhaps this time, the young master will be the one to verify it. And just as everyone once again focused their hopeful gazes on Jun Ling-tsang, Jun Ling-tsang suddenly stood up and shouted, "Look, we've arrived. That should be Holy Spirit City ahead, right?" However, before he could finish speaking, two powerful auras clashed within the city. The combatants were none other than the little Peng King and Yi Xingyun. Speaking of Yi Xingyun, Jun Xiaoyao was quite fond of this kid, so he suggested that everyone go find a place to stay first. He would go join them after he handled the matter. After speaking, he jumped straight down from the sky, aiming right for the middle of their fight. His left hand pressed down on Yi Xingyun, and his right hand grabbed the little Peng King's head. Using both hands, he slammed the two of them directly to the ground. "We meet again, you two. How about it? Are you happy?" The duel between the two talented youths was suddenly interrupted by someone because they were destroying buildings. One of them wanted to attack and teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, he ended up with another bump on his head. "You'd better behave. This is a Jun family heritage site." After hearing Yi Xingyun's words, the little Peng King's eyes widened as he looked at Xiaoyao. The next second, he flared up again. So what if you're Jun Xiaoyao? What right do you have to hit me? You've demolished plenty of houses when you fight, haven't you? Why don't you mind your own business? Hearing this, Xiaoyao looked at the little Peng King with a solemn expression. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. The houses I demolish are all Jun family properties. We can just rebuild them after they're demolished. Moreover, before I fight, a woman always appears in advance to move the innocent people away. I never involve bystanders. I, Jun, am a rare, gentle soul in the immortal domain. Just then, a flattering voice suddenly rang out, full of righteous spirit, as expected of the Jun family's divine child. Following the direction of the voice, everyone recognized the newcomer at a glance. It was Qian Duo, the young master of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Divine child of the Jun family, a pleasure to meet you. This is all our Chamber of Commerce's territory. Consider this humble tavern my welcoming gift to you all. A gentle breeze blew past as the scene fell into a dead silence. A moment later, it was suddenly interrupted by Yi Xingyun saying, "How much is it? I'll pay for it." Qian Duo laughed magnanimously. He then showed no intention of dwelling on this issue. He ordered his subordinate to bring out 3 invitation letters. A fortune, Holy Spirit City is bustling with activity. Taking advantage of the popularity, our Chamber of Commerce wants to hold a martial arts tournament. I understand that in a few days, you will all be going to the Heavenly Dao Tower to seek opportunities. So, naturally, we won't have you personally compete in the arena. It's a death match between slaves. You only need to place your bets. Rest assured, those slaves are all from other immortal domains or the extraterritorial demonic tribe. Just then, before the beaming little Peng King could open his mouth to agree, he was stunned by Qian Duo's next words. For our martial arts tournament, the minimum bet is immortal essence. As soon as the words fell, Jun Xiaoyao gave a devilish smile. At the same time, deep in a gloomy and damp mountain, a monk was walking on a small path inside. He only stopped when he saw countless pairs of eyes. Amipa, I have heard that you benefactors have taken several young boys from outside the mountain. Please return them to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader burst out laughing. My cultivation relies on eating them to grow. How do you propose I return them to you? Besides, I've never eaten a monk's flesh before. With these words, it was clear that further talk was useless. A terrifying aura began to emanate from the monk's body. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the villagers were gathering their strength, wanting to fight the monsters and save the children. Although they were terrified, they also knew very well that at a time like this, they could only rely on themselves. Hoping for those immortals to help was simply a fool's dream. However, not far away, the figures of the children coming down the mountain suddenly entered their vision. Heavens, children, how did you escape? It's the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva has come. The scene shifts to the mountain, which was already unrecognizable, littered with corpses. A monk was seen holding the leader's head and actually laughing. Flesh and blood Bodhisattva, I'm quite happy to be called that. This is the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the largest trading center in the immortal domain. From inside the room, one could see the beautiful scenery of the endless sky. In response to everyone's praise, Qian Duo also smiled humbly. Under his guidance, everyone soon arrived at the private room the Chamber of Commerce had specially prepared for them. There was one feature inside that greatly surprised Jun Xiaoyao. The transparent walls were practically comparable to modern glass. So advanced. Just then, a few figures on the opposite side suddenly caught Yi Xingyun's attention. Brother Xiaoyao, look, those standing over there are all holy sons of the Holy Spirit Academy. The 2 at the front. Point 1 is the Yin-Yang holy son of the Yin-Yang sect. This person is a disciple of both the Yin-Yang sect and the Holy Spirit Academy and is quite capable. The other is Prince Xia Lan of the Great Xia dynasty. Although the Yin-Yang sect and the Great Xia dynasty are not immortal forces, they have risen in recent years with great momentum. Jun Xiaoyao understood that since these 2 were not successors of immortal forces, and Yi Xingyun had specifically introduced them, there must be a hidden reason. And indeed, as expected, it turned out that both of them were once ardent pursuers of the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. That's why Yi Xingyun was worried they might secretly make trouble for Jun Xiaoyao. These words immediately drew a burst of laughter from the little Pung King. Just these two sycophants who shamelessly fawn over the Panwu divine dynasty? Who gave them the courage to challenge the Jun family? As soon as he spoke, the scene suddenly fell into silence. It wasn't until Yi Xingyun spoke again that the awkwardness was broken. It's strange, really. Brother Xiaoyao, you are clearly the esteemed divine child of the Jun family and have a remarkable battle record. But for some reason, you always give people the mistaken impression that they can defeat you. And this feeling even outweighs their fear of the Jun family. After hearing this, the little Pung King immediately agreed with Yi Xingyun's statement. Based on this premise, the two even began to suspect that Jun Xiaoyao might be hiding a magic treasure that interferes with others' perception. But Jun Xiaoyao looked innocent and said there was no such thing. As for this feeling everyone had, he couldn't do anything about it either. The scene changes. The martial arts tournament held by the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce is about to begin, along with the host's exciting introduction. The first contestant to appear, Isaac of the Cyclops clan, takes the stage. Because it was his first time seeing a race from outside the immortal domain, Yi Xingyun cried out in excitement. The little Pung King, on the other hand, was much more knowledgeable than him. I say, can you not make such a big fuss? You should know that the strength of a truly high-level variant race is judged by the runes on their body. This one in front of you doesn't even have runes. He's just a counterfeit. At the same time, another contestant stepped into the martial arts arena. He was a Swan the Cheetah of the Wind Shadow clan. It is said that the Wind Shadow clan's specialty is speed. Several people placed their bets, but only Jun Xiaoyao bet 10 immortal essences on a swan to win. The battle began. As expected, Isaac used brute force and attacked first. After just a few rounds, a swan was already at a disadvantage. And just when everyone thought Isaac had the match won, an unexpected change occurred. A swan used a gap in the fight to push his speed to the limit, instantly getting behind him. With one slash, he hit a vital point, and the head was separated from the body. This sudden scene instantly stunned most of the people present. I say, Brother Xiaoyao, you really bet on the right one. How did you see that coming? Facing Yi Xingyun's question, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't muster any interest at the moment. If all the contestants are of this caliber, this tournament isn't worth watching. And just as he was getting bored, a heavyweight contestant appeared. Just how boring could a martial arts tournament held by the self-proclaimed #1 Chamber of Commerce in the world be? Even the slightly more powerful spectators were yawning endlessly. If it weren't for the immortal essence bets in every small match, everyone would have probably left long ago. It would be more fun to rock a tractor, seeing Jun Xiaoyao winning immortal essence while swaying back and forth. Yi Xingyun and the little Pung King also started to join in and dance. It wasn't until they heard the host announce the final match that one of the contestants was actually pushed into the arena by the crowd. Only then did the group stop dancing and fix their gazes on the competition. When the cage was opened, the evil aura emanating from within immediately caused the audience to murmur with suspicion. Among them, some knowledgeable people immediately recognized this thing as a member of the heavenly demon clan from the foreign realm. Back then, the invasion of the foreign realm had caused devastation to the living beings of the 9 heavens immortal domain. Countless immortal forces were annihilated. Therefore, everyone's hatred for the foreign realm was as deep as having their fathers killed and wives stolen. Fortunately, the host's timely explanation stopped the crowd from rushing into the arena. It turned out that the foreign realm had not made any major moves recently. This member of the foreign race had charged into the immortal domain alone and was accidentally captured by the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience immediately erupted. They all shouted for the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce to execute the demonic being from the foreign realm immediately. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was reminded of some past events upon seeing the member of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Supreme Master Tianyuan had met such a tragic end precisely because he was guarding the border of the foreign realm. Even the soldiers who followed him were corrupted by the demonic energy and turned into corpse puppets. It seemed the main event of this Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce tournament was truly going to be something to watch. The scene shifts to the introduction of the other contestant. The moment he walked into the arena, Jun Xiaoyao had already detected that the powerful aura he felt earlier was emanating from this person. However, the audience didn't think that much. They just saw the huge difference in their body sizes. This person is probably done for. Everyone, please be quiet. Don't underestimate this contestant. He comes from the profound heaven immortal domain and is likely the successor of a top-tier force. The host's introduction left everyone very confused. One must know that the profound heaven immortal domain and the desolate heaven immortal domain are separated by an endless starry sea. The strength this person was currently displaying didn't seem like he could cross the starry sea at all. The aura of that heavenly demon clan member was comparable to the Nirvana realm, while this kid from the profound heaven immortal domain was only at the Unity realm. There was simply no suspense. Just then, in the VIP seats, one person waved his hand. The Yin-Yang Holy Sun lavishly bet 60 immortal essences on the heavenly demon to win. At the same time, Xiaolan followed suit and bet 50 immortal essences. Following them, everyone began to empty their pockets, all choosing the heavenly demon. In contrast, in Jun Xiaoyao's camp, having listened to Xiaoyao's advice earlier, they were all naturally waiting for Xiaoyao to make a choice. I say, at a time like this, what are you two still hesitating for? Isn't it obvious who to bet on a win? Before Jun Xiaoyao could finish speaking, the two of them had already bet all their immortal essence on the heavenly demon. But they never expected that Jun Xiaoyao would actually bet on the cultivator from the profound heaven immortal domain to win. The announcer shouted that someone had bet 400 immortal essences on the profound heaven immortal domain. The scene was instantly in an uproar. Only that cultivator's eyes glinted as he slowly raised his head. The moment his golden pupils met Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, the iron locks were opened. A violent power instantly swept out. The words "the match begins" had just left the host's mouth, when the heavenly demon had already taken the first step and charged towards the cultivator from the profound heaven immortal domain. The power of the demonic beast from the foreign realm was world-destroying. But the man only raised one hand to counter it. Strange golden runes coiled around his body. With a wave of the black-robed man's arm, the next second, the foreign beast's body uncontrollably slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. The audience was in an uproar. They didn't understand why, despite being a major realm apart, this person could still suppress a member of the Heavenly Demon Clan while being at a lower level. Although it's normal for prodigies of immortal forces to fight across realms, their opponent was a member of the notorious Heavenly Demon Clan from the foreign realm. Back on the battlefield, the moment the Heavenly Demon came to its senses, its chest bulged out. The next second, it spat out a ball of scorching purple fire from its mouth. However, the black-robed man remained exceptionally calm in the face of the attack. As he grasped the light in his hand, golden energy chains directly formed a bow. A strange halo faintly appeared behind him. He was seen reaching out and casually shaping the light into an arrow. As it matched the golden bow, everyone voiced their doubts. Is he going to shoot an arrow? But the bow and arrow clearly don't have a bowstring. The black-robed man drew the bow and arrow, and his spiritual power instantly erupted. With a dull thud, the arrow left the string, carrying immense energy as it shot straight towards the heavenly demon. A violent explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. Accompanied by the heavenly demon's painful wails, its chest had been pierced through, leaving a large hole. And the energy contained in this strike, it actually shattered the sky, forming a black hole. Idiot, that's not the sky. It's just a spatial formation set up by the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Jun Xiaoyao also looked up at the sky with some interest. Shattering the void with one arrow, the sun shooter truly lives up to his name. Seeing Yi Xingyun's confused expression, he spoke again to clear his doubts. He shot down 9 suns, was born a demon, eliminated the 6 evils, and was finally crowned emperor. This kid is a genuine descendant of a great emperor. A mere heavenly demon clan is not even worthy of being compared to him. Yi Xingyun, only half understanding, asked again, "Brother Xiaoyao, you even know so much about the profound heaven immortal domain?" As soon as he spoke, before Xiaoyao could reply, the little Peng King exerted a little force and suddenly shattered the glass shield of the VIP box. He hadn't expected the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce to be so generous. This protective shield and the shattered sky seem to be the same thing, and the texture is very interesting. Just then, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "I want this person. I'll offer 100 immortal essences to buy his freedom." After hearing this, the people in the audience were angry but dared not speak. They all knew that the Yin-Yang Holy Son had a sinister personality. Moreover, as the Holy Son of both the Yin-Yang sect and the Holy Spirit Academy, no one dared to provoke him. But the little Peng King didn't care about that. He shot out and landed in the competition arena. "I want this person. I'll offer 200 immortal essences." Seeing the newcomer, the Yin-Yang Holy Son gritted his teeth. He cursed inwardly. Why is this troublemaker from Mount Garuda here too? And just then, the situation suddenly changed. The black-robed man suddenly unleashed his full, furious aura for no reason. While staring at the little Peng King, he muttered primordial royal family. It was obvious that the source of his anger was the little Peng King who had just landed. The Yin-Yang Holy Son's loud laughter rang out again. "Ha ha ha, little Peng King. It seems he doesn't like you very much." Hearing this, not only did the little Peng King not get angry, he became excited. Experts should have a bit of a temper. "Want to fight, kid? Your big brother here will definitely keep you company to the end." The black-robed man completely ignored his words. He sprinted at full speed and instantly appeared in front of the little Peng King. However, just as the little Peng King was smiling wickedly, ready to receive the attack, the host's voice shouted, "Stop!" The black-robed man was instantly immobilized. Lightning flickered around his body as he fell straight to the ground. From the looks of it, he was clearly being controlled. The little Peng King's eyes blazed with anger. A nameless fire instantly erupted from him. "Damn it, who told you to interfere? How dare you humiliate him like this? What right do you have to humiliate him?" Yi Xingyun appeared in front and grabbed the little Peng King's hand. As he shook his head, another roar was heard. 300 immortal essences. "I'm taking him." I wonder if the host can make this decision? Seeing that the speaker was Jun Xiaoyao, Qian Duo then smiled meaningfully. "Since the divine child has spoken, how could I dare not comply? 300 immortal essences. I'm taking him." The loud voice echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. People thought it was a senior from some great family making a move. Only the Yin-Yang Holy Son coughed awkwardly. After all, the newcomer was trying to snatch the auction item from his hands. Therefore, to save face, he pretended to be calm and asked, "May I know which fellow Taoist you are? Could you leave your name?" Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. "Since you don't recognize me, it proves you're not yet worthy of knowing my name." As soon as the voice transmission ended, the Prince of Great Xia stood up angrily, arrogant. "The Heavenly Spirit Dao Province is the territory of my Holy Spirit Academy. It's not your place to act wild here." Xiao Yao closed his eyes with a look of helplessness. What a joke. How come I didn't know there was someone here who could represent the Holy Spirit Academy? The blatant contempt made Xia Lan grit his teeth. It wasn't until the Yin-Yang Holy Son patted him from behind that he suppressed his anger. He understood his meaning. This person likely had a profound background and should not be offended. Therefore, he could only sigh and choose to compromise. The scene shifts to the exit of the martial arts arena. You kid are really lucky to actually be noticed by that lord. He is the most noble and powerful top prodigy in our desolate heaven immortal domain. Not long after, in the VIP pavilion, the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce brought the person from the profound heaven immortal domain in. "You blockhead, why aren't you bowing to the esteemed guest?" Jun Xiaoyao stood up and smiled. "That's enough. Don't pull that act in front of me." After speaking, he walked straight up to the man. Their eyes met in unusual silence. "You seem to have a death wish? Death is better than being a slave." Xiaoyao turned his back and looked at Qian Duo. "Take his control artifact off." Hearing this, Qian Duo kindly reminded him that this person was dangerous, but was unexpectedly shut down by Jun Xiaoyao's words. "Is he more dangerous than me? I'm very interested in the descendant of the Sun Shooter. There are many things I want to ask him." At these words, the man's eyes widened. You know my origins?" After hearing this, Xiaoyao didn't answer, just gave a confident smirk. A few hours later, the scene shifts to the Jun family's residence. Jun Zhangjian was staring infatuatedly at the immortal essence they had won. A laugh came from the doorway. "Divine child, I brought the person to you." Since Qian Duo had helped, Jun Xiaoyao also dropped his airs and thanked him. And this was precisely the biggest gain for Qian Duo from holding this martial arts tournament. After Qian Duo lifts, Yun Xiao looks at Yun Shangyan. The latter then took out a storage ring that had been prepared in advance. Brother, take this. Inside are some general cultivation resources, as well as some medicinal pills for recuperating your body. The cultivator from the profound heaven immortal domain, having been treated with such courtesy, was overwhelmed by the favor. Why are you doing this for me? Xiao Yao smirked and spoke confidently, because you are the descendant of a hero. Naturally, I should treat you with courtesy. The profound heaven immortal domain is known as the livestock breeding ground, because the beastly nature here far outweighs human nature. In the center of the immortal domain stands a sun god mountain. Inside live 10 golden crow supremes. Death. Doomsday gives birth to heroes. A young man named He stepped forward. He achieved enlightenment through his heart and body. He used a longbow to shoot down 9 golden crows. The myriad beings of the profound heaven immortal domain were thus saved. But at the same time, the Yi clan formed a mortal enmity with the sun god mountain. The divine mountain issued a pursuit order with its full force. In those years, the Yi clan's lineage was almost severed with no descendants. Even the divine bow used by their ancestor to shoot the suns was lost in the chaos of war. After that, the Yi clan suffered a great defeat with countless casualties. Only a few descendants went into hiding, changing their names to act as seeds. They were escorted out of the profound heaven immortal domain by the elders, who protected them with their lives. And EU is one of them. After hearing EU's account, Jun Xiaoyao was still a bit confused. If that's the case, why did you end up as a slave of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce? The words, because I'm not strong enough, came from EU's mouth. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't have to be modest in front of me. The bloodline of the god, E, plus a pair of decent eyes. And if I'm not mistaken, you also have an immortal seed in your body, right? With his secrets all revealed by Jun Xiaoyao, Yu decided to hide nothing more. He stated that his eyes were the delusion-breaking golden pupils. Paired with his sound arrow technique, they could better find an enemy's weakness. As for the immortal seed in his body, it was the clan's inherited true son. But even with all this, I was still captured. This is why you kept saying he wasn't strong enough. So, what do you plan to do from now on? Jun Xiaoyao's words left EU at a loss for an answer for a moment. He could only state his ultimate dream first, that is to cultivate diligently. After becoming strong, he would return to the profound heaven immortal domain to seek revenge on the sun god mountain. But when Jun Xiaoyao mentioned cultivation resources, Yu had no clue and could only take things one step at a time. Then, hearing that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to help him, Yu finally couldn't hold back and voiced the question in his heart. Forgive my presumption, but I've been wondering about something. We are neither friends nor relatives, young master. Why are you helping me like this? At these words, Xiaoyao burst out laughing. Who didn't have a great hero they admired as a child? Hearing this, Yi took a deep breath. Then he clasped his fists and shouted loudly, "Young master, if you don't mind, EU is willing to follow you." Jun Xiaoyao spread his hands. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to follow me? However, EU had made this decision after careful consideration. You can see through my abilities, which means your cultivation is above mine. You can also see through my origins, which means your family background should also be above mine. My clan is gone. I have no other skills, yet you still treat me with kindness. How can I let down such a person? But even as EU spoke with such conviction, Xiaoyao still reminded him, "But if you follow me, you can no longer put yourself first in all matters. Even if you become a supreme or a saint in the future, there will always be someone above your head, and you will never be free again. Have you thought it through?" As soon as the words fell, "A scholar dies for one who knows his worth," came from EU's mouth. Xiaoyao stepped forward and grasped his hand. "If that's the case, so be it. From now on, you and I are brothers." With the weight in his heart lifted, EU could finally ask his last question. "Young master, since it has come to this, can you tell me your name now?" But he never expected the answer from the person before him would instantly pierce his heart. "My surname is Jun. From the Jun family of the Wasteland Heaven, Jun Xiaoyao." As soon as the words fell, a memory instantly flooded his mind. It was from when EU was escaping. He gritted his teeth and asked the elder, "Is there no one who can deal with this damned primordial royal family?" The elder stroked his beard and sighed a long sigh. "Of course there is. If you ask who in the 9 heavens immortal domain can uproot the primordial royal families, that would only be the ancient Jun family. This is Holy Spirit City in the 3,000 Taoist states. The ancient bell tolls echo continuously. The lingering sound spreads until it permeates every corner. Anyone with a bit of knowledge looks up towards the source of the sound and mutters to themselves. This sound is the morning bell of the Holy Spirit Academy. It means the heavenly Tao Tower is about to open. At this moment, a swift fire phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky. This person was none other than the little Peng King, preparing to fight for first place to arrive outside the heavenly Tao Tower. Several figures followed closely behind him. They all shared a common destination, the place where the morning bell rang. The scene shifts to the mountain gate of the Holy Spirit Academy. Many disciples who love a lively scene have come here, craning their necks in anticipation. They want to see which prodigy will be the first to arrive at the mountain, along with falling snowflakes. A white-haired girl appeared out of thin air like a fairy. The moment she landed on the ground, Jik Swan Uriedli Bod in Salute. Greetings, Miss Ji Qingyi, the saintess of the human immortal sect. At these words, the girl pouted. She took a step forward and patted Ji Xian's hair. I say, you boy, why pretend to be so distant with me? Meanwhile, on a city wall not far away, several figures were also discussing the scene that had just occurred. That girl must be Fairy Qingyi, the most outstanding prodigy of the current generation of the ancient Ji family, right? I wonder if anyone will be able to pass those 3 trials this year. As soon as the words fell, another streak of fire appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard. The little Peng King landed and began to laugh heartily. Ha, I'm indeed the Phi. However, before he could be happy for a few seconds, he was almost angered to the point of vomiting blood by Ji Qingyi in front of him. He began to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. How'd I lose again? I've already lost 3 times since I came out. If I keep losing like this, I'm afraid I'll lose on my face. Before he could finish, his head was patted. Looking up, he saw Yi Xingyun's face, watching the fun. I say, buddy, why did you come and join the fun too? Yi Xingyun smiled and said, this is the heavenly Tao Tower. You think you're the only one who knows about the opportunities inside? Look around and see how many people have come. Hearing this, the little Peng King blinked and pursed his lips. He cursed inwardly. Do so many nobodies really think the opportunities in the heavenly Tao Tower are easy to get? As far as the eye could see, the majestic mountain peak moved without wind. At a certain moment, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted. The instant it shot out, it actually formed several white steps out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, a heavenly ladder appeared before everyone. To enter the gates of the Holy Spirit Academy, one needs to pass 3 trials. This first trial is to climb the heavenly ladder. For those with insufficient strength, walking on these steps is like carrying a mountain on their shoulders, making it difficult to move even an inch. However, such a scene turned into a competition between the little Peng King and Yi Xingyun. Both of them used their divine abilities, their figures like arrows released from a bowstring. To everyone's shock, they crossed half the distance in just a few breaths, ultimately failing at the 90th step. Only 9 steps away from the limit of 99 steps to ascend to the heavens. Their figures dissipated, and both were teleported to the second trial. But just as they landed and opened their eyes, they saw that someone had already arrived here before them. Seeing the person's appearance clearly, the little Peng King screamed again. How is it you again? How did you get ahead of us again? This is the second trial of the Holy Spirit Academy's entrance, ringing the bell. It is said that the highest record for this bell is 18 rings, a record set by an ancient mighty figure, which remains unbroken to this day. However, the little Peng King ignored Yi Xingyun's explanation, merely looking angrily at Ji Qingyi. Are you going to ring it or not? If not, move aside and let us do it. Ji Qingyi pouted with an indifferent expression. I say, isn't your hostility towards me a bit inexplicable? After speaking, she raised her hand and pressed down. As the ancient bell rang, people saw terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from around Ji Qingyi. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She didn't even strike it, directly using her magic power to make the bell vibrate and ring. So terrifying. Whose subordinate is this? That's the saintess of the human immortal sect, Ji Qingyi. Speaking of which, The Ji family was once one of the three imperial families. Although they have declined recently, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. At this moment, the prodigies of various clans on the city gate tower were also discussing. It seems brother Ji Xin's clan's sister really has some skills. 17 rings is second only to the ancient mighty figure. In contrast, the Yin-Yang holy son had a gloomy expression and was bitter in his heart. 17 rings. Much stronger than I was back then, as expected of someone who holds the resources of two immortal forces. If I were like her, I would definitely be more outstanding. At this time, the testing ground for the third trial slowly revealed its true form. It was the final trial for entering the Holy Spirit Academy, leaping the Dragon Gate. At this moment, the little Peng King, who had rung the bell 15 times, saw the third trial. Excited, he shouted out directly, it's finally my home ground. Everyone, I'll go first. Wait for me to break the record. Then, everyone saw that as soon as the little Peng King landed in front of the waterfall, he was surrounded by a group of flood dragons. The little Peng King, in high spirits, laughed a few times. His body transformed into a golden-winged great Peng, taking out the little ones one by one. And even though they recognized that those flood dragons were just imitations with a bit of dragon bloodline, it didn't stop everyone from praising the little Peng King. Legend has it that in ancient times, the golden-winged great Peng clan fed on dragons. It seems the reputation is well-deserved. Before long, the golden-winged great Peng, clutching a dead dragon in its claws, passed the third trial and threw it straight onto the city wall. Yi Xingyun and Ji Qingyi also passed the third trial at the same time, riding a favorable wind. Having finally had a moment in the spotlight, the little Peng King let out a long sigh of relief and leaped down. All right, next, let's see what results that kid from the Jun family can achieve. The Jun family? Little Peng King. Are you referring to Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient Jun family? Nonsense. Who else but him can represent the Jun family? Hearing this, a yellow-haired girl had a look of infatuation. May I ask, what kind of person is the divine child of the Jun family? The little Peng King laughed. That kid is incredible. He can pin me and Yi Xingyun to the ground and wipe the floor with us in one move. As soon as the words fell, a golden light suddenly lit up the sky. The next second, an ancient nine-headed lion king stepped out from it, walking on air. Little sister, isn't the person you've been longing for here now? The lion's giant claws stood on the mountain peak. Several figures on its back slowly came into view. The one in the lead was none other than the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain? To enter the mountain gate, you must first pass 3 trials. This is an old tradition of the Holy Spirit Academy. It's also a way to see the strength of the various prodigies. After hearing Junling Song's explanation, Xiaoyao curled his lip. Since they sent out invitations so widely, why bother setting up a threshold just to get many people's hopes up for nothing? I say, clan brother, if you don't like it, what's the harm in just bypassing this trial? And just as the 2 Xiaoyao brothers were chatting, the little Peng King on the drum tower suddenly rubbed his eyes. Then his eyes widened in anger. Holy crap. Nine-headed lion, is that really you? How did you become a mount again? Recognizing the caller as the golden-winged great Peng, the nine-headed lion directly transformed into human form and hugged Jun Xiaoyao. The old Jun family provides food and cultivation resources. They give me whatever I want. Do you want to come too? Holy hell, can't you have some ambition? Ambition can't be turned into resources. What's the use of it? And just as the 2 ancient divine beasts were talking, at the foot of the mountain, a monk was muttering to himself. So, a primordial royal family can be taken as a mount? A sudden sense of crisis came over him, startling the little Peng King so much he almost lost his footing and fell. Yi Xingyin turned back to ask him what was wrong. The little Peng King just stared wide-eyed. I don't know either. I just feel like I'm being targeted by something disgusting. In front of the Jun family, all are but ants. The following scene will explain the reason. 3 layers of illusion are superimposed to form the 3 entrance trials of the Holy Spirit Academy. And for the Jun family, it wasn't difficult to bypass the barrier and enter the Holy Spirit Academy directly. Jun Xiaoyao curled his lip. Clan brother, let's just enter the Holy Spirit Academy directly. Hearing this, Jun Lingsong also looked indifferent. Sure, these 3 entrance trials aren't very challenging anyway. At this moment, the brothers' conversation had clearly aroused the dissatisfaction of the other prodigies. One must know that the 3 entrance trials of the Holy Spirit Academy are a renowned trial ground in the wasteland heaven immortal domain. Even ancient heroes have left their footprints here. Now it was being belittled so casually as worthless. Xiaolan, suppressing his anger, expressed his indignation without restraint. It seems the arrogance of the Jun family is truly carved into their bones. Seeing this, the Yinyang Holy Sun hurriedly chimed in. Third Prince, calm down, don't be impulsive. After all, the records for the 3 entrance trials can be seen by everyone. If the results are poor, wouldn't that tarnish the family prestige? Such blatant sarcasm made Jun Zhangjian curse in anger. He was about to make a move, but was suddenly stopped by Jun Xiaoyao. Clan brother, someone is provoking us. What should we do? What can we do? Naturally, we must let them know the consequences of provoking the Jun family. As soon as the words fell, the sound of footsteps was heard as someone stepped to the very front of the group. Young master, leave such a small matter to me. After hearing this, Xiaoyao smiled. Right. It's time to let these holy suns and their ivory towers broaden their horizons. Golden light gathered in front of him. He drew the bowstring, condensed energy, and shot it out in an instant. The target was aimed directly at the Yinyang Holy Sun. Feeling the energy fluctuations contained within, the Yinyang Holy Sun dared not be slow and likewise released his spiritual power. The 5 words Yinyang Taiji Shield came out of his mouth, but even defending with all his might, he still underestimated the power of this arrow. Seeing this, Xiaolan hurriedly came behind him to help him resist. Unexpectedly, even with their combined power, they still couldn't withstand it. The sound of an explosion swept out in an instant. The violent shock wave sent Xiaolan flying into the wall. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out wildly. In an instant, the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Only the little Peng King and Yi Xingyun on the side were beaming with joy. You tell me, these 2 half-baked fools, where did they get the guts to provoke the Jun family? Their brains aren't working, can't control their emotions. Or maybe they're used to having things their way, thinking the whole world revolves around them. In contrast, Xiaolan looked closely and recognized this person as Jun Xiaoyao's newly acquired servant. Your Excellency can't even take one move from a mere follower of mine. You'd better not even think of provoking the young master. As soon as the words fell, his eyes suddenly shot wide open. Then, everyone felt a terrifying pressure suddenly descend. As Xiaolan's injuries were being healed, countless white energy chains continuously gathered from all around. Finally, they condensed into a single point that shattered at a touch. The next second, a middle-aged man wearing the attire of the Holy Spirit Academy appeared in view. Who dares to cause trouble in my Holy Spirit Academy? The 3 words Great Elder escaped from the mouths of the Holy Sons. Jun Lingsong was also introducing him to Xiaoyao. This is the Great Elder of the Holy Spirit Academy, a senior in the Saint Lord realm. Oh my, isn't that the final stage of the 9 stages of sainthood? In contrast, the Great Elder's gaze was like a torch. He instantly locked onto the person who had made the move. Spreading his large hand, he pressed down in an instant. Kneel for me. The terrifying pressure, carrying a destructive force, was about to descend. But it was the young master who caught the servant who was still trying to resist desperately. He spread his palm, also in an upward, supporting gesture. Golden light appeared, and his palms suddenly clenched into a fist. Just like that, the terrifying energy chains dissipated into thin air. I say, Great Elder, I respect you as a senior, which is why I don't want to make things too ugly. Before you come to condemn, I advise you to properly manage the mouths of these holy sons of your academy. After all, not everyone is as kind-hearted as my little brother here, who only gave a small punishment. If they were to encounter other prodigies outside, it might cost them their lives. The great elder's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the speaker. "You are the Jun family's divine child, Jun Xiaoyao? Here it comes, here it comes." Xiaobai would like to call this episode the one where Brother Xiaoyao shows off the most. The great elder of the Holy Spirit Academy heard the name Divine Child. He turned to ask, but no one dared to speak. Finally, he could only lock his gaze on Ji Xian and Hua Shiqing, replying to the great elder. It was indeed fellow Taoist Xiaolan and the Yin-Yang Holy Son who provoked first. The follower of the Jun family's divine child then acted to teach them a lesson. As soon as Ji Xian finished speaking, Xiaolan was about to retort, but he was forced back by a single "shut up." "Who do you think you are?" "That's the Jun family, the strongest immortal force in the wasteland heaven immortal domain. Who on earth gave you the guts to provoke them?" "Enough. In a while, go to the Hall of Reflection to receive your punishment yourselves, understand?" After punishing the two, the elder finally dared to look forward. "So it is the divine child who has graced us with his presence. We have failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive us. I will personally teach those two brats a lesson. I hope the divine child will be magnanimous and not hold it against them." However, the great elder's words once again made Jun Xiaoyao curl his lip. Forget it, forget it. I now feel that these two did nothing wrong. After all, these are the rules of your Holy Spirit Academy. I won't ask for special treatment. I'll just take it as a stroll. I, Jun, will take a walk through your esteemed Academy's 3 entrance trials. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyao took a step forward, directly starting the challenge of the first trial, climbing the heavenly ladder. However, everyone was shocked to find that the steps, which were as difficult as climbing to the heavens for them, were ascended by Jun Xiaoyao to the 70th step in the blink of an eye. With a relaxed expression on his face, his figure was seen again, already stepping onto the 90th step. One must know that after the 90th step of the heavenly ladder, the pressure is 10 times that of the previous step. Where Jun Xiaoyao could go instantly became the focus of the entire audience. 97, 98, 99. The elder, in his shock, couldn't help but swallow. They saw that Jun Xiaoyao had already reached the top of the heavenly ladder. A brilliant golden light instantly erupted. He reached the top. He reached the top. This kid actually broke the record and not only successfully reached the top of the heavenly ladder, he even directly shattered the barrier of the heavenly ladder trial. However, his exaggerated performance did not stop. Arriving at the second trial, before the bell, seeing the divine child's familiar, smiling expression, people were already betting on how many times the divine child could ring it. But they never expected Jun Xiaoyao to just tap it lightly with his finger. An extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted. Just one ring caused the heavens and earth to tremble. However, before everyone could be shocked, they saw that Jun Xiaoyao had only rung it once. He then turned and walked towards the third trial. By the time the great elder realized something was wrong and wanted to stop him, it was too late. A cracking sound appeared. The next second, the ancient bronze bell, which was comparable to a treasure of the Academy, instantly shattered. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's smile seemed exceptionally terrifying to the great elder. Just as he was thinking about how to stop him, Xiaoyao arrived at the third trial without hesitation. He directly cast a spell to lure out all the flood dragons. Understanding what he was about to do terrified the great elder. While shouting stop, he saw Jun Xiaoyao lift one foot. With a wicked smile, the moment he stomped down hard into the water, giant waves surged, and countless flood dragons were decapitated, screaming in agony. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The holy pool was stained with blood, turning half the sky red. The pile of giant beast corpses shocked the entire Holy Spirit Academy, and the one who was most grief-stricken was the Academy's great elder. The culprit, Jun Xiaoyao, scratched his head embarrassedly. "My apologies, great elder. I was a bit heavy-handed. Please accept my condolences. But then again, you raised these golden horn flood dragon pets and put them in the trial. You should have expected this day would come, right?" Hearing this, the great elder's grief turned into rage. But because of Jun Xiaoyao's status, his anger turned back into grief in the blink of an eye. Forget it, forget it. The Jun family's divine child is truly a peerless prodigy. Thanks to you, the 3 entrance trials of the Holy Spirit Academy are now destroyed. The number of people who have the chance to touch the opportunities of the heavenly Tao Tower this time will set a new record. Jun Xiaoyao curled his lip. He naturally didn't believe this was true, and the great elder's next words indeed confirmed his view. Preventing those with insufficient strength from approaching the heavenly Tao Tower is not necessarily a good thing for them. After speaking, the great elder raised his hand, and his spiritual power instantly erupted. As a wave of energy shockwave spread out, everyone saw the barrier form in an instant, before they could react to what was happening. Cries of shock escaped their mouths. The heavenly Tao Tower had appeared right before everyone's eyes. The great elder stood with his hands behind his back, looking up with a sigh. Just as you see, the entrance to the heavenly Tao Tower has opened. Those who are confident in themselves can go into the tower to seize their opportunities. The early bird gets the worm. People who understood this principle began to get restless. One of them couldn't help but take the first step. The next second, he knelt on the spot, unable to move. Seeing this, the great elder almost laughed out loud. I've said it before, only if you believe you have the strength to be recognized by the heavenly Tao Tower should you choose to act. I advise you not to bite off more than you can chew. As soon as the words fell, that person felt a powerful force pouring into his body. The suffocating feeling of being about to explode from the inside made him miserable. At this time, someone else cried out in alarm again. Following his gaze upwards, what appeared above the heavenly Tao Tower was the remnant will of the Holy Spirit. Seeing this, Ji Xin hurriedly looked ahead. Ah Qing, it's your turn to act. Don't waste any more time. Hua Shiqing grumbled impatiently for a few sentences. I know. I was clearly just here to watch the fun. Now I have to put in the effort. I'm so done. After speaking, a pink light appeared in her hand. At the same time, she raised her voice and shouted to the crowd. All of you who don't want to die, come over here. The Holy Spirit Academy has no obligation to be responsible for your lives. As soon as the words fell, streams of pink energy chains spread out from her body. It only stopped after forming a huge protective shield. Ji Xin turned his head and quickly looked at the crowd. Those who cannot withstand the pressure of the Holy Spirit come into the barrier to take shelter, even if you die here. The Holy Spirit Academy will not collect your bodies. After speaking, he specifically turned to the Academy's disciples, asking them to help move those who couldn't move into the barrier. Seeing this, the little Peng King couldn't help but praise. It seems these two holy children of the Holy Spirit Academy are quite benevolent. As the great elders' laughter subsided, looking at the front of the heavenly Tao Tower, there were already very few who could independently resist the pressure of the Holy Spirit. But everyone was clearly watching and waiting, not daring to act rashly. The reckless little Peng King was naturally unwilling to miss this opportunity to show off. However, he had only taken one step when he saw that all the remaining people were staring wide-eyed. He turned his head with a questioning look. Before he could react, a golden-winged Great Peng appeared right in front of him. Golden-winged Great Peng, Phoenix Cry of the Nine Heavens. The Holy Spirit's aura condensed behind him into a Dharma idol related to himself. It's not just the little Peng King. The Tao rhyme has taken form. The opportunity granted by the heavenly Tao Tower has begun to manifest. Un soir de plus, à 13 de beau. Brother, our two Dharma idols are two divine weapons. Doesn't this mean we too are the young master's right and left hands? However, for Jun Zhangjian, comparison is the thief of joy. Also a clan brother, he looked at Junling Tsang beside him. From the image manifesting behind him, it wasn't hard to tell. This guy's Dharma idol is actually an eye of the abyss. But the crowd shock was far from over. The immovable wisdom king, permeating with the demonic chi of hell. The owner of this Dharma idol is none other than the Buddhist son of the Little Western Heaven. He glanced back contemptuously, only to see that immovable wisdom king actually let out a wicked smile. I say, this Buddhist son of the Little Western Heaven has quite a heavy heart. His Dharma idol is even constructed from flesh and blood. Hearing this, Hua Shiqing was noncommittal. As the saying goes, if the Buddha does not enter hell, who will? Haven't their Buddhist sects always had an affinity with hell since ancient times? Compared to him, I still think this kid is even stranger. Following their gazes, Yi Xingyun was panting heavily. What's going on? My body suddenly feels so heavy. It seems like it's only happening to me. Why is that? Watching Yi Xingyun mutter to himself, Hua Shiqing felt sorry for him just by looking at him. Other people's Dharma idols infuse power from the outside in. Only this guy's Dharma idol is drawing power from him. What on earth is happening? It seems the Star King body of the Yi family also has its unknown secrets. After sighing a few times, Hua Shiqing looked around again. By the way, where's the Jun family's divine child? These words left Ji Xian looking baffled as well, and they would never have imagined. While everyone was admiring their own Dharma idols, Jun Xiaoyao had already quietly walked out of the domain barrier, muttering to himself. The limit distance is 200 meters. It seems as long as I don't step into the heavenly Dao Tower's domain, I won't be too affected. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly walked towards him. Is the Jun family's divine child not planning to approach the heavenly Dao Tower? Norus. Isn't our saintess not going over either? I've heard that the human immortal sect is a lineage established by an immortal. The sect still preserves the carvings of a remnant immortal. Therefore, the disciples of the human immortal sect naturally have an immortal aura, and you are the greatest among them. The saintess pouted. It seems the divine child is quite well informed. Hearing this, Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows again. He indicated that the information was courtesy of a friend who respects you very much, knowing that the person Jun Xiaoyao was talking about was her clan brother, Ji Xian. The saintess pondered for a moment and turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao again. Anyway, thank you, divine child, for saving my clan brother in the Tianyuan Supreme's secret trove. If you need anything in the future, I will certainly not refuse. After speaking, she waved goodbye, her body heading straight for the heavenly Dao Tower. Not long after stepping into the barrier, a terrifying aura instantly erupted. It really is 200 meters. My speculation was correct. However, the next second, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly wiped the smile from his face. Holy crap, this looks like the biggest display so far. As soon as the words fell, layers of aura continuously expanded from around the saintess. In the blink of an eye, a fairy Dharma idol actually materialized behind her. Seeing the other Dharma idols bowing their heads in salute to the saintess, it was only from the mouths of some knowledgeable people that they learned. There are also different ranks among Dharma idols. It's just that this Ji family saintess's Dharma idol is too dazzling. Perhaps only a true immortal is someone mortals cannot look at directly. Could it be that this is a true immortal? Speaking of which, someone else shouted, "Look, not all Dharma idols are bowing to her." Isn't that person the Jun family's first sequence? The Jun family divine child's clan brother, Jun Ling Song? The fairy of the 9 heavens, the eye of the abyss of hell. As the saying goes, when 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Unexpectedly, it turned out that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. One male and one female just greeted each other without any other action. Having personally seen the Dharma idol of an immortal, Jun Xiaoyao felt no surprise at all. He just sensed a trace of dangerous aura from its core. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly became a little expectant about what would be behind him. But just as he touched the edge of the Holy Spirit barrier, the entire Heavenly Dao Tower actually showed an illusion of space-time distortion. The sight was like countless mosaics bursting forth. The next second, upon taking a closer look, the Dharma idol that appeared behind Jun Xiaoyao was actually a mysterious back silhouette. At the same time, energy chains coiled around Xiaoyao's body. No matter which direction those present looked from, all they could see was a back silhouette. Even with the great elder's experience, he was completely baffled by this. At this moment, the fairy Dharma idol in the sky frowned. It turned to face the back silhouette, unleashing its full aura. Then, to everyone's shock, it launched a full power strike straight at the back silhouette. But in the end, it couldn't even break the silhouette's protective shield, and the back silhouette merely tilted its head slightly. The fairy Dharma idol was as if struck by lightning. Its body trembled and its aura weakened. In the next second, the backlash caused the saintess to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, before everyone could recover, by the time Jun Lingsong noticed something was wrong, it was too late. The same disdain, the same angle. The eye of the abyss was severely damaged, causing Jun Lingsong to violently spit out blood. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Without the user's intent, a Dharma idol would never attack on its own, let alone fail to distinguish friend from foe and even attack its own clan brother. However, the back silhouette was clearly not done yet. The moment it revealed its true face, all Dharma idols present were treated equally. None were spared. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the chaotic scene. He turned and looked angrily at the back silhouette. Who on earth are you? As soon as the words were spoken, the air stirred on its own. The back silhouette glanced back with a smile, full of an emperor's disdain, along with the 4 words, "I am you," being transmitted. A devastating force surged forward. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through Jun Xiaoyao's defense. His entire body was uncontrollably blasted into the heavenly Dao Tower. Upon entering the barrier, his body instantly dissipated. When Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes again, he found himself already on the first floor of the heavenly Dao Tower.